The two individuals continuously broke records to leave messages for each other on the sparkling record steels, leaving everyone completely speechless. This was just too savage. Sure, he accepted the challenge and was probably going to arrive soon. This left everyone overwhelmed by emotions. Anticipation stirred within them as they waited for this battle. This place felt exceptionally stifling. The mountain gates were destroyed under Sure-Hao's palm, and the bronze board was crushed into pieces. This naturally startled the experts within, causing 10 furious auras to flow out. What kind of place was the demonic spirit lake? There were pure-blooded creatures dwelling within, and it could extend its command over the great wastelands. This might was incredible. Normally, who dared to provoke them? Whenever a creature from the demonic spirit lake was seen, there was none who wouldn't move out of the way. The great lake was a clear and crystalline dark blue. From beside the lake, a few figures walked out from within the grand and imposing structures with completely overcast faces. After so many years, who dared to provoke them? This was a restricted land where the descendants of deities rested. There was absolutely no need for anyone to guard the gates, because there weren't any creatures that dared draw near. Today's situation was extremely strange and had never happened before. Truly daring. So many years has passed, yet no one has dared to knock down my demonic spirit lake's gates. However, you actually dare to destroy my sect's mountain entrance. A middle-aged male shouted loudly. He is Sure-Hao. From the side, a youngster said softly. What? That individual was immediately startled and his aura weakened somewhat. Sure-Hao rubbed his chin and suddenly laughed loudly into the sky. He felt as if he had forgotten something that he suddenly remembered. The so-called archaic divine mountains were simply treasure deposits. There were pure-blooded creatures here that he could hunt and refine into precious medicine. This was the void god realm, but everything inside was comparable to that of the outside world, reaching a shocking degree of similarity. The precious medicine here could nourish the mind, and it would similarly benefit one's body in the real world. What are you laughing at? Do you think you can do whatever you want here? The middle-aged male's face darkened, becoming incredibly ugly. During the battle of the capital, Sure-Hao killed the black-eyed green demonic spider, shocking the great wastelands. What kind of creature are you? Half human, half bug or something? Swap out for another pure-blooded creature, please, Sure-Hao said. The face of the middle-aged individual on the other side fell ashen. This really was a type of contempt. He didn't even see him as a person, and for a powerful individual inside a restricted land, this was a type of utter humiliation. This world does not belong to a single person. No one can be unrivaled. As a human, you should understand how to show respect. This is the demonic spirit lake, not a place where you can behave atrociously. The middle-aged male shouted. Everything you said is true. This is not a world where a single person or clan can rule, so let me ask you something. Back then, why did the demonic spirit lake show up in the martial imperial manner to force away my grandfather and even more so, to kill me? Sure-Hao asked. He strode forward with large steps. He didn't have a single good impression of the demonic spirit lake, so he took action on the spot. A palm slapped outwards, causing rubble to fly everywhere and lake water to soar into the sky. The middle-aged man and the others all staggered about in retreat, all of them with pale expressions. This was the result after they tried to retreat, so if they faced it head-on, they definitely would have suffered greatly. Blood most likely would have been drawn. Young man, you've crossed the line. Right at that moment, a dignified voice sounded. An enormous black spider emerged from within the imposing structure beside the lake. Almost pure-blooded? Sure-Hao narrowed his eyes. Even within the archaic divine mountains, there weren't many pure-blooded creatures. The majority were descendants with mixed blood. Despite this, creatures that emerged from the divine mountains were still far more powerful than those outside. Those that were closer to being pure-blooded were even more formidable and could suppress an area. The demonic spirit lake was a restricted land that was rarely provoked. It was as if a frantic hurricane was rushing out from within. Sand flew about, and enormous boulders were swept into the air. The black spider's body was humongous, and black-colored spider hair covered it. It continuously stared at Sure-Hao. First, you kill one of our clan's supreme experts, then you behave so atrociously here. You've truly angered us intolerably. Hasn't your demonic spirit lake always tried to get rid of me? Since we are enemies, why blame me for bullying you guys? Not ending until one of us is dead sounds more correct. Xianxia sneered. He walked through the mountain gates alone and arrived in front of the Great Lake. Impressive palaces lined up one after another before him, giving off a majestic aura. However, he still remained completely fearless. Kill! The enormous black spider suddenly shouted. It spat out a large brilliant web, and at the same time this entire area lit up. Silver symbols flooded this place, and countless starry rivers interweaved through the ground to trap Xianxia within. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. With a wave of Xianxia's left arm, a brilliant divine light was released like flames. The entire place was torn apart as the great formation began to disintegrate. Divine artifact. That is the ancestral arm guard of Heavenly Divine Mountain. An individual cried on in shock. Xianxia actually possessed a great killing artifact on him. Now that it was utilized, this entire place was blown away by its power. It made even those of the demonic spirit lake feel an extremely great restraining fear. Everyone was so nervous that even their breathing became hurried. Xianxia had not even fought against Shuri yet and instead broke into this kind of restricted land. Great events were unfolding before the previous battle even concluded. This similarly made people pay close attention, because it might make the conflict even fiercer and bring about an even crazier battle. One has to understand that these restricted lands were the most terrifying ones to provoke. As descendants of deities, who knew what kind of terrifying trump cards they had hidden, Qi, the enormous black spider, rushed over and spat out a blast of symbols. They turned into granules like stellar sand to corrode all tangible substances. It was incomparably terrifying. Xianxia faced it with an indifferent expression. His hands formed a magical imprint and sent out strand after strand of orderly symbols to completely obliterate the sparkling substance. The 1,000 cobwebs suppress and kill. The opposing individual shouted. Xianxia calmly evolved the divine light within him, turning them all into divine furnaces. His entire body began to blaze like an eternal divine furnace. With a hong sound, raging flames blazed about. The great flames burned, setting all of the incoming spiderwebs aflame. Dazzling and beautiful light flourished brilliantly. Xianxia strode forward with large steps. There were people who tried to stand in his way, but they were all blasted away flying with a fist. He began to fight fiercely against the spider, continuously colliding against it. Fiery light and symbols erupted together. Pooh, the enormous black spider, fell back in reverse and continuously coughed out blood. He couldn't stop Xianxia's footsteps. Young man, stop now before you go too far. This is a restricted land, and it is under the control of my demonic spirit lake. It's not a place where you can act recklessly. Another enormous spider appeared. It was a dark green creature. Its entire body was shining, and its aura was rather intimidating. It was like a small mountain. This was a pure-blooded creature. The most important thing was that there was a precious artifact suspended from above its head. It was shockingly bright, and within it circulated the profound mysteries of the heavens. The sun, moon, and stars could vaguely be seen. This spider was extremely terrifying and was definitely an ancestral elder of the demonic spirit lake. That magical artifact, in particular, gave others an ominous feeling. It even startled Xianxia. The magical artifact was rather indistinct as it was wrapped within a sphere of light. Only when Xianxia carefully observed it did he realize that it was a spell banner. Soon after, he sensed that the ancient aura in front of him became completely different. Under the control of that spell banner, a hazy mist began to diffuse outwards, as if primal chaos was being released. A great formation left behind by a deity. Xianxia was astonished and did not immediately face it head-on. Hong! Finally, a great collision unfolded. Xianxia did not hold back anything, because the opponent was using a deity's formation. He used the divine arm guard, and the two astonishingly powerful powers clashed. No one could have thought that a world-shocking battle would take place here before the two supreme youths even fought. Hong! Great waves shot into the heavens. Water continuously swirled into the air as symbols interweaved through this place. The large resplendent green spider activated the spell banner, using the supreme formation to suppress his opponent. Unfortunately, it was fighting Sure How. He opened his 10 heavenly passages and evolved the endless divine light to break through the limit of this realm. In this place, he truly could stand at the very peak. The battle was incredibly ferocious. The grand and imposing structures began to split apart. Symbols were extinguished as this place continuously grew dim. The buildings were similar to ancient temples. They appeared incredibly magnificent as they rested beside the lake. Yet at this moment, they lost all of their luster and were no longer so dignified. There wasn't a single individual who wasn't terrified. This was just too crazy. Hong. A grand and imposing heavenly temple was blasted apart into pieces. The first great formation was shattered. Sure How's divine arm guard lit up, stirring up malevolent winds in the skies and displaying an incredibly valiant might. The green spider was sent flying, and the circle of light above its head tumbled down into the depths of the ancient land, disappearing just like that. Its face became discolored. This was an ancestral artifact, and it was unsatisfied with the spider, feeling that it was unsightly and disgraced the demonic spirit lake bloodline's dignity. As a result, it abandoned it. Sure How dashed out with only a few steps. The enormous green spider tried to flee, but in the end, it still couldn't outrun him. The two collided and blood splashed high into the air. With a PU sound, the great spider was killed. His body was torn into two pieces, creating a result that froze everyone in place. A pure-blooded creature was killed. This was definitely a great matter that produced far-reaching effects. The battle between supreme youths had not unfolded, yet such a supreme existence had already fallen. Sure How raised his hand, and a needle flew out towards the corpse. He did not want the corpse to turn into a rain of light and disappear. When his finger was raised, a soul-shattering needle flew out, stabbing into the drizzle of light with a PU sound. In the real world, a miserable shriek sounded from the demonic spirit lake. A portion of an enormous spider's head was blasted apart. Blood continuously trickled out from it as it rolled on the ground and was on the eve of losing its life. Without a single sound, a golden spider appeared and brought out a magical artifact. It quickly displayed its power and focused on its head. Through an incredible divine ability, it extracted a streak of scarlet light. Within the void god realm, Sure How was startled. He saw that right when the rain of light was about to be extinguished, it flickered several times before finally dispersing. It didn't seem like it passed away. This made his mind tremble greatly. The great formation rumbled and the magnificent buildings shone brightly. The demonic spirit lake became more and more frightening as fluctuations poured out. There is still a second round. Sure How gasped in surprise. This place was worthy of being the restricted land where a deity emerged from. There wasn't only a single formation protecting this place. Regardless of who it was, it would be extremely difficult to take over this place. Enough! Right at that time, a short shout sounded. A heroic and beautiful youth emerged from the distance, soaring through the air to arrive here. His figure was incredibly awe-inspiring and powerful, and whenever it passed by, the crowd would all move out of the way. It made everyone's hearts tremble. Shuri had arrived. He was like a supreme deity as he descended from the sky. His entire body was shining, giving off a powerful and overbearing appearance. Everyone's minds violently shook. The true Lord had actually arrived. A battle between giants was unavoidable, and it would stir up gargantuan waves. Shuri, a young man who appeared to be 16 to 17 in age. His hair was dark and rich, with every resplendent strand releasing a bright radiance. His skin possessed a jade-like luster, and his eyes were deep and intelligent. As he stood there, he gave off an extremely distinct sense of style. "My good younger brother, your actions truly aren't soft," he calmly said. Too many things had happened during these years, but the two supreme youths were finally about to clash. They had both changed greatly, but at this moment they were both facing each other with quite the distance between them. The heroic and handsome Shuri appeared to be about 16 or 17. He wasn't shorter than an adult, with a body that was slim yet sturdy. A single glance at him would give others the feeling of a dragon among men. The young man seemed incomparably mature. His pair of eyes were like a stellar river, and as his dual pupils flickered, the sun and moon would rise and fall. There was even the aura of primal chaos within them. Shihao, on the other hand, seemed a bit more young and tender. His pitch-black hair shone brightly as it naturally scattered down his chest and back. His gaze was bright, resembling a brilliant sun. His lips created a natural, warm smile. However, at this moment, his smile had been exchanged for an extremely serious expression. He knew that he finally met an extremely terrifying great enemy, one who he had always been trying to surpass all these years. Of course, Shihao was extremely powerful and his natural talents were exceptional, but in the end, he had still started his cultivation a few years late. He had bitterly cultivated since childhood in hopes of catching up. He understood just how heaven-defying dual pupils were, so he had never treated this matter carelessly. The moment their eyes met, the two simultaneously narrowed their eyes. Brilliant rays erupted from their pupils, producing a scene that was shocking to the extreme. Many people were retreating, and even the creatures from the demonic spirit lake were crying out in alarm. They shut their eyes and quickly backed up. Everyone was absolutely astonished. The auras these two emitted made their hearts beat at unnatural speeds. Even the creatures from the archaic divine mountains couldn't bear it any longer, because the pressure here was just too great. When the light from these two individuals' eyes met, it felt as if two blades were crying out as they struggled against each other. A brilliant rain of light was scattered outwards like strands of sword chi, creating ear-splitting king-chong sounds. Shi Yi's dual pupils were particularly terrifying. Everyone was watching from far away, but it still made them feel as if they were staring into an archaic abyss. It was as if their souls were going to be sucked in. It was clearly just the light being released, yet everyone felt as if they were demonic wells that were trying to suck in their souls. When the dual pupils opened and closed, strands of symbols would flicker. Divine chains would move about, affecting the very foundations of this world. It was as if the natural heavenly laws were being changed. Within the dual pupils, the feeling of the sun and moon being shattered could vaguely be felt, and a stellar river seemed to be born. They also possessed a thriving vitality that sucked in everyone's gaze like moths to a flame. Those dual pupils were just too terrifying. Even martial kings' hearts would palpitate when they saw them. There were many who coughed out mouthfuls of blood. They were all powerful experts, yet they could not endure the pressure of the dual pupils and suffered serious injuries. This immediately terrified the crowd. They were at the outskirts of the battle and only suffered a bit of the fluctuations, yet they were already in such a state. How great was the pressure that the other youngster was feeling within the battlefield? The individuals at the very front brought out their precious artifacts in defense. However, cracks began to appear on them before they completely shattered. This scene left everyone absolutely horrified. Those individuals all retreated with blood trickling down from the corners of their lips. Terror filled their minds as this dreadful event left its unforgettable impression. This was the power of the dual pupils. When its might was displayed here, this kind of terrifying scene would be created. Within the battlefield, Shihao's eyes were as deep as a starry sky. This attack did affect him. His opponent's pupils seemed to be devouring people's souls to form a world where both destruction and life coexisted. Unknowingly, Shihao's eyes had changed. The deep and endless aura within them changed and began to flourish with brilliant light. His eyes turned into resplendent golden Dao bells. At the same time, his mental core also turned into an enormous golden bell that released a remote ringing sound. Following that, his entire body seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming a medium for the Dao. Dang! The ringing of the bells seemed to have crashed down from the ninth heaven. The deafening noise rang out incessantly into the distance, as if the realm of deities were descending to cleanse the souls of the world. At this moment, many people who had passed out were startled awake. They were all horrified and frantically backed up. Dang, the Dao sounds in particular rang out like that of an enormous golden bell, startling everyone. The Dao fluctuation quickly rippled outwards. Within each of Shihao's eyes was a golden Dao bell, and at this moment, they were swaying, as if they had replaced his pupils and made his eyes blaze with light. However, they were also deep and immeasurable at the same time, making people feel a great reverence. Meanwhile, his body also changed in a similar manner. His bones began to resonate and create Dao sounds. The ear-splitting Kungxiang sounds were like the roars of dragons and cries of tigers. Together with the Dao bell, it shook everyone to their souls. Not to mention the others, even noble kings and creatures from the archaic divine mountains began to admire him inwardly. Sure, Hao was still rather young, but his achievements were truly impressive. His body was like a Dao bell, and his mind was unflustered. While facing the pressure of the dual pupils, who was like a young ancient deity, he was still calm and unperturbed. Sure, Hao was like a hibernating dragon as he stood unmoving. He was not inferior in the slightest at the first encounter. It was worth noting that what he faced was the most terrifying force of dual pupils. Little brother, you still aren't good enough. Shuri shook his head, and a cold smile hung from his lips. I was just looking at you normally and haven't displayed the full power of the dual pupils. When these words were spoken, the entire site was deathly quiet. Everyone became stupefied. Was what he said true? Everyone felt cold air running down their backs. If this was the truth, then just how terrifying were the dual pupils? Was there even a need to continue fighting? There didn't seem to be the slightest chance of victory for sure Hao. When everyone thought about how terrifying he was, a feeling of helplessness grew within everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but bow down before this power. Sure, Hao's expression was calm as he looked at his opponent. He didn't seem to be affected at all. After a brief moment, he revealed a smile. Multicolored light flashed, and an object appeared within his palm. It was an eyeball, and at first it was dim, but after he infused some of his power, it erupted with divine might, shocking everyone at the scene. Are dual pupils that powerful? I also have one, but I normally use it to throw at people. The corner of Sure Hao's lips tilted up as he casually spoke in this manner. Everyone was completely overwhelmed with shock. This truly made them feel horrified. How could he also have a dual pupil? Moreover, he brought it out just like that without trying to cover it at all. Was this the confidence of someone who believed that they were unrivaled? While everyone quaked in fear, they also revealed strange expressions. Using a dual pupil to hit people, was he treating it like a brick? Only he could say something like that. Shuri appeared calm. He didn't express any anger or joy, as if his mood wasn't affected in the slightest. He seemed completely unperturbed as he said, "Isn't it just the single eye of a divine individual? It's a dead object and can barely display 10 or 20% of its true power." Everyone sighed. This was only 10 to 20% of its power? After Sure Hao activated it, the eyeball already produced an incredibly dreadful aura. It made them want to fall to the ground and kowtow. Is that so? Then let's take a look at the true power of the dual pupils. Sure Hao spoke without the slightest bit of fear. Little brother, I can satisfy your desire to witness the true power of the dual pupils. However, you must first endure my test, or else there won't be any opportunity for you to do so. Shi Yi's expression contained a type of indifference. This was a manifestation of his self-confidence and contempt for his opponent. What else could there be? Give it your all, I'll take all of it on all the same, Sure Hao said calmly. Even though he was still a bit younger, the grandeur he displayed was not any bit weaker and instead resembled that of a ruler descending from the heavens. Fine. When Shuri finished speaking, his body became like a flood dragon as he soared over. His fist blasted towards Sure Hao in a domineering and forceful manner. This was the display of one who believed he was the world's strongest. Hong! Sure Hao rushed up. He did not try to avoid it and instead used his fist to meet it head-on. This was a simple collision of power without any deceit or trickery. In that instant, it was as if a brilliant sun was blasted apart. Endless specks of light dispersed and rushed into all directions. The collision of powers was too powerful, and in just a split second, frantic gales began to stir about as light illuminated like a river of stars and symbols interweaved like electricity. The chaos submerged the land. Hong Long. This was the demonic spirit lake, and there were restrictions set by large formations arranged nearby. However, the surroundings were still blasted apart, and those majestic structures crumbled. The spectators had long backed off into the distance, yet they could still feel the wind hitting their faces. The symbols were like rainbows as they soared through the sky and poured down in front of everyone. Hurry and move back! The people were greatly shocked. Was this still the fighting strength of the spiritual transformation realm? It was just too heaven-defying. It made their souls tremble and their hearts pound uncontrollably. Radiance flourished, as if a sun had burst. The demonic spirit lake's restricted land was destroyed. Large cracks extended outwards, as if deep valleys were being created. Meanwhile, several mountains at the lakeshore disappeared. Under the ferocious winds, they returned into dust. It was clear just how terrifying those two individuals were. When the beautiful rays of light dissipated, the two individuals focused their gaze as they stood on opposing sides. There were many cracks and footprints on the ground. Both sides backed up about 100 zhang. This single strike was incredible, with neither side losing out to the other in the slightest. Xianxia was startled. He had broken through the limit and possessed the most powerful physical body. This was one of his hidden strengths, and who could compare to him in this? He never would have thought that this little older brother of his had a body that was similarly terrifying. If they were only fighting with their physical bodies, it would definitely end in a bitter struggle. His opponent wasn't inferior to him at all. Shiyi's face remained expressionless, but his pupils seemed to become even deeper. A great emotion battered within his mind. The dying child who was at death's door not only survived but actually advanced to this level, leaving him considerably shocked. In just a split second, both individuals switched spots. They collided several times in midair before separating, leaving only afterimages behind. Their speed reached an inconceivable level. When they stopped again, both sides remained expressionless. They felt their opponent's power, and both of them became extremely serious. Xianxia's body was shining. He seemed rather calm, and not much could be seen from his face. Shiyi's body was completely yellow as faint golden radiance swirled about. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, making him seem even more powerful and astonishing. He was able to obtain some golden body elixir. It really is amazing after all. From the distance, an otherworldly fairy dressed in white clothes spoke softly, seeing through Shiyi's faint golden body. Shocking lights swirled through her pupils as she revealed an expression of shock. This was precisely Fairy Yuchan, who also arrived. It seems like his benefits within the ancient sacred courtyard were quite great, enabling him to even obtain things from the heaven-mending sect. From the side, the witch also lightly spoke. Golden body elixir was incomparably precious, a substance that was priceless even within the heaven-mending sect. Within every generation, only a few people would be able to receive its baptism. In addition, these individuals were all in different great regions because a great sect like the heaven-mending sect was one that crossed regions. As a result, it was already quite incredible for each region to have a single individual who was bestowed with this kind of precious liquid. In other words, those that were bestowed the golden body elixir's baptism were definitely receiving an incredible inheritance. In the future, they might become the masters of a sect. Their statuses were all illustrious and respected. The witch rejoiced in Fairy Yuchan's disaster and said, "Older sis, seems like you might be getting some competition in the future. Forget about the fact that you were searching for him. Even if you didn't want to invite him to the heaven-mending sect, your supreme experts would still want him to return to the sect." Fairy Yuchan seemed extremely calm. "He is someone blessed with good fortune. If he returns to my heaven-mending sect, he might even be able to create a glorious legend for himself." "Not necessarily. If he returns to the sect, what if he contends against you for supremacy? One of you would definitely fall unless you willingly back off and only leave behind a story." Haha. The witch laughed in an unrestrained manner. Fairy Yuchan did not respond, ignoring her provocation. She indifferently said, "Regardless, my heaven-mending sect will have another outstanding disciple. Your sky-severing sect can only watch and fade away as time goes on." Hong. The two continued to fight intensely, exchanging another 10 strikes quickly before separating again. They were still similarly matched. Hee hee. The heavenly fox fairy laughed and looked at Xianxia. It seems like his body was cultivated by himself and not baptized by the Vajra elixir like I thought. I look forward to his growth. Heaven-mending sect's golden body elixir and Western Paradise's Vajra elixir were both world-shocking precious liquids. After undergoing their baptism, one would possess an impenetrable body. His body truly was cultivated by himself. Fairy Yuchan sighed. An expression of shock appeared within her beautiful pupils as she stared at Xianxia. Her heart was greatly stirred. This was truly a bit terrifying. By only relying on his own cultivation, just how terrifying was his body? It simply surpassed common sense. One must understand that only the few precious flesh-refining liquids were considered the most powerful. Western Paradise Sex Golden Vajra Elixir and Heaven-Mending Sex Golden Body Elixir were the two names that had spread through various regions, yet he did not use any of them. The witch's smile grew brighter and brighter, reaching a point where it could topple a city alone. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuchan's eyes were shooting out frightening rays of light as she fixated her gaze on Xianxia. At this moment, many creatures from archaic divine mountains also hurried over. After seeing the results, all of them were in fear. This was a physique fiercer than that of any archaic divine bird or vicious beast. Only those that broke through the extreme boundaries like the golden-winged ping or an equally godlike existence could display results such as these. However, at the present, such a thing had already become something out of a legend. Woo, it's not my sex golden Vajra elixir. This youth is formidable. A short-haired, gray-clothed ascetic said to himself in the distance. Vajra unbreakable body was the pinnacle physical state of the Western Paradise sect. The body would not deteriorate through any hardship and even preserve itself after death, surpassing any capability of mankind. It claimed to be able to defend against heavenly precious artifacts and was powerful beyond comparison. Unfortunately, this kind of divine liquid was extremely hard to refine. From within the ancestral mountains outside this region, it could be considered fruitful for them to obtain just 10 drops from the ancient reservoirs. The ashen-clothed ascetic was rather anxious. He never could have imagined that he would meet two youths like these after entering the wasteland region. These were talents at the peak of peaks. Hong! Another collision. These two supreme youths collided again and astonishing rays of light exploded between them. One of them sparkling and translucent while breathing calmly, and the other's entire yellow body had faint golden radiance circulating about it. The auras they produced were absolutely astonishing. This was a collision between divine force as well as a confrontation of symbols. This was even more so a collision of physical strength. It was like two needles pointing at each other, as if meteors were colliding against the great earth. These two were going at each other blow for blow, yet they were completely evenly matched adversaries. At this moment, it was difficult to tell who was stronger or weaker between them. After a roar, Xianxia became like a small barbaric dragon. He hardened his body and streaked across the sky. Black hair hung over his body, and a cold gaze swept out from his eyes. His aura was incomparably powerful. This appearance was much different from his usual happy and delicate appearance. He was currently abnormally fierce as blood surged within him. His focus reached the peak as he fought the dual-pupiled person. Shiyi's expression was indifferent. His gaze pierced out like lightning as he continuously streaked across the sky. He did not utilize his innate heavenly gifts and only depended on his body and symbols to fight. At this moment, he was no longer at ease. The youth from his past had actually gained the ability to battle on par with him. This was the same child who was on the verge of death and doomed with a low chance of survival. Now he was an overlord and unrivaled heavenly talent who could determine the fate of the wasteland. There was certainly no one who could match him, and he would crush all his future enemies. Pung, the two's fists crossed, but they each flew in retreat soon after. Divine light and multicolored brilliance exploded where they had collided. A thunderous rumbling echoed throughout this place, and an incomparably magnificent radiance erupted in the skies. Every single exchange would result in thunderous roars. Their power was astonishing. With a hong sound, their legs collided. The shockwave created fissures in the mountains by the lake, and soon after, they exploded. Their power was just too strong, reaching an inconceivable level. At this moment, great powers everywhere, including nobles and creatures of the archaic divine mountains, as well as even experts outside the region, were trying to evaluate their physical powers. As they carefully examined them, all of their expressions changed. These powerful individuals could feel that their physical bodies were too tyrannical, possessing more than enough strength to destroy symbols. Ordinary precious techniques could hardly place a scratch on their bodies. These two possessed the strength to tear apart everything with their divine strength. If they met ordinary cultivators, they could simply brute force their way through. They could instantly leave the powerful crowd broken and in disorder, breaking their bones and tearing apart their muscles. My dear younger brother, you're truly quite unordinary. You cultivated this kind of precious physique. Are you trying to reach the divine through the flesh? Shuri calmly said. Still, during all of that, they were still battling. Their bodies shifted as fast as lightning, not holding anything back as they continued their confrontation. You've wasted away these years. Even after undergoing a baptism, your body is only as such, Xianxia replied. At this moment, he dove down and smashed over with his fist. The fist seemed as if it was burning as endless multicolored light erupted, dancing about like strands of divine flames. Hong Shuri reached out to defend himself, and thousands of streaks of divine light erupted between the two. The aura of the resulting explosion was too fierce, causing the mountain range below to instantly crack before eventually exploding. At the same time, Shuri crossed his arms, trapping one of the arms from across him. He wanted to fiercely and ruthlessly tear it right off. Xianxia coldly snorted and fiercely struck down. With a forceful jerk, he broke free and moved backwards. Then, like a windmill, he spun around and swept out with his leg towards Shuri's waist like a metallic whip. Symbols surged with it, and blazing radiance danced chaotically. Shuri retreated to dodge this fierce attack. The two once again increased their distance. Reaching the divine is not a path without competition. If your skills are only so, you do not possess the strength to fight me, Shuri calmly said. Xianxia was 3 to 4 years younger, but his imposing attitude did not seem inferior at all and might even be a bit stronger. He was always on the initiative, and as he rushed over, his entire body rang out with pipa sounds, as if a Tao bell was ringing. His entire body was covered by a layer of ripples. Dang Shuri faced the attack and met his junior clanmate head-on. The great ringing of a yellow bell erupted between the two and shook the heaven and earth, leaving him shocked. Xianxia seemed to have been invigorated as his joints resonated like the roars of dragons and tigers. His entire body shone, and his vitality seemed to flourish as he fully displayed the might of his precious body, making his attacks more and more powerful. Whether I can or cannot, the battle will decide. Whatever you have, just bring it on. This was Xianxia's response. My biggest weakness is my physical body. Since ancient times, all the naturally born dual-pupiled individuals possessed weak physiques. However, I have made up for its deficits. I am now equal to you in my weakest point, so what qualifications do you have to fight me? Shuri lightly spoke this with arrogance. He was flying high up in the sky as he looked over the youth beneath him. His entire face was grave and stern. After the speech, his entire body started to shine and his aura surged. Clearly, he was activating a restrictive power. An ocean of symbols flared up and surged violently into every direction. Everyone began to tremble, and their minds were greatly shaken. They felt like a chill was crawling up their spine as they gradually became more frightened. There was indeed a legend that with a dual-pupiled individual innately had the divine abilities of opening the heaven and earth with their eyes and reversing the flow of the entire world. They had endless divine powers, but their sole shortcoming was their physical bodies had great difficulties in reaching the highest level. Of course, this was all relative. This did not mean their physique was poor, but rather that it was comparatively weaker when compared to the great abilities of the dual pupils. Shuri, a heaven-warping genius, had a body that was sufficiently powerful. Just by himself, he was able to cultivate to the extreme limit. After being baptized in the golden body elixir, he had broken through the extreme boundary and obtained a body that could truly complement his dual pupils. Victory or defeat is not achieved through talking. Come at me regardless. Xianxia calmly responded. His eyes began to glisten from within, and his pupils transformed into a cauldron that bobbled up and down. A huge aura of Tao permeated from his entire body. As of this moment, I am perfect without any weaknesses. My good little brother, let me see just how powerful you are in other areas. Shuri's pupils erupted, and it was clear that he was brimming with confidence and strength. Hong! The two sides charged towards each other like enormous stars falling from the sky. Lights exploded with brilliance like raging flames, and soon after, they collided into each other. Shi activated a type of forbidden power. His eyes shone, and a terrifying divine force flowed from his eye sockets to envelop his body. Those symbols were incomparably terrifying. As for Shi, his entire body was changed until it seemed like a precious cauldron that could hold everything within. His mental state was stable, and he didn't show any sign of joy or worry. He had elevated his mind to a fantastical realm. At this moment, his mentality was similar to something recorded in the true primordial record. Without joy or worry, he utilized the most primitive and basic strength by constructing his own symbols. Divine light circulated about, forming cauldrons in his flesh and blood as well as imprinting cauldrons onto his entire skeleton. His heart was now calm and peaceful, and he was only thinking of evolving his entire body to reach the most powerful divine state. It was not the most complicated or mysterious divine technique, but rather the one that suited him the most. He was returning to his true self, changing the ordinary into the wondrous to ultimately surpass the extreme limits and release the most incomparable divine force. Hong! The strike shocked the world, making demons and gods cry. Winds blew fiercely, and the ground began to collapse. Frightening shrieks and cries sounded, shocking the world. These two strengths were too strong. It simply did not seem like the kind of strength that people of the spiritual transformation realm could utilize. They actually broke through the limits of this region and ascended into another realm. This triggered a terrifying reaction. The heaven and earth went into disarray, and the natural rules seemed to have been affected. Divine chains filled the empty sky one by one, as if a divine punishment was descending. "What is happening?" everyone cried in alarm. The battle between two supreme youths was truly startling. Their powers were too strong. A moment ago, it seemed like the world almost could not hold them and allowed them to break through the limits of the spiritual transformation realm. Rays of light exploded dramatically as mist filled the air. The two supreme youths' bodies violently trembled, and in the end, they both flew outwards. A trace of blood could be seen on the individual's lips as they revealed strange expressions. They both suffered an injury during this strike. They were unable to determine superiority or life and death. "My dear younger brother, it seems that you are still somewhat capable. Again, let me see just how much more you can take," Shi lightly said. Shi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Is this the so-called strength of dual pupils? This is the simplest of its powers. There are more. I can let you experience them slowly," Shi responded. He was no longer calm, since his opponent was able to resist the power of his dual pupils. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. These two strengths were too strong. This was still only the beginning, as the true battle was still ahead. Symbols appeared from within Shi's eyes as if an ancient scripture was opening. The chants of sutras unexpectedly echoed out, as if they were stepping from the past into the present, crossing time and space. Everyone was horrified, and all of their hearts shuddered. What kind of power was this? Dual pupils were too terrifying. Could he actually be the reincarnation of a deity who carried powers from the ancient past? At this moment, Shi's entire body became dimmer, completely opposite of his opponent. He drew in the final rays of light as he resonated with the heaven and earth. A plain and simple sound of Tao rang out as he stood there, revealing a restorative power. However, he faintly activated a hidden and incomparably terrifying power. Like a hibernating dragon, he could charge upwards at any moment to break through the 9 heavens. At this time, the heaven and earth were in complete disarray. Those divine chains had still not disappeared. That strike which broke the limits back then seemed to have produced some indescribable side effects. Just when the two were strengthening their power in order to use their greatest abilities, auspicious red clouds suddenly descended from the sky. Holy light surged forth, and a peaceful-looking yet imposing golden passage was displayed. Why did a passage appear? Heavens! What is this? Everyone was shocked as they gazed into the sky in disbelief. Auspicious multicolored lights descended from the sky and sweet springs gushed out of the ground. As a blue lotus blossomed from the void, it released an exotic and intoxicating fragrance that lingered in the air. Gorgeous colors decorated heaven and earth, giving the place a harmonious feeling. A golden passage descended, stretching all the way into the crowd. A majestic and tall figure walked down from within. The individual seemed like a true deity that was making its rounds through the heavens. The crowd was stupefied, and all of them felt their mouths going dry. What was going on? How could such an abnormality take place in the Void God realm? The fluctuation was so violent that it interrupted the battle. The figure stood on the golden passageway and overlooked everyone. It was as if a divine being was summoned into this world from the ancient era. The two of you have upset the balance of the Void God realm. Should the battle not cease, punishment will ensue. He was enveloped in a sacred glow, and his voice rumbled like thunder, loudly enough to sting people's eardrums. The crowd was struck dumb. From his words, they came to an astonishing conclusion that the figure was the embodiment of the Void God realm that guarded this place. Was he a deity? The question gave people goosebumps, but their blood immediately began to boil. The idea was so striking that they were almost howling with excitement. The Void God realm not only had its own independent will, but now it even materialized. Legend has it that this world was built with the spiritual power of deities worshipped by the ancient people. Some also argued that this world was established after the deities were created. It was full of mysteries. After all this time, how many people were able to see such a scene? Now that the embodiment of the Void God realm had materialized into a human form and spoke these words, it truly left everyone indescribably shaken. The golden road stretched all the way up into the heavens, from which an awe-inspiring aura that was magnificent yet frightening was being emanated. The figure, in particular, was as intimidating as a lofty mountain. His entire body was bright and resplendent as he stood there, giving off an unapproachable feeling. He opened his mouth again and said, "There are a few choices. The first option is for the two of you to leave, and the second is to continue fighting and consequently be banished by me." Those words had a shocking effect on the crowd. Both of them had broken through the limit, and if they continued fighting, the natural laws and divine chains of this world would be affected, resulting in unpredictable consequences. For both of the supreme youths, this interference was as much of an honor as it was trouble. For no matter what, their actions even forced the Void God realm to intervene with its will, an event that was simply too shocking. The crowd found it impossible to quiet themselves down. Throughout the years, who could make the Void God realm intervene like this? This left everyone speechless. This was a glorious achievement that was amazing enough to be recorded within the annals of history. Those who were present kept their mouths shut without speaking any nonsense. Had it not been for the deity-like figure overhead who emanated a suffocating pressure, they would have already erupted in excitement. Nonetheless, the crowd was somewhat disappointed as well, for the battle between the supreme youths was broken off. By the look of it, they would not be able to continue. Both Sure Hao and Sure Yi remained silent without uttering a single word in the arena. They were still in a confrontation and watched each other with cold eyes. You have a third option, which is to enter the sky battlefield. The majestic figure spoke while standing atop the golden path. His words caught everyone's attention. What type of place was that? Why hadn't anyone heard of it before? Many of them became suspicious. Only those from the archaic divine mountains were greatly shaken. Some mighty experts of the older generation found the name familiar, and after going it over in their heads, they realized what sort of place that was. The sky battlefield. An old horned dragon murmured to himself. He was a pure-blooded creature with a bright crimson body. As he coiled up his long body up in the clouds, he couldn't help but shudder at the name. That's the battlefield where sacred mighty experts dueled in ancient times. Right? Even the deities fought there. In the distance, some powerful pure-blooded creatures were whispering and discussing amongst themselves, revealing what kind of place that battlefield was. The crowd was immediately frightened. There was actually a secret place like this. The sky battlefield was a vast region located above the heavens. It was a sacred battlefield where battles of the highest levels took place in the past. Many people failed to hide their surprise. Although the two teenagers were known as supreme youths, that was only by comparing them with others of the same age. How could they possibly be considered equals to the sacred people of the ancient times? What was the supreme being of the void god realm thinking? He was thinking too highly of these two individuals. The sky battlefield is not merely a place for the great people of the ancient times to carry out their final battles. It was also an arena for creatures who had broken through their limits. However, it had not been used for that purpose for a very, very long time. The figure on the golden road replied with a rumbling voice that resonated in the vast sky. Those from great powers all felt embarrassed, and those from the archaic divine mountains were especially ashamed. In the ancient times, there were still unrivaled supreme experts that came from races like theirs to fight in such a place, but currently they had already almost forgotten its name. Apart from this, when wars from beyond this region break out, the sky battlefield is also where such confrontations take place, the figure majestically added. A deity-level arena? The crowd was surprised and shocked at first, but soon they recalled such a place. Such legends were not unheard of to them. For every few centuries, conflicts would break out and competition would take place between great regions. Peerless geniuses would confront each other within this place. It was said that those young geniuses were considered to be deities in the making. A place where they fought was definitely one at an incredible level, and it turns out that the sky battlefield was where it took place. The eyes of many burned with passion when the deity-level arena was mentioned, because the reward was too generous. As long as one could get in, they would immediately possess a type of qualification. In reality, these people knew very little about the sky battlefield. However, they still knew a bit about the deity-level arena. After hearing about all these legends, they were completely enticed and filled with passion and excitement. It was said that each time the world was thrown into chaos, there would inevitably be great regions in conflict with each other. There would be a great divine arena where not only a single region but rather many regions contended for supremacy. The wars in the deity-level arena was where true confrontations took place. This was a place where unparalleled geniuses engaged in battles against one another. These were the most splendid, blood-boiling, and intense battles. Peerless deities, extraordinary individuals, otherworldly beauties, and many others would ascend this stage. This was truly a dazzling battle between outstanding individuals. How could the crowd not be shocked? Based on what had happened so far, the wastelands were falling into chaos. One could deduce from here that the other lands might be experiencing similar disturbances. At that time, it was entirely possible for a great battle to take place. Once the lands collided, wars would inevitably break out in the deity-level arena. At that time, every region's attention truly would be drawn. Outstanding heroes and peerless beauties would rise, and the youths with powers reminiscent of ancient saints would appear as well. Just now, what did the embodiment of the void god realm imply by mentioning the sky battlefield? Would it be a preview for the deity-level arena that was going to open up? Everyone felt their heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. Hao and Shuri stood there while facing each other from afar, both of them expressionless. The only thing that moved were the lights within their pupils. They swirled about like stellar rivers and emitted a terrifying energy. Those that are not geniuses who cannot look down on their region cannot enter the sky battlefield, and all those that can enter will be rewarded, the figure on the golden path explained in an unhurried tone. The figure also revealed a piece of information that startled both Hao and Shuri. Their act of communicating through the recording stone tablet early on had naturally created a few records which were qualified for rewards. However, they had not received anything so far, and according to that individual, if they enter the sky battlefield, all of the rewards could accumulate, ultimately granting them a great gift. What I want to know is, who are you? Shuri asked in a calm voice. The question also took the crowd by surprise. They all held their breaths and waited eagerly for his answer. The tall figure on the golden road's voice was cold and emotionless as he introduced himself. I am the envoy of this region. The void god realm was also divided into various great regions corresponding to the real world. From his words, one could make the deduction that his authority was great. He seemed to be rather formidable. What authorities and duties do you possess? Shuri was as unflustered as he was in the past. He was not threatened by the opponent's identity in the least as he spoke again. I am the will of the void god realm and responsible for this place's protection. He replied truthfully. Apart from that, the envoy also gave out some other explanations, such as banishing Hao as an example, which shocked many people. In the distance, the devilish brat grimaced and shot a sidelong glance at the envoy. He showed no fear whatsoever, and there was even provocation in the look he gave the envoy. The next moment, Shi was communicating with this will secretly. What he inquired was whether or not he could continue to receive the mysterious reward that he was given years ago if he entered the sky battlefield. Shi had broken some terrifying records and got an incredibly mysterious and generous reward in return. The Rain clansmen had discussed this before privately and had assumed that it shouldn't be any bit inferior to the Bronze Divine Book. Should you defeat your opponent in the sky battlefield, then it can be done. This was the reply from the envoy. Almost at the same time, Hao was also making inquiries in secret, asking if he could obtain the Bronze Book by accumulating the reward. He had just broken a few records a while ago. If you manage to defeat your enemy in the sky battlefield, you'll receive a generous reward, replied the land envoy with an expressionless face. Hao rolled his eyes at the figure and said to himself, "You did not only banish me back then, you were also trying to take my rewards for yourself when I opened all my 10 heavenly passages. Truly insincere." The region envoy glared at him. Symbols flickered within his pupils as the energy of primal chaos filled the air, shocking everyone. He was a will of a world that was built by deities with their spiritual power, a figure mysterious beyond imagination. Many people wanted to know more about him, and Hao was of course one of them. They all stared at the individual for a long time. Finally, Hao asked, "When are we going into the sky battlefield?" He knew that all other questions would not get answers. As such, he might as well focus on the situation before his eyes. At the same time, Shuri also turned to look at the envoy with passionate eyes. There was an aggression and anticipation in his pupils that was never there before. It seemed that he longed for this place more than anything else, for he wanted to receive the mysterious reward again. 1 month later. "It has been sealed for too long," the region envoy replied. Hao and Shi exchanged a look. They both kept their composure as they confronted each other wordlessly. Meanwhile, the nearby creatures were momentarily silent. Following a wave of quiet muttering, this place erupted into noise. Despite the fact that the terrifying figure was overlooking them from the passageway, this place still continued to clamor. This was a great event that would inevitably shake the wastelands. Moreover, today's events would lead to a string of terrifying disturbances. Everyone was well aware of what that battlefield represented. As the golden path disappeared, the envoy also vanished. Peace returned to heaven and earth as various natural laws and divine chains faded into thin air. Shi looked forward. Soon after, he abruptly trampled on the ground and swept out towards the youngster in front of him with his leg. Hao reacted indifferently. As he moved, his entire body shone brilliantly as if he was a medium for the great Tao. Deep and immeasurable energy flowed out from him in a seemingly endless supply. They both had their strengths under control without breaking through the limits. They did not display their complete strength to prevent this place from falling unstable again. They were only testing each other out. This was not the decisive battle. The two turned into two streaks of light that intertwined. Their speeds were just too fast, and the intense battle seemed to never end, carrying on for the next hour. Eventually, the curtains fell. The two supreme youths both coughed out blood and staggered back in reverse. It was not a decisive battle, but it nevertheless still left everyone in shock. The fight just then had shaken the crowd to their core, knowing that had they participated in that battle, they would most likely have died immediately. The battle had finally concluded. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of the sky battlefield. A deity-level battle might unfold in the future. Fire Nation, ancestral grounds. The temperature was extremely high, and waves of heat battered down. This great desert seemed like it was going to erupt into flames. Although barren, it was not empty. These days, there were plenty of figures present. Experts frequently roamed about, and there was no lack of creatures from other regions. There were huge mountains on the edge of the desert, and on the other side were golden sand dunes. The terrain was rather complicated. Originally, this was a desolate place, but now it was bustling with people who came to participate and train themselves. Hao had returned after the battle concluded. After the battle ended, he retreated while coughing out blood. When his spirit returned to his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was rather pale. The battle had resulted in neither victory nor death, with neither party dying. Injuries in the Void God realm would impact the real body. Not only would there be an aftereffect, once one was injured there, it was as if the real body was injured too. He thoroughly understood how extraordinary Shi was now. He could even be considered terrifying. His title of being a reincarnated deity was not just for show. If they truly continued their battle using their great forbidden abilities to determine life or death, it would have been truly scary. Whether he won or lost, there would be a great price to pay. This was truly an otherworldly opponent. Truthfully speaking, this was the first real enemy that Shi had ever encountered. "You're injured." A large-eyed beauty and several youths showed concerned looks. Their faces revealed complicated emotions. Every one of them was gravely shaken after personally witnessing the battle. One could say that Shi's accomplishments in the Void God realm were absolutely exceptional, making him appear incredibly dazzling. He defeated ancient clans like the Rain Clan, invaded the demonic spirit lake, and killed pure-blooded creatures. Everything was just like the stories from legends. It was a place where this youth was absolutely unrivaled. He was like a spear that others simply could not block. Perhaps only that dual-pupiled individual could slightly hinder his footsteps. The dual pupils truly possessed the power to shake the world. After all these years, not only was everyone in Stone Country aware of its power, even the Fire Clan understood its might. This was a great enemy, one that was recognized as a great threat by the imperial family and noble lords. Yet now, there was a youth who had lost his supreme being bone, yet still shone just as brilliantly as the other naturally blessed supreme youth. Just how shocking of a reality was this? Hualinger handed a pellet of medicine over. Its sweet fragrance permeated the air as it sparkled in the palm of her hands like a precious pearl. Bizarre symbols flickered about its exterior. Shi did not hesitate and directly swallowed it. The bones within his body began to crack like the chants of dragons and the roars of tigers. Soon after, color quickly returned to his face. In reality, these injuries could hardly affect him. Even without any medicine, he could still recover quickly just by relying on his own constitution. This merely made the process a bit faster. Shi is truly a frightening individual. Do you have the confidence in defeating him a month later? Hualinger asked. He is formidable indeed. It has always been said that the dual pupils can open up the heaven and earth, so I want to see it for myself, Shi replied. What are you planning to do after this? Hualinger asked. Cultivate. Shi's expression was very serious and solemn. Up until now, the most important thing had been to quickly improve their strength. However, after experiencing this battle, both he and Shi were able to get a measure of each other's abilities. Now, they absolutely had to pour in all of their efforts. In reality, both of them were under great pressure. Shi had surmised that the other party was at a crucial point. From his chanting of sutras and taking strolls, Shi was most likely at the extreme limit of the engravement realm and aiming for absolute perfection. This was not very good news. His opponent had cultivated for several more years, so he would naturally have a sense of superiority after walking further down his path. Now, he wanted to take it one step further and obtain perfection. His spirit would become perfect as well, leaving behind no weaknesses. At that time, he would become even more confident. The outer world was currently bustling. Whether it was Stone Country or Fire Nation, they were all swept up by these news. The ancient countries of the wasteland had all obtained the results of the battle in the Void God realm, and discussions were breaking out everywhere. Even the archaic divine mountains found it difficult to calm down, and there were even some mature, pure-blooded creatures discussing the rise of these two supreme youths. These two possessed the power to look down on all races, and the battle between them was being referred to as the Battle of Supreme Youths. No matter who was looking at this, every great power felt a bit of pressure, especially those from the archaic divine mountains and other restricted lands. This type of glory had originally belonged to them. Every single area was greatly affected and they wouldn't become peaceful again for quite a while. Every single sect was discussing this topic as the effects of this matter were incredibly great. Even experts from outside this region became a bit apprehensive, such as the Heaven-Mending sect and the Sky-Severing sect. Those that had entered the wasteland region were all paying close attention to this event. This was true especially for the heaven-mending sect. There were a few experts who had actively tried to search out Shi and Shi Hao. They believed that these two were closely affiliated with their sect, and as a result, they wanted to converse with the two. In fact, Heaven-Mending Sect, Sky-Severing Sect, and Western Paradise Sect were all terrifyingly great powers that far surpassed other sections. If even these sects were paying close attention and thinking of taking action, then a great storm would inevitably break out. However, they did not act. They only allowed those who entered this region to deal with this situation secretly. The outside world was in a state of unrest, and even several great countries were greatly disturbed. Meanwhile, the two most important individuals in this event were completely quiet. After that event, they no longer revealed themselves, temporarily vanishing from this world. Although their figures could not be seen, their names continued to spread. Everyone had a feeling that these two stars would slowly rise, and in the future it was possible that they would shake up the wasteland region. Shi disappeared from the martial imperial manor. He walked along great mountains and rivers alone, gazing into the descent of great waterfalls and watching the setting sun dye half the horizon red in a relaxed manner. This was also a method of cultivation. He was alone, immersed in his thoughts and gaining extraordinary insights. He had long reached a certain threshold in his cultivation, so all he currently needed to do was sharpen his mind. He would cultivate earnestly from time to time. However, training in isolation was not necessarily always the fastest way to improve. Once the Tao and heavenly law were touched upon, everything became much more complicated. Comprehending the Tao by traveling through the great wastelands would sometimes yield even better results. While Shi was on his trip, within the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds, one of Hua Linger's old servants also brought up this question. After analyzing Shi's current situation, what he spoke about was shockingly similar. He had already reached such a level. Truly is terrifying. Currently, by tempering his heart and mind, he is accumulating experience. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The old servant was originally a great expert that possessed shocking status, yet he was willing to become a servant to protect Hualinger. He continued, chanting sutras and taking long walks are all steps to comprehend the Tao. Are you not worried? Will you still continue to cultivate normally after seeing this? Shi Hao simply laughed without showing any signs of being disturbed. In a very natural voice, he said, no matter what method is used, he is still cultivating. The Tao can be comprehended by roaming the world, or enlightenment can be gained at a moment of life and death. They have nothing in common with each other, but their end goal is the same. The fact that he seems extraordinary and walks a brilliant path does not mean that I necessarily need to change anything. The old servant was startled. This youth's indifference and comprehension explained quite a bit. The young man already knew clearly exactly what it was that he had to do. He did not rush nor did he move too slowly as he proceeded at his own pace. This was, perhaps, the best response. That's right. Perhaps by chanting sutras and taking strolls, he is merely putting on a transcendent appearance just to pressure you, Hualinger said. Shi Hao did not say anything. There was no point in investing more thought into matters like these. It was already enough to do the best that he could. In the following days, Shi Hao lived up to his words. He was not impatient and he did not worry. He followed his own rhythm and did what he had to do to persistently advance forward towards his goal. The girl with large eyes and a few others were trying to help Shi Hao find a path. They discovered a place where there were enormous magma lakes. There were powerful beasts there, making things easier for him. He currently needed divine substances to quickly break through. Within a few days, Shi Hao caught a few hundred young fish yet again. Their golden fluid glistened, and after being refined, they shone within the heaven-transforming bowl. He tipped up his head and drank it down to refine his body and assist in the comprehension of the Tao. It was almost as if he had forgotten the big battle that was in a month. He neither trained nor thought about it as he continued the way he did before to increase his strength. This sky battlefield will be in the skies of the spiritual transformation region. You should take some time to think about how you are going to deal with him. Hualinger could not help but remind him. All the regions are connected. Engraving realms comprehension is similar to any other realms. Shi Hao answered. Since the past few days, his improvement had been incredibly fast, reaching the intermediate stage of the engraving realm long ago. His comprehension became increasingly deep, allowing him to undertake different experiments. Hao went into seclusion once again. After closing his eyes, he inspected his flesh and bones before starting to engrave patterns. However, he did not do it the same way he did it in the past. This time, his expression was incredibly serious and focused. Within his body, the divine lights began to flow like water. One moment, they formed heavenly blades, next divine furnaces, and then they formed cauldrons. The divine lights were undergoing endless transformations. Each form gave birth to completely different results. When the divine lights turned into heavenly swords, his aura became oppressive and incredibly threatening. However, when they formed divine furnaces, divine power was igniting like raging flames. The potential within his entire body was completely released like a never-ending stream. They then turned into a cauldron. Eventually, all of the divine light was recollected. He began to meditate, and after concentrating all of his attention, he began to form a creature. A symbol appeared between his eyebrows. It was his mind evolving as it continuously flickered and shone like the sun. Finally, a dim golden luster appeared. It shed from a sphere of light, and out came a Kuan Peng. This was not created from his endless symbols, but refined from strands of divine light. Quickly afterwards, Hao began to construct a second Kuan Peng. His thoughts refined a cauldron, a clock, and a pagoda, transforming all the divine light within his body as he wished into one Kuan Peng after another. However, this was too difficult. The Kuan Peng was one of archaic vicious 10, one whose abilities were rumored to be unrivaled and divine. However, Hao had not completely comprehended them. In reality, even if the deities themselves were in his place, it would still be impossible for them to instantly discern its secrets. This was something that required time to refine and experience. There was even less of a need to talk about how detailed such a precious technique was, and he was using the most fundamental divine light to bring about a broad-scale construction. If this were to succeed, a single strand of divine light would equate to a Kuan Peng. At that time, what flowed through Hao would not be the most fundamental symbols, but rather small Kuan Pengs. If the endless Kuan Pengs were used to utilize the Kuan Peng's precious technique, then this would be simply unimaginable. The accumulation of such power would inevitably trigger great fundamental changes. When such an explosive power was released, the sun and moon would lose radiance, making ghosts cry and deities howl. Even with all of Hao's effort, this was still incredibly tough to accomplish. When the Kuan Peng's precious technique formed a symbol, it became incredibly complex. It was deeper and more profound than the boundless stars in the sky. This one symbol contained too much. It was the result of combining endless transformations. Hao frowned. This road was simply too difficult. He could only figure out a rough direction and engrave a simple and crude Kuan Peng into his body. At this exact moment, a silhouette appeared over the horizon. It drew closer step after step, and it seemed as if the world itself was trembling in acknowledgement. This gave everyone a bizarre and terrifying feeling. How come someone like this suddenly appeared? Hao widened his eyes and observed with suspicion. Father Emperor! On the horizon, Huolinger ran over and called out. This older brother truly is a heaven-warping martial hero. When Hao got up, these were the words he spoke, frightening Huolinger until she almost fell from the precious artifact in midair. She bit her lips and her eyebrows stood straight. Her beautiful large eyes were wide open. She truly wanted to give this devilish brat a good beating. The tall individual that arrived was wrapped within a sphere of light. His movements resembled a dragon or tiger, making him appear extremely extraordinary. With every step he took, the ancestral ground would rumble, as if the great Tao was resonating with his footsteps. The aura this person emitted was astonishing. Every step took him several hundred zhang as he arrived from the horizon limits. He truly was treating this great land like a small field. Do you know how to speak properly? If not, then don't say anything. Huolinger berated. Hao revealed a forced smile. He naturally knew who had arrived. Since Hualinger even spoke, how could he not figure it out? The Fire Emperor possessed an incomparably overbearing aura. Every single time his foot was lowered, it would seem as if the entire world would pulse. This was not an ordinary type of unity with the heavens, and instead an unique state possessed by a true ruler of this world. Shao's face carried a smile. He glanced over at the Emperor-level figure and then glanced at Hualinger, who was gasping for breath as she stirred her precious artifact to keep up. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the Flame Emperor." He opened his mouth again. Hualinger, who was grinding her teeth in fury, shot him a few looks. These words were finally somewhat passable. If he continued to call out like before, then she definitely would have gone down and fought it out with him. "What did you say just now?" The Fire Emperor calmly spoke. This was a dry and silent land. It was desolate without a single blade of grass growing, and only a large lake of magma could be seen nearby. The temperature was extremely high. No other figures could be seen in this region. Xiao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. The Fire Emperor's bearing was extraordinary. He didn't say anything else. A figure like him was accustomed to dealing with great matters, so he wouldn't be disturbed in the slightest even when facing creatures from the archaic divine mountains. Just now, he merely thought that what the youth said was somewhat interesting. This wasn't the Fire Emperor's true body, but rather one of his spiritual forms. In other words, this was one of the Fire Emperor's spiritual bodies. His descent into the ancestral ground was naturally unhindered. In reality, even Xiao was feeling a bit restless. After all, this was Fire Nation's ancestral ground, so as an outsider, it was rather inappropriate for him to be here. Since Hualinger allowed you to enter, then there is no need to say anything else. The Fire Emperor seemed to see through his thoughts as he spoke. "I wonder if the Fire Emperor can offer any guidance?" Xiao asked with a modest tone. How could a great figure like this appear without any reason? He definitely came with a goal. Generally speaking, his impression of the Fire Emperor was still rather good. 2 years ago, when he was opening the 10 heavenly passages within the Void God realm, he was on the border between life and death. At that time, he had suffered the ambush of many sects, and only the Fire Nation sent troops to help him. "I heard that you are rather gifted in cultivation, so I came to take a look." Xiao seemed to have thought of something and looked at Hualinger. "I saw that you were bitterly training without any result. Since my father, the Emperor, had a spiritual body in the ancestral land, I requested for him to come here. If there is anything you do not understand, then you can consult him." When Xiao heard what was said, he raised his head. This was truly not a small amount of kindness. To invite the human emperor himself to help him dispel his doubts was truly quite an honor. It was likely that only Hualinger could do something like this. Frankly, Hualinger wasn't optimistic about his fight against Shi. The other party had dual pupils and his natural talents were astonishing. Moreover, he even had Xiao's supreme being bone, so he was simply unrivaled under the heavens. Last time, the battle seemed to have ended in a draw, but it was worth noting that Shi hadn't even revealed his most powerful abilities yet. As a result, when she saw the Fire Emperor, she asked for his assistance to see if he could open up a path. "Many thanks." Xiao seriously offered his gratitude. His thanks were offered to both the father and daughter and not towards a single person. The Fire Emperor was in unity with the heaven and earth. It was as if his presence wasn't even there. But when they looked at him, they felt a tremendous pressure. It truly made others feel a sense of reverence. "Why don't you leave first?" He allowed Hualinger to leave, and he himself sat on top of a piece of limestone. Immediately, this entire barren land was covered in mist, as if the energy of primal chaos was diffusing. The great Tao could greatly be felt here. Hualinger left, and only 2 individuals remained. "This world is going to fall into chaos. I hope that you can one day possess the strength to assist Hualinger should the situation arise." These words were calmly spoken from the Fire Emperor's mouth, making Xiao's mind greatly tremble. The Fire Emperor can look down on the wasteland region. With you here, who dares to harm the princess? Who can foretell the future? Many great characters will fall, and so nothing is impossible. When the Fire Emperor spoke, he did not make any promises. He merely spoke this sentence to entrust this task to Shi Hao. "All right, I will do what I can." Shi Hao did not make any promises and only replied in an extremely serious tone. "If there are any areas of cultivation that you are not clear on, you can ask me," said the Fire Emperor. His body was one with the world as he sat within the indistinct haze. Mist swirled all about, suffused with the aura of the great Tao. If any normal person was here, they definitely would have felt as if their souls were trembling. They simply could not endure this kind of pressure. However, Shi Hao nevertheless resisted it. With his 10 heavenly passages opened, the entire place became peaceful. This was the simplest form of a test. If the aura that the Fire Emperor naturally exuded couldn't even be endured, then there was no reason for him to stay here and lecture. The Fire Emperor possessed the qualifications. As the Fire Nation's emperor, he inherited the legacy and had been at the heart of this country for so many years. The resources of the entire country were at his disposal. Like a guardian spirit, he was able to enjoy even the baptism of divine fire. His accomplishments and reputation had long been splendid and glorious. Shi Hao did not act excessively courteous and earnestly asked for advice. He spoke about all of the matters that he was confused about, and the Fire Emperor replied sincerely. In reality, not even those imperial princes had the honor of receiving the teachings of the Fire Emperor like this. They each followed their own masters in cultivation, so Shi Hao could be considered to have received a great opportunity today. Later on, Shi Hao spoke about the divine light to form the cauldron, bells, and Kuan-Pang and seriously asked for advice. It was because when forming Kuan-Pangs, it became incomparably difficult. He couldn't cover his body densely like he did with weapons and could only vaguely form them. When the Fire Emperor heard what he said, his gaze immediately rose dramatically. It was evident that the Emperor was greatly stirred. "You have already reached such a level? While in the spiritual transformation realm, I was able to put these into practice and use this to break through the cultivation realm. Currently, I am hindered when trying to form Kuan-Pangs," Shi Hao replied. When the Fire Emperor looked at him, his gaze became somewhat strange. His thoughts seemed to be rather complicated. But in the end, he nodded and said, "You are truly not bad. Why do you speak as such?" Shi Hao modestly asked. During many people's cultivation paths, even if they have long become noble kings, they still would not touch this problem in their lives. It is simply because they do not have the qualifications. The Fire Emperor spoke, and afterwards he dispelled his doubts. This question of Shi Hao's was rather difficult. He had made contact with such a thing while still in the spiritual transformation realm and even obtained some results alone. This was truly shocking. Strictly speaking, this type of problem would only form in the engravement realm, but it was specific to each individual's experiences. It was something that they would face at the crucial point of their cultivation path after countless years. As for the pursuit of its solution, it was something that accompanied one all the way until they became a supreme expert and even into higher cultivation realms. Upon becoming a deity, your problem might be resolved. At that time, you will see a fundamental change that will lead to an astonishing heavenly might. When Shi Hao heard what was said, he couldn't help but become speechless. He had originally thought that this was his own impressive achievement and something that only he could comprehend. Since the Fire Emperor was coming here to offer his teachings, the devilish brat wanted to grant the other party some enlightenment and benefits as well. However, he never expected that the Emperor would have already known about this, and that this was something that outstanding individuals would all eventually face. Shi Hao merely experienced it prematurely since he used this method to break through the spiritual transformation realm. It turned out that this was a great problem that would puzzle him until he became a deity, and not something that could be solved in his current cultivation realm. Even the brilliant individuals from ancient times would only come into contact with this problem after reaching the perfection of the engravement realm. Shi Hao's current situation left the Fire Emperor speechless and greatly shaken. The Fire Emperor sat there for half a day. Eventually, he left. Shi Hao lowered his head and sank into deep contemplation. Today, his benefits weren't small. At the very least, his path became much brighter. It would be enough as long as he steadily advanced forward. Based on what the Fire Emperor said, if he was able to convert the divine light into countless primordial symbols as complex as the swan and eye, black tortoise and Kuan-Pang, then he would have already arrived at the gate of the divine. Then I will just begin engraving symbols while comprehending the profound mysteries of the Kuan Peng precious technique at the same time. Sure Hao muttered to himself before starting his cultivation. The Fire Emperor did not come here empty-handed, granting Sure Hao a divine manner. It emerged after the ground fissured within the magma. Sure Hao entered and began to focus on cultivation. As for this favor, he was greatly thankful inwardly, engraving into his memory the Fire Emperor's kindness. What he needed the most right now was time. It was clear that this divine manner was quite different from the ancient palace that appeared normally within the ancestral ground. It was flowing with a faint golden radiance. Why do I feel like cultivating here for a day is comparable to that of 10 or even 100 days outside? Because of this, he relaxed and focused on his studies. He was not scared of squandering time and began to comprehend the Tao and natural laws without worry. Upon letting go, one's potential would become much greater. Sure Hao's mind became clear without the slightest distraction. He wholeheartedly poured himself into cultivation. Refining the divine lights and engraving the symbols were also a part of his analysis of the Kuan Peng's primordial symbols. He earnestly studied this world-changing divine ability. Catching the young fish and using the spiritual divinity to promote his cultivation realm was important, but comprehending the unrivaled precious technique in his hands was even more crucial. As a result, he fully set aside his worries within this manner where he did not have to worry about time. He began to bitterly study in seclusion. Eventually, he even brought out a praying mat, which was an item he obtained from the Kuan Peng's nest. It was formed from elder wood and was an incredibly rare treasure. As he sat on top of it, his entire presence seemed to have faded. Finally, the faintly golden ancient palace released a grand and majestic sound of sutras being chanted. It could allow one to easily sink into the mindset of Tao comprehension. Meanwhile, the praying mat was also as such, releasing boundless sounds of ancient scriptures, making the results even more terrifying. The world itself seemed to have changed vaguely. It was as if this place had returned to the archaic era. A large black-colored fish leapt from the deep sea, causing the ocean waves to reach into the stellar skies and cleanse the heavens. Dark light blossomed from its entire body. Symbols appeared everywhere with seemingly no space in between. It began to stir the force of the moon, greatly shaking the heavens. Soon after, golden multicolored light swirled about. The great sea vanished and an enormous bird angrily took into the skies. It rushed into the boundless universe, and as its golden wings moved, great stars would be shattered, putting the great void in great turmoil. It condensed the power of the sun, obtaining a ferocious power that could not be stopped. The starry sky seemed like it couldn't contain its true form. On top of the praying mat, Sure Hao sat with his legs crossed. He seemed to be moving up and down within the archaic world. At times, he would raise waters 30,000 li into the air, and other times, he would soar into the 9 heavens. He was comprehending the Kuan Peng's technique and personally experiencing this great Tao. It was as if he was living through the life of the Kuan Peng himself. It was a rather wondrous type of feeling. In the end, the black-colored great fish and the enormous bird merged into one. The sun and moon mixed together to form the true Kuan Peng. It was a fish, but a bird at the same time as it underwent constant changes. With a hong sound, Sure Hao erupted with a wave of terrifying energy. The entire palace resonated in response, and in the end, the faintly golden ancient palace cracked before exploding. Success! I've thoroughly comprehended the Kuan Peng's precious technique. Sure Hao opened his eyes. Excitement, joy, and even more so a sense of satisfaction could be seen on his face. He was unexpectedly able to thoroughly comprehend the technique today. Below the magma, the pale golden ancient hall was falling apart. Huge boulders collapsed one after another, and large pieces of debris plummeted, turning the place into ruins. Sure Hao soared up rapidly. He had mastered the Kuan Peng's precious technique. Sure Hao was excited and filled with joy. This divine ability was extremely complicated and profound, taking him quite a long time to comprehend it. It was something he found incredibly difficult to cultivate, and never would he have thought that he would be able to completely master it today. He could sense a destructive power just by circulating its power a bit. The precious technique of one of the archaic vicious 10 had been successfully brought back to this world. As Xianxia tried it out, a tremendous power rapidly swept across the withered land. Stretches of scarlet-red magma erupted in tidal waves and white smoke rose in succession. Even the land itself was even cracking apart. His body was shaking violently, causing him to stop performing the precious technique in haste. This was not only because of its frighteningly destructive power, but also because the precious technique was using up too much energy and exhausting his body. It seems I need to hurry and improve my cultivation realm. The higher my cultivation level is, the better I will be in exerting the power of precious techniques. Otherwise, the power of one of the divine abilities of the archaic Vicious 10 would be severely constrained. It would become his deadliest weapon, a power he believed would allow him to roam this world freely in the future. As long as his cultivation was deep enough, he would be fearless of anyone no matter where he went. Having mastered the technique, Xianxia felt that it was time to promote his cultivation realm again. Only by doing that could he achieve an overall improvement in all aspects. Fortunately, by cultivating in that pale golden hall, he was able to lose much less time. The opportunity was a godsend, for it would have taken him several months to accomplish what he had without it. Is this it? Xianxia walked the magma land as he murmured to himself, feeling as if everything felt somehow unreal. After thinking about it in his head, he felt that the praying mat must have played an important role in his success. His forehead flickered with light, and a symbol with primitive simplicity emerged that was filled with the aura of heavenly Tao. It demonstrated that he had mastered the Kuan Peng's precious technique and fully understood the real meaning of this primordial symbol. I have to earnestly cultivate and improve my strength. Somewhere deeper in the ancestral grounds, flames were springing up within an expanse of hills. The temperature was even higher here, almost melting down the ground itself. Mighty creatures had occupied this area. With a cautious sound, a white pangolin smashed open a giant rock and seized a crimson stone from within. It then swallowed the crimson stone at once. Not far from it, there were a few mighty experts that emerged, their eyes burning with eagerness. They charged forward, moving into action almost simultaneously. Having summoned their respective weapons, they struck at that white pangolin. Chong sparks flew off in all directions as the pangolin shone brightly. Its skin was tougher than iron and stones. Rows upon rows of symbols lined its white scales, knocking away all the weapons. Pooh, meanwhile, it opened its mouth and spat out a streak of white light, pierced through two people and killed them on the spot. It's so powerful. Many people went pale with fear. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. It had just devoured divine substance. Its movements will only become increasingly sluggish, so we need to use this opportunity to kill it. There was someone who tried to boost the team's morale. With the mention of the divine substance, the crowd felt their eyes burning with desire again, since it was extremely rare and precious. A divine substance as big as the one the pangolin swallowed was even harder to come by. Generally speaking, divine substances were contained in magma, soil, or rocks, which were then consumed by creatures living in this area. By accumulating the divine substances in their bodies over many years, these creatures were able to reach an advanced cultivation level. The divine substance it swallowed was quite large. If it was refined, then a fortune could be made by selling it. A treasured artifact swept across the sky. However, the pangolin jumped up and immediately smashed it into pieces, making the party's faces go pale. His gaze even revealed ridicule. Show! In the split second that followed, the pangolin's movement exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned into a streak of white lightning, unleashing slaughter. Its speed was absolutely ridiculous as it moved in midair. Pu. The pangolin was not even a big one, stretching only a bit more than a meter in length. One could even describe it as rather small. Once it turned into the white light, the remaining people were also impaled. Not a single individual survived its attack, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. Splatter! After everything quieted down, the pangolin spat out the strange redstone. It didn't actually swallow the stone earlier. The previous act was only bait, and only now did it hold the stone between its paws, choosing to refine it instead of consuming it. That thing was pretty cunning. In the distance, the young lady with large eyes whispered, She and several teenage boys were accompanying Xianxia in search of savage beasts in this fiery domain to use as bait for catching the young fish. So that's the white armored king. It is indeed a savage animal, Xianxia nodded. According to legends, this creature was incredibly evil and aggressive. Wherever it went, it would completely wipe out all living creatures without leaving a single one alive. Despite its small physique, its fighting prowess was extremely great. Although they were known as white armored kings, this one could not be considered a king yet. Its cultivation time was only long enough to take it to the late stage of the engravement realm. Of course, to people like the teenage girl with large eyes and her companions, this creature was definitely a huge threat. Had they ran into it on their own, there was no way they could make it out alive. Xianxia was not afraid of it at all. He stepped forward alone, making no attempt to hide his whereabouts. This attracted the savage beast's attention immediately. It gave Xianxia a malicious look as wisps of divine light surfaced from its eyes. Sensing the approaching threat, it hunched down. Following that, it rushed towards Xianxia rapidly like a white-staffed spear with a chi sound. Dang Xianxia remained where he was and smacked down with his palm, smashing the pangolin to the ground. The scaled skin cracked apart, and blood oozed out. The pangolin was now rolling around on the ground in great agony. All of a sudden, light radiated from its entire body, spreading out like ripples. They turned out to be waves upon waves of radiating blades, and they were hacking towards Xianxia murderously. A ring of halo emerged, covering Xianxia from head to toe. Although he was only in the middle stage of the engravement realm, making his cultivation level inferior to the pangolin, his fighting prowess exceeded that of the pangolins. The rippling halo was like a protective divine ring that could block anything. All the blades of light were shattered and pushed outwards. Pong the pangolin shook violently, and numerous scales were shed from its body. With the sound of broken bones, it was blasted outwards. Behind them, the big-eyed girl and her companions cried out in surprise. A white-armored king as powerful as this one did not even have a chance to strike back before it was severely injured. Ho! The pangolin roared and went completely mad. Its body ignited into flames as symbols surfaced one after another. A wave of malicious energy was emitted from its body, indicating that it was now going to fight to the death. Following a honk sound, symbols began to spread out with astonishing divine might. The white-armored king brought with it with boundless fluctuations, turning itself into an incomparably sharp white blade. Xianxia took a step forward at its direction with a strange power emanating from his entire body. Golden symbols flickered, faintly revealing a screeching divine bird. Activating part of the Kuan Peng power in him, Xianxia struck out with his palm. It shattered the white-armored king's precious technique before striking down on its body. The pangolin screeched loudly as its bones continuously released cracking sounds. Finally, it fell down motionless on the ground. All symbols disappeared with its defeat. What kind of power was that? The big-eyed girl and the others were utterly shocked. With a flash of the golden symbols, all of the pangolin's bones were shattered. The effect was too overbearing. Xianxia lifted it up by its tail. He had obtained another important prey. He now had several powerful creatures in his heaven and earth pouch, such as the crimson mastiff and the dark rhino. All of these were essential prey. The scripture he obtained had explained how to catch the young fish. By following its instructions, one could create an incredibly effective bait by cooking and refining multiple powerful creatures together. It would work much better than catching a few powerful creatures separately and collecting their bone marrow. Xianxia went through all kinds of hardships in the past 2 days and finally managed to capture a few. By now, he had more or less gathered the creatures he needed. They arrived at a great valley and discovered a flame bear after some searching. Despite its incessant flames and vicious might, the bear was still ultimately killed. They came to a mountainous region a day later and detected the smell of blood from far away. Body remains were scattered along the road, all of them belonging to human beings. It was clear that this place was the territory of a powerful creature, and all those who trespassed here were killed. A streak of light suddenly darted out of the mountains, cutting 2 mighty experts in half at their waists. The 2 shrieked miserably before dropping dead. What was that? Could such a creature really exist? The teenage boys accompanying Xianxia were all astonished. They had asked around and paid a lot of money for this piece of information. They were told that a terrifying creature known as a silver-winged mantis was residing here. Xianxia told the rest of the team to stay where they were before marching forward alone. Just as he arrived at the bottom of a low hill, an incomparably sharp and dazzling light sliced over. Dang, he raised his hand to fend off the blade. Upon turning his head, he discovered a creature on the rocky mountain. It was silver-white in color with a body that was shiny and full of luster. At this moment, it was giving off a ferocious aura. It was a mantis at least 5 zhang in length. Its body was translucent and sparkling with a splendid silver light. A frightening aura was being released from its body. Its forelimbs looked like a pair of great knives, snow-white and terrifying. Numerous symbols covered the forelimbs, indicating that they had been transformed into the silver-winged mantis' precious artifacts. Those silver wings were bright and clear. A metallic colliding sound was made as they knocked against each other. Once I defeat this mantis, I'll be able to lure out a lot of young fish. Xianxia spoke to himself as he stared at that savage creature. He instinctively knew that this was not a creature to be trifled with. Although he was still 2 to 3 prey short, Xianxia didn't think that those would be found easily. As long as he could catch this mantis, it would be enough for his purpose. Chi! A shiny silver blade swept across the air. It was enormous and seemed unstoppable. Xianxia moved swiftly, abruptly lifting up a gigantic boulder weighing hundreds of thousands of jin in weight, before chucking it at that long silver blade. The silver knife sliced the boulder in half with a single sweep. Its sharpness was unparalleled, with seemingly nothing that could withstand that blade. Xianxia was surprised. A black fish emerged from his palm and fingers, revolving with a lunar force. It brought with it surging black tidal waves as it struck into the heavens, trapping those blades. With its blade being frozen, the silver-winged mantis flew over to Xianxia itself. It released numerous symbols, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The creature was indeed incredibly furious. Xianxia attacked continuously and fought fiercely against it without activating the Kunpeng's divine ability. This silver-winged mantis had an extremely high cultivation level and was quite terrifying. In the end, Xianxia managed to suppress and kill it. He captured this bizarre creature. The magnificent magma lake was so vast that it almost seemed to stretch to infinity. The crimson color was boundless. As waves of heat roiled about, even the sky seemed to turn red. This is the place. Apart from that unique forbidden land in the deepest corner of the ancestral grounds, this magma lake is the largest. The big-eyed girl and her companions led Xianxia to this location. It was much more convenient to have someone familiar with the ancestral grounds lead the way. Of course, these people made their way here after following their predecessors, and so they knew much more than Xianxia about this place. Xianxia was very cautious. He flew high up into the sky and sprinkled down a small amount of bait. He dared not throw it in all at once, fearing that he might waste it. Leading the rest of the team, he then fell back and hid by the shore while keeping a close eye on the lake. Before long, the lake's surface rippled and a dazzling golden light gleamed in the distance, giving the entire lake a resplendent look. There are too many of them. Those teenage boys were dumbfounded. Schools of golden young fish swarmed towards the lake in dense numbers. The scene was somewhat frightening. Xianxia watched the fish with utter joy. If he could catch them all, how much divine liquid could he refine out of them? It might be enough for him to break into the late stage of the engravement realm. Specks of golden light covered the lake of magma. Young fish swarmed over, creating a scene that was rather frightening. Xianxia had never seen so many of them packed together. There had to be at least 1,000 there. In the past, it was already considered a success if he could get more than 100. A number like that seemed like a joke compared to this sight. There are just too many. Could it be that all of the young fish were hiding within this great lake? One of the youngsters cried out in astonishment. They came quickly and left quickly as well, because the amount of bait here really wasn't enough for all of them. The very first batch had already eaten everything. With a flash of golden light, they disappeared into the base of the lake. The sight of more than 1,000 divine fish left them tongue-tied for words. Just how much divine liquid would they be able to produce? We've struck it rich this time. Even the other youngsters were boiling with excitement. After calming his mind, Xianxia waited a period of time to avoid alarming the creatures within the lake. Then, He made some arrangements around the lake to carve down some essential symbols first. He gave the others a few precious artifacts and had them help him out. When the time came, they would intercept the fish together. After all, there were just too many young fish, and a single person definitely wouldn't be able to catch them all. Moreover, with the school of fish being so large, there was most likely a young fish king that delved profoundly into its Tao. Once caught, it might fiercely resist, sparking a great battle. Finally, he decided that his arrangements were satisfactory. He approached the Great Lake and began to scatter the bait over a large surface area. Sparkling specks descended while flickering with light. Xianxia didn't dare stay there for too long. He quickly retreated and hid himself, waiting for the large number of fish to rise to the surface. Sure enough, after a short period of time, specks of golden multicolored light could be seen, changing the previously scarlet color of the magma. The school of fish appeared and devoured the sparkling bait in large mouthfuls, creating an extremely unusual sight. The young fish were all extraordinary creatures and had long ago embarked upon their own Tao paths. After gathering together like this, the water surface was overflowing with auspicious multicolored light. Lightning curled about, and great magical powers began to stir about chaotically. Numerous dark clouds formed, resulting in a downpour of magma rain. Abnormal events began to take place here, and thick streaks of lightning hacked down. There were half-meter-long large fish that even soared high into the sky, spitting out multicolored light within the dark clouds. It was truly a rarely seen sight that left everyone stumped for words. Xianxia knew that he couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, some people gazed over from the Great Lake's vicinity and revealed shocked expressions. "What is that? Let's go and take a look." Those are a type of divine fish. I think I've heard of them before. They actually appeared, and in such large quantities. The group was headed by a young individual with 5 jade horns on his head. His gaze was fiery, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Seal up this place and don't let any information leak out. We are going to seize everything." Everyone immediately understood. They were going to lock down both the fish and the people within. "Young master, it seems like there are people coming from the other side. The lake is too large for us to seal off." One of them reminded the leader and revealed a nervous expression. Sure enough, numerous figures began to appear. Another group of creatures had arrived from a different direction with more numbers than their people. This group had humanoid bodies, but all of them had 4 eyes. It was clear that they were from a powerful clan beyond this region, and at this moment they had also arrived at the lakeside. The individuals leading that group were stirred up greatly as they focused their eyes on the Great Lake's golden light. "Woo, it truly is young fish, moreover so many. If we are able to catch them all, then I would definitely be able to reach a terrifying cultivation realm." A young man in the lead became excited. His 4 eyes flickered with light and a fervent passion could be seen within his pupils. In reality, there weren't only 2 powers. Eventually, a third group of people hurried over while staring at the Great Lake. Their expressions weren't good, and it was clear that they wanted to immediately take everything for themselves. At this crucial juncture, Xianxia had already taken action, or else it would have been too late. His entire body lit up, surrounding this place in blazing light as if he was a deity of lightning. The heaven-mending bowl was sent into the magma to begin catching the fish. The third group of individuals didn't utter a single greeting. They all rushed forward to steal the young fish. "Who are you all? These are the young fish that we lured in. You guys can't steal it from us." The young lady with large eyes was furious. "You have to understand that for the sake of gathering this bait." They had worked tirelessly for several days and fought against the most vicious types of creatures. This was bait that they had obtained with great difficulty. They had just lured in the fish, yet in the end, these people came to steal the fruit of their efforts. There is even a beauty." One of them laughed in disdain. "Less nonsense, hurry up and catch the young fish. Don't let them escape. These are all priceless treasures." Someone shouted, "Stop staring like idiots. Hurry up and catch these fish together." There was even someone who threatened the young girl with large eyes and her group of people. This entire place was in chaos. 3 parties rushed over with greed in their eyes. They all began to frantically steal the yangfish. Xianxia had previously carved a few formation patterns, but the main purpose was to assist the youngsters with him in catching fish. It was difficult for the formation to block these individuals. The three powers pressed forward. Not only did they steal the young fish, there were even some who attacked Xiao's group of youngsters. The situation was desperate. Xiao sighed and transmitted sound for them to back up and not interfere. He himself continued to capture the fish regardless of everything that was happening. Don't chase after them anymore. Hurry up and capture these young fish first. Even losing a single fish is a great loss. Right, what is before us is more important. The heavens are truly helping us out. This is the greatest gift. These individuals laughed loudly. The three powers no longer pursued the girl with large eyes and her group. Xiao remained indifferent. After thinking about it, he did not take action. He occupied a region before bringing out the heaven-transforming bowl to hurriedly take action. Young fish were trapped and collected one after another. He actually has some skill. Those there revealed expressions of shock as they looked at him. Hong! Suddenly, golden light erupted from the great lake. Several fish roughly half a meter in length revolted, creating over 10 great waves. Magma surged and numerous symbols followed. There were immediately people who cried out miserably. After getting swept up within, their flesh and blood were completely wiped clean, leaving only dried bones. At the same time, the lightning in the sky became even more berserk. The dark clouds moved about, releasing a great pressure to attack these people. In the next moment, the golden light within the great lake became even more dazzling, releasing a radiance that stretched into the heavens. All of the young fish were now angry. The 1,000 creatures all displayed their symbols. Not good. Quickly retreat. With a chila sound, dense and numerous symbols rose from the lake and soared into the sky. Half of the people there were immediately blasted apart into countless pieces. They weren't even able to take a single strike. It wasn't that these people were weak, but rather that the school of young fish was too strong. There were a few old monsters within, and together with such a large number of fish, the power their symbols created was simply unfathomable. Those that remained were all powerful individuals. Their eyes revealed vicious glints as they activated precious artifacts. They attacked from the side to weaken the school of fish and catch them. The fish were powerful to begin with, and now that they had joined their power, they were quite frightening. However, the waters below them had previously been sealed off, making them go mad. Xiao silently submerged himself inside. At this moment, his 10 heavenly passages were released, locking down all of the fish. He brought out the heaven-transforming bowl and began to hurriedly catch these creatures. Those 3 powers were also quite exceptional. Among them, there were a few old servants at the late-stage engravement realm who were extremely powerful. The young fish struggled for their lives and broke up into several groups. These people frantically tried to capture them, but they had also suffered the fish's counterattacks and suffered some casualties. Hong lightning flickered, and magma rushed into the heavens. In the end, the school of fish broke apart and fled in all directions. None of them were willing to let them go. They took action hurriedly, pursuing the fish to catch them. They were even able to catch a few large fish. It was only when a golden streak of light appeared that struck a late-stage engravement realm expert into ashes did they become frightened. They all halted their steps, and soon after they quickly fled. Within the depths of the great lake, there was a resplendent sphere of light. It was burning brightly and extremely powerful. This was where the true Fish King was located. It was roughly a meter long, just like a golden dragon. Xiao was shocked. This young fish was too powerful, even more so than normal noble kings. He merged with the imperishable golden body on the spot to deal with this young fish. However, he never expected that this young fish would be so perceptive. In the end, it actually silently endured this and led the school of fish into the depths of the lake. They swam into the distance and disappeared within the magma. This martial brother offers his courtesy. A youngster with horns on his head greeted Xiao. At this time, the people from the 3 powers had once again assembled. But there weren't many people remaining, with only 6 or 7 in each group. More than half of their numbers had lost their lives here. Xiao did not pay them any attention. These people had ruined this fortunate event and fought over the fruits of his work. His gaze was ice-cold. Martial brother, do you think you can spare some kindness and hand over some of the young fish in your possession? From the other side, the youngster from the four-eyed race also spoke. Moreover, his clan members took action to stand in Hao's way to prevent him from leaving. Are you all trying to seize all the benefits for yourselves? The third group of people spoke up. These were humans from beyond this region, and all of them possessed extraordinary strength. It was clear that they came from great sections. Two gorgeous young ladies with charming appearances led this group. How about this? Our three parties will divide it evenly. The four-eyed race spoke calmly. Why? Our horned race hurried here and noticed his school of fish first, so they should all belong to us, said the horned youngster. Hao watched from the side coldly. These people truly treated him like an exposed meal. They did not pay him any attention as they began to discuss how to divide up his prey. Let's see exactly how many young fish he has captured first. One of the two young ladies suggested, hinting for Hao to bring out the young fish. Hao said, laughed bitterly. I had the same thought. You all should bring out your young fish so I can see how many there are. If it can make up for my losses, then I'll forget this matter. If there aren't enough, then all of you will be thrown into the lake as fish food. He had long since flipped out and had enough of these people. Not only did they disturb the capture of his young fish, they even wanted to rob him and most likely kill him afterwards. When he spoke these words, the three parties were all shocked. You have to understand that these people had already tested his group's strength. The girl with large eyes group was only mediocre, so how strong could the last person be? However, now they felt like the situation wasn't right. The aura this individual exuded left them feeling rather disturbed. Friend, let's put this behind us. Today, we have erred and ask for your forgiveness. Martial brother, we apologize. We acted a bit impulsively and hope that we can be on friendly terms. These people were trying to test him out here. At the same time, there were some who truly felt that things were a bit unusual and wanted to run away. There's no need for any apologies. Why don't you all begin by bringing out the young fish? Hao said coldly. Don't bully others intolerably. The horned youngster said in an overcast tone. Who is the one bullying intolerably? I was the one that scattered the bait, and you all came to profit from my misfortune. In the end, you even wanted to scheme against me. If I don't deal with you all, then I would be letting down all of my hard work. Hao's voice was cold. He had expended a great deal of effort during these last few days. Move. Kill him. The horned youth seemed like a young master that had never suffered losses. He was at the prime of his life. After entering the wasteland region, he had felt like he could act completely unrestrained. In his surroundings, several middle-aged individuals frowned. In the end, they obeyed the order and moved out together. Trash that doesn't know the difference between living and dying. Have you not entered the Void God realm to watch the battle? Right, since you are all going to remain here in the future, there is no need for you to worry about anything else, Hao said. These middle-aged individuals were extremely powerful experts at late-stage engravement realm. They seemed middle-aged, but in reality they were all 70 or 80 years old. They have cultivated for a really long period of time. Hong. They cooperatively activated a fiery furnace to suppress Hao. Terrifying scarlet flames rushed out streak after streak. Hao seemed indifferent. His entire body released dark light, and from between his brows emerged a black fish. It was only a foot in length, but it was formed from symbols. Black waves immediately soared into the heavens. He was testing out the power of the Kuan-Peng's precious technique. After a Hong sound could be heard, the foot-long black divine fish's tail blasted the scarlet divine furnace to pieces. What? Everyone was completely shocked. Following that, the fish swam about. It opened its mouth and spat out black-colored true water that contained the power of the moon within. It completely engulfed those middle-aged individuals. No! They cried out loudly. They felt as if their entire bodies were freezing up. Even after using their symbols to display their great abilities, it was still completely futile. Soon after, these individuals were completely frozen. Their bodies began to crack apart inch by inch, eventually turning into black-colored dust. They were completely annihilated. The horned youth cried out loudly. He was so scared that his face became deathly white. It was as if his soul was trying to leave his body. He turned around and fled, but in the end he was caught by Hao. He was trampled into the ground with a single foot. Do you think my words are farts? Bring out all of your young fish so I can see whether or not I can recover my losses. Sure Hao spoke with an extremely cold voice. At the same time, he looked towards the other two parties. Marshal brother, we are truly sorry and have truly treated you unfairly. Let's discuss this matter in a good manner. The four-eyed youngster was the one who spoke up. His face was incomparably ugly. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Throw down your precious artifacts and bring out the young fish. I will then decide if I want to let you all live, Sure Hao spoke coldly. On the other side, the human girls from outside this region, as well as the old servants they brought over, revealed unsatisfied expressions. Among them, there was one young lady who was still reluctant to admit their mistake. In an overbearing manner, she said, "Do you know that we are from Mist Palace? There are some sects that you can't provoke. You should think carefully before provoking a huge disaster on your teachers." Pa Sure Hao used the Kuan Peng's divine speed to shift his body forward and immediately slapped her face, sending her flying out. I dislike it when others threaten me the most. That charming young lady was struck dumb. Then, she shrieked loudly. Mist Palace is going to enter the wasteland region. You are bringing about a huge disaster to your sect masters. Peng Sure Hao flew across the sky and with a kick, he sent her flying out several hundred zhang away. After smashing into the ground, her mouthful of teeth were all knocked out from the impact, never to speak again. Kill him, the other young lady shouted, because she could tell that it was no longer possible to talk things through. They were better off taking action and join forces with the four-eyed racist people. Another battle unavoidably erupted. Under the pressure of that foot-long black divine fish, all types of precious artifacts were shattered. The old servants were all killed. Pu Sure Hao's foot descended, trampling one of the young ladies to death. There was only a single individual remaining from each of the three powers, because he still had some questions for them. Only after checking his spoils of war did Sure Hao finally reveal expressions of joy. Even though these people had disturbed his fishing, the losses had still been recovered. These individuals had caught a total of 500 to 600 fish altogether. Together with his own, it surpassed 1,000. This was a plentiful harvest. In reality, even if no one disturbed him, he still wouldn't be able to catch them all. He would only be able to catch this amount at the most. Sure Hao did not continue to interrogate the remaining individuals, and instead suppressed them inside magical artifacts. He then began to directly refine the young fish inside the heaven-transforming bowl. Ultimately, sparkling golden fluid filled the small bowl with incomparable brilliance. Divine qualities flowed through them. Sure Hao was greatly moved with this great harvest. Sure Hao went into seclusion. He found a secret place to raise his cultivation level. When he reappeared, he had already broken into the late stage of the engravement realm. After reaching the late stage engravement realm, Sure Hao felt as if he became completely different. He could feel the movements of the natural laws of this world through the opening and closing of his pores. Without a doubt, after reaching this stage, his strength increased by a large amount. His way of thinking and experiencing things were greatly different. At this moment, symbols would be released just by exhaling. The spiritual essence was like a dragon as it curled about his body, making him seem mysterious and extremely powerful. This was a great type of feeling. This was a type of satisfaction that could only be gained from obtaining the benefits of breaking through. He was in high spirits, and his mind was clear and peaceful. You are all going to tell me what is going on outside this region. Sure Hao released the horned youth, four-eyed youngster, and the Mist Palace girl before interrogating them. The horned youth felt his heart pound heavily. A talent as powerful and well known as him was now actually a prisoner. As for the four-eyed race youngster, he was only 20 years old. His cultivation was just at the late-stage engravement realm, the same as Sure Hao, making him feel incomparably ashamed. The young lady possessing an exceptional appearance was similarly grieving. She was an outstanding individual from the Mist Palace, yet in the end, she was suppressed by a young native within the wasteland region. All of her pride as a genius was now nothing more than a joke. What is your true age? They were extremely unreconciled and wanted to clear up their doubts. Turning 14 in a few months. Sure Hao looked down on them. With an expressionless face, he said indifferently, "Am I the one asking you 3 questions, or are you 3 interrogating me?" The three individuals sighed. He was only 13. Fuck, was there still law and reason in this world? They had never met such an evil youngster before. This was just too ridiculously powerful. The most outstanding legends from ancient sects might not even match up. Moreover, they began to develop suspicions. Was this fellow the inheriting disciple of a place like Western Paradise sect or Sky-Severing sect that was being grown in the wasteland region? Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? These three were completely regretful of provoking this youngster. They truly brought this disaster upon themselves. If they did not desire those young fish, how could it have ended like this? It was all self-inflicted. Xianxia began to question them to find out more about matters from outside this region. At first, these three weren't exactly compliant and were rather rebellious. However, they eventually came to terms and spoke about a few matters. It was to the point where Xianxia even obtained several small divine abilities from the three. Unfortunately, when sect-suppressing precious abilities were brought up, the three began to cry out loudly. Their foreheads began to split apart and drip out blood. It was clear that there was a restriction in place. Regardless of which sect it was, they would all place heavy importance on their sect's inheritances. Many measures were set in place to prevent these secrets from leaking out, including carving destructive symbols onto their disciples' souls. Finally, Xianxia helped them get rid of the suffering. He did not humiliate them anymore, and with a single slice, 3 heads flew out dozens of meters, spraying out a huge amount of blood. He slowly digested the information he received while standing there. Only after staying here for a long time did he finally leave. Xianxia found the young lady with the large eyes group. They all seemed undisturbed, and after regrouping, they once again began to move. They searched for vicious beasts, refined bait, and caught young fish. The large lake from before had several thousand fish, but after experiencing last time's disturbance, these creatures became more prudent. They would no longer be fooled. It took 2 days before Xianxia found traces of them. It was in part due to the bait's efficacy, but the main contributor was that dual-pupiled eyeball. It discovered the region where they thrived. This time, he used all of his effort to catch the fish. He rushed into the magma and began to fight ferociously. The young fish king was provoked, making the battle rather difficult. It had to be mentioned that fighting the young fish king together with the several thousand powerful underlings was extremely terrifying. The entire vast lake of magma began to surge violently. In the end, Xianxia wounded it and caught several thousand young fish. The fish king fled with the rest of its troops deeper into the lake, disappearing from this place. Xianxia did not chase them any further. Obtaining the amount he needed was good enough, as there was no need to completely eradicate their species. When he returned, the youngsters were all extremely excited as they looked at him with fervent expressions. Xianxia refined the young fish, this time gifting the group not a small amount of them. During these days, he was only able to smoothly cultivate due to this group's assistance. This time, Xianxia emerged from his isolated training after only half a day with a soft sigh. It turned out as he had predicted after all. The divinity within the young fish was now no longer useful for him. It was more correct to say that they were much less effective. After entering this ancestral land, he had been traveling down his cultivation path like a hot knife through butter, continuously breaking through in the shortest amount of time into the late-stage engravement realm. As a result, he had built up some innate immunity after consuming so much of the young fish. Sigh. I guess this is as far as it will take me. Xianxia sighed softly. There was still a lot of golden liquid within the heaven-transforming bowl, so he divided some of it once again to the girl with large eyes and her party. He then went looking for Hualinga, allowing some men in black to lead the way. Hualinga was trying to search for her opportunities herself and entered an ancient palace. Her mind had been occupied by this matter recently. How could there be so much divine liquid? When Xianxia brought out the young fish liquid, the flourishing multicolored light made her charming jade-like face brilliant. Hualinga was extremely shocked. This fellow really was too formidable. After 1,000 young fish were refined into liquid, some of it was gifted away. The remainder is all here. Many thanks, Xianxia said. This time, the most thankful one was actually Hualinga. Without bringing him into the Fire Nation's ancestral grounds, how could she have encountered something as great as this? Sure Hao was speaking sincerely. All right, then I won't hold myself back. Huolinger's smile was extremely sweet. Her eyes were flowing with light, and her body was charming enough to stir up one's soul. She brought up another matter. Right, while you were cultivating during these past few days, there were a few things that happened outside. The demonic spirit lakes people appeared in the capital and almost tore down your heavenly lord mansion. But they were chased off by the Stone Emperor. When Sure Hao heard what was said, light flashed through his eyes. Is this some form of revenge? It seems like I need to pay the Void God realm a visit. He always had an urge to slaughter pure-blooded creatures within the Void God realm. He was going to enter the archaic divine mountains and ferociously raze some of his enemies' territories to the ground. However, he knew that doing something like this was extremely dangerous. The existences within those restricted lands were extremely terrifying. Even if they couldn't do anything to him in the Void God realm, they could still vent their fury in the real world. As such, he always felt a restraining fear and did not take action. However, he now felt that there was a need for him to stroll around a bit. Even if he didn't unleash a great slaughter, he still had to intimidate them to avoid suffering excessively at their hands. The savage child came again. When news of his arrival traveled outwards, the Void God realm began to burst with commotion. Sure Hao's name was absolutely dazzling within the Void God realm. He swept through the Rain clan, Tuoba clan, many other great ancient sects, and even crushed the demonic spirit lake. Who could contend against such power? Currently, in this world constructed by the deities out of essence energy, there was only one person, Sure Yi, who could stop his movements. Others would all only end up suffering. A great blue sea stretched out into the distance. Sure Hao had arrived. Just like last time, he smashed apart Demonic Spirit Lake's gate once again. The grand and imposing main gate turned into pieces. This left their clan utterly enraged. But there was nothing they could do. Let me give you all a warning. In the future, don't casually show off your strength in Stone Country. Otherwise, I will completely slaughter all of you. Everyone watched with dumbstruck expressions. These were words that only he dared to speak. Who else would dare act so unbridled here? They would all hide far away instead. Surname Sure, do not bully others too intolerably. Even your country's guardian spirit will fall one day, let alone someone like you. An enormous black spider spoke in a cold voice. No one can be sure what will happen in the future. However, right now you all better behave a bit. Sure Hao berated. Then he shook his sleeves and left, not seeming affected in the slightest, leaving these powerful creatures gnashing their teeth in fury. Sure Hao went for a walk, causing many people to follow behind him. They all wanted to find out what he wanted, and in the end, he arrived at a few of the archaic Divine Mountains lands. It truly raised a storm of anxiety. From the distance, the great mountains appeared imposing and heroic. When Sure Hao descended upon the heavenly Divine Mountains, there was an elder that personally arrived to discuss some matters with him. Beside him was also a purple-clothed girl. Yun, she was speechless. This fellow really was unstoppably rising to power. A single move from him actually left her father no choice but to personally come. Youngster, we aren't enemies, but we can't be considered acquaintances either. It doesn't seem like I have offended you in any way, right? The elder was not calm at all. He feared that this youngster would go crazy and tear this place down. There are too many areas where you have let me down. You tricked me into going to the Northern Sea, and in the end I was almost buried there as a result. Sure Hao was extremely discontent. That is not a matter that involves me, the elder said. He then wanted to ask for the divine Argard back. In my opinion, I think that you should be a good person and also give me the other one to make it a matching pair. Sure Hao said. The elder was truly fed up with this brat. How could he give the other one out? However, the heavenly divine mountain was truly in the wrong last time, so there was no way for them to get the arm guard back. The purple-clothed girl Yun, she possessed an otherworldly beauty. As she stood on the side, she continuously grinded her teeth in anger. What? You want to wrestle against me again? You are far from being my opponent. Sure Hao shot her a condescending look before sweeping his eyes over her curvy and wonderful body. This left the purple-haired girl absolutely furious. She felt as if a caterpillar was crawling through every corner of her body. She found it difficult to calm down and truly wanted to trample on this fellow with her foot. Right, I have always been curious. What kind of race are you guys? I have made a bet with her that if she loses, then she has to return with me to protect my village. However, she always went back on her words. We are a small branch of the celestial race, the elder said proudly. Celestial race? What kind of race is that? Is it famous? There shouldn't be a problem if she protects my village, right? Xianxia spoke while pointing at the purple-clothed girl. The elder was speechless and the purple-clothed girl was furious. She felt the fine hair on her pure white body stand up straight. She truly wanted to kill the other side. If there comes a day when you can travel beyond this region and reach a powerful enough realm, you will clearly understand what the celestial race signifies. Then you will be filled with reverence for this race, said the elder. Following that, the elder urged him not to go to the other archaic divine mountains, telling him that this was pointless. Even if he could intimidate everyone in the void god realm, in the real world, those divine mountains were still unshakable supreme lands. Fire Nation's ancestral grounds. Xianxia returned. He realized that the period of a month was not far and almost here. He decided not to cultivate anymore and wander about. He wanted to adjust himself to an optimal state. That place is the ancestral land's core. It's not that we can't enter this restricted land, but rather that it is extremely dangerous. You have to be careful. We do not dare enter. The young lady with large eyes and her party warned. The forbidden area was rather unique. Not a single blade of grass grew outside. Yet there were many trees here rooted within the magma with lush and flourishing leaves growing from them. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Rumors had it that this was the birthplace of Fire Nation's guardian spirit, reputed to be a divine ground. There were many volcanoes here, and there were also quite a few magma lakes. Flames curled up about ancient trees one after another, hiding the sky and covering the earth. After entering this place, he could clearly sense that there were quite a few creatures here. Moreover, they were all rather powerful with no lack of noble king-grade experts among them. Flame birds. Ferocious scarlet birds appeared one after another. There were some that were as large as a small mountain and some that were less than a meter in length. Their entire bodies were scarlet and surging with flames. The same race as the big red bird. These are descendants of the vermilion bird. Xianxia softly spoke. Fire Nation was a country founded on its reputation of flames. Moreover, their sect-suppressing precious technique was also a fire Dao world-shocking divine ability. Their guardian spirit was suspected to be a vermilion bird. Hualinga had warned him before that he couldn't take any lives here. He couldn't provoke any creatures or act rashly in this place. He hid from these flame birds to avoid being detected. Otherwise, if there were any conflicts, the Fire Nation people would all turn against him. None of them would help him then. At a volcanic crater, there was an enormous ancient tree. Its tree bark had cracks running through it, but its trunk was upright and strong as if an ancient dragon was resting here. It took root within the scarlet magma to absorb its divine force. This ancient tree was extremely unordinary. Could be seen from far away. Its entire body was sparkling with brilliant luster, and resplendent leaves rested along its branches. The spiritual essence around it was astonishing. Xianxia made his way over and looked up from the base of the tree. He noticed a bird nest that wasn't large, but emitted light like a small sun. It released powerful fluctuations. The diameter of the nest was only a foot in length. However, the golden divine light surging around it gave it an incredibly terrifying appearance. Xianxia looked left and right and noticed that this place was rather peaceful. There were no creatures roaming about. Like a small monkey, he scaled the tree easily, making a beeline for that plate-sized nest. The tree trunk was thick and powerful as if it was an old hibernating dragon. After Xianxia climbed up, it felt as if the tree itself seemed to be breathing and all of its leaves had a pulse. There was a unique type of Dao rhythm here. Xianxia didn't have the luxury of appreciating these things. He directly headed upwards, quickly closing in on the bird nest. It was constructed out of strange branches shown all over in dazzling gold. His eyes immediately widened. This bird nest was a treasure. Every single branch was sparkling and releasing a fragrant aroma. Right now, it was already no longer a matter of looting the bird nest. He was ready to carry away this entire nest. He was not able to decipher what species these golden branches belonged to, but they were definitely great treasures. It can't be the branches of some divine tree, right? It was more likely the more he thought about it. Xianxia had already reached the summit of the ancient tree, right in front of the bird nest. He looked at the golden nest several times, noticing that it was closed off. There was even a roof covering it with only a single opening that led inside. It was just like a golden ball. It was hollow inside, and only a fist-sized hole led outside. Resplendent golden light was being released from the nest. Xianxia giggled continuously. There surprisingly wasn't a single restriction. However, after taking a look inside the hole, his eyes immediately felt pain. Why was there scarlet light? It was too blinding, making Xianxia feel as if his eyes had been stabbed by needles as tears flowed from his eyes. He sensed a vibrant wave of vitality. A scarlet egg? Xianxia was extremely astonished. There was an egg inside that was completely red. The gem-like egg released a blazing multicolored light that made it hard for people to open their eyes in its presence. The fist-sized egg looked like it was carved from a blood diamond. It was brilliant and covered densely in symbols, giving it an incomparably mysterious appearance. The most terrifying part was the fluctuations being released. Even though the tremendous life force was being sealed within the shell, the bit that flowed out was still enough to make one's soul tremble. Xianxia could tell in a split second that this egg was incredible. It far surpassed any egg he had seen in the past and was absolutely priceless. This made him stare with greed. After entering the depths of this ancestral land, he originally wanted to wander around and never thought that he would encounter an egg like this. It was truly unexpected. The most crucial part was that there were no restrictions here. No great formations had been laid out, yet it had still been safe and sound without encountering any dangers. This really was a bit suspicious. This really is heaven's gift, Xianxia sighed. His eyes were burning with passion. This egg alone was already incredible, and based on his estimations, it was likely a divine bird egg. If he was able to breed it, then he would be obtaining an archaic precious technique. After looking left and right, Xianxia noticed that there was no one watching him. He didn't hesitate any longer and reached his hand into the nest to bring out the egg. In that instant, Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning and almost tossed out the egg. He had just made contact. A wave of boundless energy surged outwards that was difficult for him to endure. This little shit developed intelligence? He truly couldn't comprehend what had happened. The egg didn't even hatch, yet the creature inside was already this powerful? This defied logic. One has to understand that he even killed a true green Luan before and ate many creatures much more powerful than this one. Yet none of those seemed that powerful. This creature hadn't even made its appearance into the world, yet was already releasing this kind of fluctuation. It was definitely an existence that exceeded his imagination. It made him develop doubts. Could this be the egg of the true ancestral vermilion bird? Otherwise, how could this be? Eventually, Xianxia brought out the egg, propping it with his palm. He gnashed his teeth in pain because in addition to the terrifying energy, this egg was just too hot. If it wasn't him who had a body comparable to Western Paradise's unbreakable Vajra body and heaven-mending sex unbreakable golden body, but switched with someone else, their hands would have been cooked through and melted. This temperature was just too terrifying. Xianxia brought out a precious artifact, but as soon as it touched this egg, it directly melted into metallic fluid. What the heck? Xianxia scratched his ears. This truly was a hot potato. He couldn't hold on to it, but he couldn't throw it away either. He brought out the heaven-transforming bowl and threw it inside. If this egg can be raised, then it will definitely be a heaven-defying creature. It might even be the descendant of a deity, far surpassing normal pure-blooded creatures. After thinking it over, his saliva began to drip out. There are great Tao fragments within this egg, and its life force is like an ocean. If I straight up eat it, I might undergo a great transformation. The devilish child was at a loss. Should he allow his body to undergo a rebirth, or should he wait to obtain an archaic precious technique? While propping up the small bowl, he knocked it a few times and said, "I'll lend you a helping hand. Hurry and come out." He activated his essence energy and circulated his symbols around the scarlet Luan. The entire heaven-transforming bowl began to shine. He was tempering it to allow the young bird to become even greater. If he really couldn't raise it, then he'll eat it. However, using the symbols on the eggshell ended up in disaster. This place immediately erupted, and the force of a starry sea surged. In that split second, Xianxia almost fell from the tree. This little thing, too violent. This kind of fluctuation was ridiculously terrifying, as if tens of thousands streaks of power were bashing down on him. Blood trickled out from the corner of Xiao's mouth. Fortunately, he opened his 10 heavenly passages. Together with the shining of his flesh, heavenly passages, and the force of the Kuan Pang circling through his body, he was able to protect himself. Otherwise, his body might have split into pieces. Fortunately, that terrifying force was recollected after that mere flash. What if this was a rotten brat? Xiao had a bad feeling. Even though it was a creature that had not been born yet, he most likely wouldn't be able to control it. Could this be a natural-born deity? Right at this moment, the egg began to crack. The symbols on top flickered and released resplendent light. The creature inside was about to come out. Xiao was stupefied. They had only made contact once, yet it was already coming into this world. Moreover, at this moment, an indescribable aura began to swirl through it. It enveloped the ancient tree and left behind a surging scarlet radiance. With a hong sound, a sea of flames emerged. Meanwhile, the ancient tree suddenly entered the heavens. Multicolored clouds surged and scarlet radiance swirled about. The tree immediately surpassed the mountains and entered the skies. What happened? Xiao was stupefied. The cracked bark seemed like dragon scales, and at this moment it was sparkling brilliantly. The leaves were dazzling and flowing with auspicious multicolored light. When the wind blew over, they would create walala sounds, as if it was the ringing of the divine Tao. The ancient tree was now completely different. Within the heaven-transforming bowl, cracking sounds continuously sounded. The shell cracked apart, and luckily it did not erupt with terrifying power again this time. On the contrary, it began to frantically devour essence energy from all directions. But in the end, a small red bird emerged. Its eyes were like black gems, and its fist-sized body was entirely red. It was covered densely in symbols and radiating scarlet multicolored light. It seemed extremely magical. The eggshells turned into liquid, and it was devoured by the small bird without leaving behind a single bit. It then became an even more glistening red. Xiao was dumbstruck. He stared just like that into the heaven-mending bowl. Why did he feel like it was a bit familiar-looking? The small bird was also a bit confused. It blinked its large eyes and stared at Xiao. The two fellows looked at each other, both revealing suspicious looks. "I am your mother." Xiao smiled fakely and forced out this sentence. He wanted to entice this little newborn bird to treat him like a loved one. Either way, it had just been born, so what did it know? However, this small bird almost choked from these words. "You are male." What? Xiao went stupid. This bird had just been born, yet it was already able to refute others? He quickly tried to salvage the situation and said, "I am your father. You dare to take advantage of me? I'll bite you to death." The small bird spoke in an overbearing manner, shocking Xiao until his jaw almost fell off. This was just too aggressive. Was it really born just now? "What are you saying?" "I am your father," Xiao said. Within the heaven-transforming bowl, the small sparkling red bird raised its head and looked at him. It didn't say anything and looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Hey, little fellow, are you trying to rebel? Not even recognizing your own family." Xiao was starting to have a bad premonition. "What are you trying to do by putting me here? Are you trying to cook and eat me?" The little bird asked, as if it didn't believe his good intentions at all. Xiao knew that things were turning sour. This fellow wasn't like a young bird that had just been born at all. It seemed extremely cunning and not easy to deceive. "Why do you seem kind of familiar?" the little bird asked. "I also feel like I know you, but you were just born." Xiao tried to worm his way into being friends. He knew that it was useless to try and deceive it. "You are that baby from Stone Village?" The little bird's words were clear and sharp, but its attitude wasn't really likable. It was too arrogant, as if it was a conceited princess. "You are the little red from back then?" This time, Xiao's jaw really dropped into the bowl. "This little shit. But something isn't right." Little Red was the size of a palm, but it was an existence that could fight against the heaven-swallowing sparrow. This fellow was the size of a fist and had just emerged from an egg. It didn't really match, even though they were both entirely red. But isn't that the case for all the other birds of that species? If they were the same breed, then it would be difficult to distinguish one from the next. When it heard Little Red, the fiery bird immediately felt a shiver. All of its feathers stood up straight, puffing it up to the size of a large fist. Its eyes emitted an evil light, and even though it didn't have teeth, it still fiercely bit down. Then, with a pung sound, it flew out from the heaven-transforming bowl. It threw Xianxia inside with a single move and looked at the little bowl with contempt. "You beansprout brat, you even dare to call me Little Red? It really was you. You actually dare to be tough-mouthed. I'll first give you a good beating." Following that, miserable cries sounded. Even though the devilish brat was heaven-defying, in front of Little Red, he couldn't retaliate in the slightest. He was surrounded by fiery light and almost cooked through. "Little Red, you are biting the hand that feeds you. It was the willow deity that saved you," Xianxia shouted. He never would have thought of encountering Little Red here, moreover from an egg. When he thought about how he even wanted to deceive it by pretending to be its parent, his face began to flush with regret. The devilish brat was put in his place, and only after crying for an hour did it stop. Little Red flung the bowl and sent him out. "Back then, you were only a few years old, so I didn't want to argue with you. Today, not only did you disturb my cultivation, you even tried to take advantage of me and try to pass off as my parent. Completely absurd." Its words were sharp, clear, and incredibly sweet-sounding. However, at this moment it seemed incredibly harsh as it looked at the scorched black body of Xianxia from a branch. "I've truly set myself up for grave misfortune," Xianxia grimaced in pain. "Why did you run here?" Little Red asked. "I was just about to ask why you were here." Xianxia was not convinced because he knew that the other party would not act too viciously. Just now, it just wanted to vent out its anger. "I am the Fire Nation's guardian spirit, so of course I would be here." Little Red had a proud expression as he shot him a look of disdain, as if he was just a ground beetle. "Even you can be a guardian spirit?" Xianxia sat up and was truly in disbelief. He had previously thought from Little Red's temperament that his age shouldn't be that great. At the very least, he didn't think that it was an ancient fellow. "What are you trying to say? Are you looking down on me? Do you want another beating?" Little Red was furious. It hated it when others questioned its status. "You are the ancient deity? The one that the Fire Nation has worshipped to this day?" Xianxia widened his eyes. "I'm not. That's my mom." Little Red was embarrassed and couldn't help but reveal a look of shame. Then it shouted, "Anyway, the current guardian spirit is me. I say that Golden Monkey fell into Stone Village. The mountain treasure is in his hands. Have you seen it?" When Little Red spoke these words, Xianxia immediately trembled. Xianxia's mind was going through one major thought after another. When he was really young, he had heard before from the elders about the matters of the mountain treasure. In the end, several ancient creatures appeared and fought intensely in the mountain abyss. An incredibly large-scale slaughter was unleashed. All of this was because of the mountain treasure. "When I return, I'll ask Harry Ball and get to the bottom of this," Xianxia said to himself. The ancient trees reached into the sky with luxurious leaves covering its complex branches. It took root within the magma and continuously derived its divine energy. The ancient tree trunk was upright and strong with cracked bark covering its body. The entire tree was sparkling with radiance. The fiery bird sorted out its feathers, causing scarlet multicolored light to swirl about. When it heard his words, its gem-like eyes radiated. It was obviously moved. Xianxia's face had a resolute look as he said, "When the time comes, you can come back to Stone Village to study the mountain treasure together with me." When saying these words, his mind couldn't be considered calm. Even though this bird wasn't large, it was extremely aggressive. It could fight viciously against the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia. Back then, it almost passed away while fighting over the mountain treasure, so would it really be unperturbed after receiving this news? The entirely bright red bird squinted its eyes. It was still somewhat satisfied. "I guess I'll go out of the way and study it together with you later." "Then why don't you go out of the way to teach me a divine ability too?" Xianxia tried to negotiate some benefits. "My precious technique is too deep and complex. Your natural talents are too inferior and don't have enough comprehension power. You won't be able to comprehend it. The little red bird looked at him with disdain. It was clear that it didn't want to teach it. If that is what you are claiming, then I am not willing to give up. As long as you pass it down, I promise that I will quickly learn it, Xianxia said. Are you questioning my decision? Do you want to be beaten? The scarlet little bird jumped into the golden nest and looked at him with contempt. Even though its voice was melodious and pleasant, it was clearly speaking with malicious intent. You truly don't have any sincerity. I invited you to take a look at the mountain treasure out of good intentions. Yet you aren't even willing to give up a single feather, Xianxia muttered. Even though he knew that it was the Fire Nation's guardian spirit, he did not have a single bit of reverence. It was because he felt that this fellow wasn't some old fellow and its age wasn't that great. What are you implying? What kind of words are those? So vulgar. The little red bird looked at him with disdain. It then shifted its head and said, I believe I did gift you a feather before. Xianxia was stumped for words. How did he end up encountering a fellow like this? The little pagoda was its own character, leaving behind only a single feather, yet this small red bird was also like this. You even dare to show off a feather. How could I even show such a thing? If I bring it up, I would definitely be ridiculed by others. I might as well put it at the end of an arrow. Xianxia was aggrieved. When Little Red heard this, it immediately flipped out. It once again threw him into the heaven-transforming bowl. Fiery light surged, burning him within. Xianxia cried out loudly and his entire body was scorched black. In the end, he was completely helpless. He shut his lips and walked out after being bitterly dealt with. The scarlet bird did not reveal what the mountain treasure was. Xianxia felt that it knew a lot more. But this fellow's mouth was tight and he was incredibly arrogant. As for this place, it actually revealed a bit of information. This was the only temporary residence of the archaic vermilion bird established within the wasteland region. From its words, it seemed like the main heavenly palace was in another great region. Despite this being the case, this place was still full of endless divine substance. In the past, the archaic vermilion bird underwent nirvana here, turning this area into a fiery domain as a result. The fiery bird's ancestor was a descendant of the archaic vermilion bird. Countless years ago, it had awakened within this fiery domain, and after obtaining the vermilion bird's true blood, it was able to look down on the rest of the world and become a deity. As for Little Red's mother, it was all due to the ancient era. Being born within this sea of flames, it ultimately successfully lit its divine flame and became the Fire Nation's guardian spirit. This bloodline was formidable. Even though it was only the branch of the vermilion bird after a long line of descendants, they were still extremely powerful. Unfortunately, few descendants of this bloodline are produced. The heavenly deity from back then vanished without any traces. Little Red's mother had then passed away, leaving the present Fire Nation without an ancient power. No wonder. I was about to ask how someone like you could even become the guardian spirit of an ancient country. It turns out that they were short-handed and you were put on the spot. Xianxia silently cursed. Little Red's spiritual awareness was just too sharp. It was as if its large eyes could see through his mind. Brat how? What kind of look is that? Xianxia still had some unanswered questions. He had heard from Little Red that after the archaic vermilion bird established a temporary residence here, all of its descendants later on remained here to this day. Why didn't they relocate? He had been wasting time rambling and chatting away with the little red bird, making him feel like this ancient country's guardian spirit wasn't all that serious and wasn't someone he couldn't provoke. He wanted to obtain a few things from it. I was even going to share the mountain treasure with you. Yet you aren't even willing to teach me a divine ability. This is a bit too unreasonable, right? Even at the worst, you still need to gift me a precious artifact. I've gifted you a divine feather before. The little red bird boldly and confidently said. Xianxia nearly lost his temper on the spot. Why did he always encounter stingy fellows like this? He really should let the little pagoda have a good chat with it. The two of them would probably hit it off immediately. Everyone immediately shakes their head and frown after I bring out the feather you gave me. It's truly too embarrassing to bring out. Xianxia saw its little face darken and immediately said, How about this? I do not want your vermilion bird's great divine ability. Why don't you gift me a precious artifact? Or how about your primordial true feather? Pay. Yeah, right. You actually want my vermilion bird race's great divine ability. Unless you are exchanging with the true dragon's precious technique, then forget it. Little Red revealed a look of scorn. I already said I don't want it anymore. So can't you just give me a primordial true feather? Xianxia's skin was rather thick. That is the sole true feather connected to the primordial symbol bone. Unless you become a deity, one will only have one their entire life, yet you want me to give you such a thing. Little Red shot him a murderous look. Endless years have passed since the ancient era until now. Your bloodline should have more than a single great individual. There should be one or two left behind, right? Xianxia wasn't willing to give up. He then vaguely hinted that he was even willing to share the mountain treasure with it. Even though Little Red's nature was one that wouldn't even want to pull out a single feather, at this moment, it still felt a bit awkward. It was still proud and arrogant, and after being asked like this it hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let me think about it." Xianxia could already see that this vermilion bird descendant would definitely not pass down the divine ability to him. Are you trying to refine a 5-bird fan? Little Red was extremely sharp and able to discern his objective. His gaze wasn't great as he said, "How many true primordial feathers have you obtained?" Xianxia was speechless. This fellow actually set its eyes on him and mentioned the true feathers on his hands. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Not even a single one. The 5-bird fan is indeed formidable. During the ancient years, it displayed an outstanding vicious might. With a single fan, mountains and rivers would collapse. Divine peaks would be completely annihilated. I do not believe that you would be able to refine it. Little Red spoke arrogantly. Xianxia's eyes moved about its body. If you continue to set your eyes on me, then I'll peck out your eyes. Little Red threatened viciously. It thought about it for a bit and then said, "There is a ruined palace. I believe that there is a vermilion bird's true feather inside." Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up, and he found it hard to calm down. He was just pressing his luck, but he never thought that there really was a divine feather that was left behind. There is a holy palace within this fiery region. Inside, there are many powerful restrictions, making it incredibly dangerous. I recall that there was a true primordial feather from my race inside, Little Red said. Xianxia began to giggle and rub his hands together. Wasn't that place the Fire Clan's sacred land? It was a place where even Hualinger and the imperial family wanted to enter, so he was naturally moved. The little vermilion bird berated, "It hasn't been seen for many years. It seems like you are becoming more and more shameless. What is there to laugh so foolishly about? I could tell with a single glance that you aren't a good person." "Nonsense. I've always been a good person." Xianxia spoke as if he was deadly earnest. "When I first met you back then, you seemed like a pretty porcelain baby. Now, even though you are still rather pretty, no matter how I look at it, I feel like you need a good beating." Little Red shot him a look. Xianxia wanted to refute it, but found that it wouldn't end well for him. He decided to keep his mouth shut. "The palace requires one to have a great destiny to enter. The Fire Emperor sought me out in the past in hopes of letting one of his daughters enter. I was still considering it. Then what are we still waiting for? Send the two of us in already." Xianxia laughed and said, "I am a guardian spirit with principles," Little Red arrogantly said. Afterwards, it then lowered its head again and muttered in a low voice, "The Fire Emperor promised me a pot of true divine flame, and together with your promise for me to comprehend the mountain treasure, this isn't something that can't be considered." After thinking to this point, it suddenly raised its head and said, "After you guys enter, you cannot speak nonsense. This is something you've obtained through your destinies, okay?" "Okay." Xianxia's reply was simple. He was obviously going to follow its words, but deep down he curled his lips. He cursed inwardly that this fellow was stingy, without principles, and arrogant. "You should go first. I'll think a bit more about the princess," said the vermilion bird. "Female?" Xianxia uttered this sentence for some strange reason. "Get out." The little red bird glared at him with killing intent. Then, with a pung sound, it sent him flying with a kick. He soared across the endless ancient forest and exited the ancient restricted land. "Ah!" Xianxia screamed miserably along the way. He muttered inwardly, why did its mouth have to be so sharp? His entire body was burning as scarlet flames curled about him. His entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. If his body wasn't comparable to Western Paradise's unbreakable Vajra body, that kick definitely would have split his body into pieces. Sure Hao found Hualinger as quickly as possible and told her that a stingy, unprincipled, and arrogant little bird was going to lend them a hand to enter the Holy Emperor's palace. Are you serious? Hualinger's eyes widened. She knew that there were only two ways of entering. The first was through pure coincidence, and the second was through the guardian spirit. Sure Hao was also somewhat speechless. The Fire Emperor had already took action, yet didn't even tell his own daughter. She was definitely receiving a great opportunity through this. It is quite dangerous in there. Even though there are great opportunities within, those that successfully enter might not necessarily all come out alive. Hualinger was a bit worried. It's fine. With that unprincipled and arrogant little red bird there, it shouldn't be a problem, said Sure Hao. Hong! A huge expanse of flames descended from the skies, directly submerging him. He was burned until he hopped about in pain and shouted loudly. It truly hurt too much. The flames burned him down to his bones. I'm warning you. If you say bad things about me behind my back again, then I'm going to cook you for 100 days. In addition, I will warn you again that once you enter the Holy Emperor's palace, you will be isolated from the outside world. If there is any danger, not even the heavenly deities can save you. Don't count on me or the Fire Emperor lending a hand. The little red bird was panting with rage. Finally, a passage of flames was opened that led below the ground. Magma roiled about and scarlet multicolored light surged. An enormous heavenly temple emerged, moving up and down within the lava. The passageway was constructed from flames, and scarlet multicolored lights flickered about. Sure Hao and Hualinger didn't hesitate before heading down. The boiling hot magma surged about. Steam rose and curled about the enormous palace. As scarlet symbols flickered about, the structure seemed like a central heavenly palace within an ancient divine world. Sure Hao did not dwell on its appearance too much. He closed his eyes and began to think carefully. This truly was a grand and imposing divine palace, only he didn't know if he could obtain any great benefits. Hualinger was clearly moved beyond belief. Her sparkling white face was full of excitement as she jumped and shouted. It was possible that the Fire Clan's most powerful ancient figures rose to greatness by relying on this place. Fatty, stay calm and reserved. Don't cry out needlessly, Sure Hao reminded her. In reality, this place also moved him greatly, leaving his mind in a rather restless state. For once, Hualinger didn't argue pointlessly. Her eyes moved around as her bright red lips closed together. Her appearance was extremely moving as she giggled and said, "We really are lucky. I might become an empress because of this. Hey, wake up. The sky hasn't even darkened yet. You can dream later." Sure Hao reached out with his hand and waved it a bit before her eyes. Kangxi Hualinger grabbed his hand and bit down. The devilish brat's hand was almost cooked through by Little Red, so it was hurting all over. He immediately cried out miserably and said, "Let go, or else I'm going to break all of your teeth. I was just checking to see if I really was dreaming." Hualinger laughed. In the past, the Fire Clansmen that entered the Holy Emperor's palace and were able to survive all became exceptional experts or Fire Emperors. Rarely did any of them receive nothing. Then bite your own hand. Sure Hao was discontent. His entire body was in pain, and just a single movement would leave him grimacing in pain. Do you know how much biting yourself hurts? Seeing how miserably you are crying, this probably isn't fake. Hualinger was quite content. She pushed away his arm and began to size up the large and imposing palace. Sure Hao remained silent, since he didn't have the time to dally here. He also began to carefully observe this place in preparation of rushing in. They activated their precious artifacts and flew forward. They were currently at ground level with a sea of magma all around them. The scarlet color seemed to be never-ending. However, what made these two shocked was that no matter how they flew or tried to draw closer, a fixed distance would continue to exist between them and the enormous palace. They couldn't arrive in front of the enormous palace. What is going on here? Sure Hao was at a loss. After carefully thinking about the situation, He realized that there was definitely a great formation laid out here. It covered the entire place from deep underground and surrounded the sea of magma. The two of them had no way of breaking through it. From what my father said, those without a great destiny cannot enter the Holy Emperor's palace, Huolinger said. She retracted her smile and revealed a serious expression. Then how do we get this so-called great destiny? Shihao asked. Huolinger frowned and said, obviously by receiving the Holy Emperor's palace's recognition. Rumors have it that young fish would appear and surface to form a golden bridge, allowing the ones with destiny to arrive in front of the palace. When Shihao heard this, his face immediately became bitter. He continuously bit down on his tongue. Receiving its acknowledgement was simply impossible. The young fish hate him to death, so how could they form a golden bridge for him? Within this ancestral land, if he claimed to be the one that ate the second most young fish, then no one could claim to be first. He had been catching those extraordinary creatures this entire time, so the fish definitely hated him bitterly. Rather than saying he wasn't able to receive the Holy Emperor Palace recognition, it was better to say that it wasn't possible for him to receive the acknowledgement of the young fish. He had a feeling that the existence of the fish was closely related to the protection of this palace. I should attract some fish first and see if I can make them form the bridge. Shihao was truly at his wit's end. He never expected there to be this kind of karma affecting him. He still had some bait on him, so he immediately scattered it down. As expected, after waiting here for a bit, golden specks could be seen. Shihao hid himself and prepared to let Huolinger go up and negotiate. Who would have imagined that as soon as the fish came, they ate the bait and directly released their most powerful symbols towards where he was hiding. With a hong sound, the magma boiled, and scarlet multicolored light poured over in waves. Even the sounds of thunder rang out as it almost collapsed this ground floor with its ridiculous power. You want to enter our Holy Emperor's palace? Stop dreaming. When the school of young fish left, they released this powerful will. Then they began to join and pile up to form a golden bridge that connected to the Holy Emperor's palace. It was incomparably dazzling and incredibly majestic. This was an intentional provocation, purposely making Shihao jealous. He was truly angered badly. Sooner or later, I'm going to eat you all. Golden light flickered. The young fish dispersed and entered the magma. A complex divine will began to fluctuate. They were actually all ridiculing him. It really is aggravating and annoying. I never would have thought that it would all fall on the young fish in the end. Is there really no other way? Shihao asked. Huolinger sighed. From what the Fire Emperor told her privately, those in the past seemed to have all crossed using the Golden Bridge. She never expected that Shihao wouldn't be welcomed by these fish. There is another method. Construct a rainbow bridge yourself to the other end. However, this is just too hard. And rumor has it that even noble kings find it hard to accomplish. Huolinger frowned. Her face was full of worry. How can we know if we don't try? If receiving acknowledgement is impossible, then we can only depend on our own strength to break in. Shihao's gaze was firm and resolute. There were a few symbols in the air that flickered with an ineffable radiance. If one looked closely, they would notice that they were like great stars, each of them flowing with a different kind of undulation. The so-called rainbow bridge required the cultivator himself to link up these great heavenly bodies. Upon being linked up, a multicolored divine bridge would connect to the Holy Emperor's palace. Otherwise, with the shocking laws in place, even if one flew for 100 years, they would still never reach one's destination. When Shihao understood these things, he sat on his precious artifact in mid-air and sank into a deep state of contemplation. In the end, his hands merged together, continuously changing forms. Within him, symbols changed again and again as golden bells flew out one after another. They linked together to resonate with the great stars in the sky. Within this world, there were Tao bells everywhere. They all rang with ear-splitting sounds as they merged with those stars. Following that, the divine light within his body changed again, all of them turning into small cauldrons this time. A simple and unadorned type of aura was emitted, and soon after, all types of lights flew outwards. Small cauldrons packed themselves densely, resonating with those great stars. Yeah, you really might succeed. You've already constructed 2 colors of the divine bridge. Huolinger was completely shocked. Shihao remained calm and did not say anything. However, he already understood the true meaning. The divine light transformation into cauldrons, furnaces, and other objects he studied while breaking through the spiritual transformation realm was currently being used to construct the divine bridge. This was precisely the method required. Following that, he heard about the Fire Emperor's words. At that time, the Fire Emperor had said that it was truly a miracle for him to comprehend these things while in the spiritual transformation realm. Under normal circumstances, even those at the engravement realm would find it difficult to study. In later cultivation realms, king-level figures would be able to comprehend it, but figures like those were still exceedingly rare. From the ancient times until now, only the Holy Emperor could construct the Rainbow Divine Bridge in his youth. You actually could also do it. Moreover, while being younger than him, Hualinger's beautiful eyes widened. You have to understand that this was something that ancient great powers did. Who am I? A glorious and world-shattering, unrivaled individual. I am the most powerful under the heavens, Xianxia said. Meanwhile, symbols flickered and the rainbow bridge was completed. Within the skies, a few large stars were moving up and down brilliantly. Xianxia slowly walked forward as if a dragon or tiger was moving. Hualinga followed. Even though she said that he was just big-mouthed, deep down she truly was shocked. After thinking about it deeply, she really felt that this fellow resembled a rare genius from ancient times. Golden specks of light emerged from within the magma. Several tens of thousands of them appeared, completely filling up this place and covering it in flourishing golden symbols. They were extremely shocked as they looked at the rainbow bridge. This fellow really is formidable. In the future, he will be quite formidable. Don't stir up any more trouble. In the end, under the guidance of some golden youngfish, they followed him but did not take action. Their walk to the other side went smoothly. The rainbow bridge connected to the other side, as if a road was made through a heavenly moat. After walking several dozen steps, the seemingly unreachable distance was shortened, bringing them right in front of the imposing palace. A misty fog was drifting about. Scarlet symbols flickered about. The enormous palace rested at the center of the magma sea while floating up and down. It seemed incredibly mystical. Xianxia and Hualinger ascended the ancient stairs. Below them was the terrifyingly hot scarlet magma. A pair of enormous closed gates blocked their way. What was shocking was that with a slight push, the ancient palace was fully opened. They didn't serve to keep them out, allowing them to easily walk inside. Xianxia had thought that he still had to use up some energy and never expected it to be so easy. Mist curled about the interior, as if they had entered a fairyland. It was so massive that they couldn't see the end. Careful, don't step inside. Hualinger revealed a serious expression. Her tall and slender figure undulated up and down beautifully as she stopped Xianxia. She warned him seriously, revealing that there was danger here. Without a doubt, this was a secret only those who have truly entered knew. It was information passed down by the Fire Emperor. These doors seemed unordinary, but once one stepped inside, it was most likely a whole different story. For the fire clansmen that came before them, this was the most terrifying graveyard. Some that believed this to be a great opportunity immediately died at these gates. A wave of true flame will erupt here. If the power of one's blood vessels isn't strong enough, then one will directly be burned to ashes. Hualinga spoke in a sincere tone. She had never seemed more serious than she was now. At the same time, she was somewhat at a loss, because she did not know whether or not she would immediately die after taking a step inside. After hearing what she had to say, he carefully thought it over and said, "You should go inside. I believe that with how much your father the Emperor dotes on you, it should be because he saw through your talent. I thought you were going to say some words of comfort, yet in the end, you are directly coercing me to enter. One step towards life or death, you truly are." Hualinga was furious. She glanced back. On her beautiful snow-white face, a pair of pupils flourished with divine radiance. She looked at Xianxia deeply before turning around, no longer looking back as she directly walked in. With a chi sound, flames overflowed into the heavens. The entrance was covered in raging flames, immediately submerging her beautiful figure. At the same time, numerous symbols appeared, adorning this palace hall. After a period of time, the true flames were extinguished, and a pure white body appeared. Hualinger was safe and sound, but her previously drifting clothes had been burned into ashes. A scarlet mark could be seen between her brows, appearing to be like a small vermilion bird. It flickered with multicolored light. She was incomparably happy and excited. I passed these sacred doors. My bloodline can be awakened again. Xianxia sighed. This holy emperor's palace really was prepared for the Fire Clan after all. Based on his suspicions, even though they were of the human race, there should still be the blood of the vermilion bird within them. Huolinger was obvious an excellent example of this. Her physique was exceptional, and as a result was favored by the Fire Emperor. She came here to undergo a baptism and be reawakened. This was also one of the reasons why the ancient individuals from the Fire Nation were able to so abruptly rise to greatness. Currently, Huolinger was incomparably happy. She was fully aware how much of a difference it was after she was awakened. In the future, she would definitely soar into the skies. She was like a dancing fairy, totally unaware that her clothes had been burned into ashes. Currently, her perfect, tall, and slender figure was wide open for everyone to see. It was spotlessly white and sparkling, as if she was carved from ivory. Huolinger's beautiful hair fluttered about. Her large eyes were full of life, and her teeth seemed like they were carved from jade. Her red lips were extremely erotic. Her pure white swan neck, together with her slender figure and undulating curves, made others' blood boil. Her sparkling naked body possessed an incredible enticement. Little demon, have your eyes been set on fire? Huolinger shot him a look of contempt. Almost on fire. Xianxia laughed. What kind of gaze is that? Is that how you should look at others? Huolinger was discontent. She was so happy that she forgot what kind of situation she was in. She had neglected the state her body was currently in. Watching a beautiful fatty really is a type of enjoyment, Xianxia muttered. His large eyes didn't blink at all as they revealed an indecent light. It resembled the gaze of a wolf. I've succeeded. Huolinger's smile could topple cities. Her ivory naked body was truly a dazzling sight. Come. In order to congratulate your success in passing this crucial point, let us passionately hug each other in celebration. Xianxia laughed and said, by passing through the sacred gates and receiving the baptism of true flame, the area between Huolinger's brows began to sparkle. A small vermilion mark flickered like a lotus, bright red and glistening. Her head full of dark hair scattered about and her jade-like body flickered with a heart-moving luster. At this moment, she truly could overturn all living things with her appearance. This was an incredibly difficult type of seduction to resist. The snow-white jade-like body moved over. Huolinger came over and her body's fragrance wafted over. Her eyes carried a bit of confusion. Why were the eyes of the fellow in front of her opened so wide? She was a bit pleased with herself. Normally this fellow was always so arrogant and savage, but today they were actually so fixed on her. It seemed like even he had times where he lost his cool. She really came. Then this can't be blamed on me. Beautiful fatty, since it's like this, then let's passionately embrace. You've broken through the shackles of the human race, an event worth celebrating. The devilish brat's gaze was fiery. He opened his arms and was truly enthusiastic beyond belief. He directly pulled her over and gave her a bear hug. Huolinger did not want to carry out any sort of celebration. After passing through the sacred doors, she was incomparably excited. Her only purpose of walking back was to brag about her accomplishment and ridicule the devilish brat's current stupefied appearance. Only after the passionate hug did she realize the problem. No wonder the savage child had lost his head today, staring at her so indecently with his eyes widened. Ah, a screech sounded that could pierce through metal and split stones. It rang throughout the entire sacred imperial palace and resounded through the sea of magma. This kind of feeling, she truly did not dare to think about it. She was completely bare, with her ivory white and beautiful nude body completely exposed. There wasn't a single inch that was covered. My ears are going deaf. Xianxia felt a ringing through his ears. His arms wrapped around the sparkling jade body. It was a unique feeling, soft and fragrant, leaving a deep impression in his heart. His arms landed on Huolinger's back and made contact with her sparkling white skin. As his hands softly brushed past, it felt extremely soft, as if he was caressing silk. When he reached the bottom, he felt a great curve. Huolinger screamed. Those arms descended down her sparkling and sweet shoulders and stroked past her wonderful small waist. It was as if electricity was running through her body. This was too repulsive. This bear hug truly deserved its name, and it was very indecent as well. The two hands made contact and then they started reaching downwards, leaving her body rigid. All of her curves were pulled tight. This was the last straw. Go die. She finally snapped back to reality and forcefully pushed Xianxia away, breaking free from this passionate embrace. It was too vile. He actually had the nerve to do something like this. The devilish brat's hands were still on those curves, but when he was forcefully pushed back, he couldn't help but pinch down. Wuxia cried out in fear, and at the same time all of the fine hair on her body stood up straight. A small sore immediately appeared on her snow-white body. This was too sudden, making her quickly back up. All of this happened too quickly. Much of their actions were done involuntarily. Wuxia's large eyes were opened wide. She felt as if her entire body was heating up from a fever. Her snow-white skin became pink and alluringly bright. This kind of unexpected thing actually happened. You? She truly didn't know what to say. The devilish child looked forward at that wonderful tall jade body. Beautiful hair scattered down on the blushing body that was simply too perfect. It was as if the figure came straight out of a painting. Turn around. Look the other way. Wuxia berated. She was incomparably ashamed and resentful. She brought out a storage magical artifact, and with a shake of her hands, she brought out a fiery dress to cover her body. Xianxia was extremely obedient and acted as she had ordered. After turning his body, he turned his head around and continued to watch. You, turn around. Wuxia shouted. I was doing as I was told. The devilish child muttered. Light blazed within Wuxia's eyes, as if her glare could kill. Fortunately, she had already put on the dress to hide her wonderful body and cover all of her curves. However, her face was still thoroughly red. Her chest rose and fell as she breathed heavily. What is it? It's not good to be so excited, Xianxia said. You? Wuxia pointed her finger at him in fury. She was so angry that she was about to faint. The scene had now become peaceful again. Wuxia finally calmed down. After thinking about what had just happened, she really felt like she was on the verge of going crazy. She truly wanted to grab him and give him a good beating. This matter is not finished. Get over here and let me beat the crap out of you. All right. Xianxia walked forward. Stop. Wuxia seemed to have thought of something and loudly shouted. However, it was already too late. The fiery light rushed up and flames burned about. They completely submerged Xianxia. This was a sacred gate, and those that entered had to endure a cruel and severe trial. 9 out of 10 individuals would die and turn into ashes. She could clearly see that there was a lot of black ashes at the entrance of the palace. Quite a few were in human shapes left behind from past Fire Clan members. Wuxia's eyes widened and said, Hurry and retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late. That area was drowned in fiery light, and even if he retreated, his body would still be plagued with the true flames. It was difficult to break free. These flames were truly difficult to extinguish unless one passed the test. It's all over. Wuxia's expression changed. She deeply understood that this was a test prepared for Fire Clansmen. They possessed the blood of the vermilion bird, and those with greater potentials would receive greater benefits after entering this place. If one were able to awaken here, then the vermilion bird blood would revive, making one immune to flames. Moreover, their body would receive great benefits, allowing them to advance by leaps and bounds in their study of Fire Dao divine abilities. Those that were not from the Fire Clan would not have this bloodline. Being covered in true flames like this would almost undoubtedly end in disaster. It hurt so much. Just as Wuxia thought that things had taken a disastrous turn, Xianxia's voice sounded from within the raging inferno. It seemed as if he was enduring an intense pain. You are okay? The Fire Nation princess was utterly shocked. Xianxia grimaced in pain. His entire body was bright red, and skin was continuously being shed as he endured the flames. He was truly about to be cooked through. Previously, he had encountered Little Red and was dealt with severely, leaving his body scorched black. He was already suffering from burns, so now it naturally hurt even more. However, he did not turn into ashes. He did everything he could to fight against the true flame. At this moment, his old skin was shed and a bright and sparkling new body emerged. Even though he was still sore, Xianxia was no longer being burned until he was splitting apart. Instead, he welcomed the fiery light to temper his body. Right, this is the true meaning. Using flames to refine the golden body. Guolinger understood. If they weren't a Fire Clan member, then they could only advance by becoming strong enough. They had to use their most terrifying physique to endure the slow refinement. This way, they could also pass and gain extraordinary benefits. She remembered that when Xianxia fought against Yi, there were people who commented on how terrifyingly strong his body was. It could even compare to Western Paradise's unbreakable Vajra body. At this moment, his tyrannical physique was fully being displayed. This was truly refining the golden body through flames. So powerful. This is a magnificent achievement only a legendary world-shaking expert from the ancient era could do. Guolinger sighed, feeling extremely shocked. This fellow was just like the most powerful individuals in the ancient era. I'm going to die from pain, the devilish brat cried out noisily, but no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like he was going to be destroyed here. He did not have the vermilion bird's true blood, so his body was unrelated to the fire Tao. Currently, he was only using his powerful body to contend against the flames. The blaze scorched him from his skin down to his inner organs, and then into his bones. This was the world of cultivation's true flame that would leave nothing unburnt. Yet it did not annihilate his body. Time passed, and finally, his scorched black skin was all shed. Sparkling and tender skin emerged, flickering with luster. Within the seams of his bones, flames erupted. Not long after, this place gradually became tranquil. With a piu sound, the final streak of flames vanished. The sacred gate became peaceful again. Xianxia grimaced in pain. His body was in intense pain just now, yet after enduring that great tribulation, his injuries seemed to be quickly healing. There was divine matter within this Tao flame. At first, it felt as if blades were hacking down on his body, but in the end, it felt like he was bathed within water. It nourished his body, allowing him to recover. Now, when he moved his arms and legs, he felt extremely powerful. It seemed like he no longer had to painstakingly refine his body in the engravement realm anymore and only needed to focus on the natural laws and Tao. Bathing in flames to refine the golden body. He had completed this process with his flesh in the engravement realm. Xianxia began to laugh in a silly manner. Passing this trial truly saved him quite a bit of bitter training. Undergoing such suffering had in exchange brought about results that were quite satisfactory. Soon after, he noticed his abnormal state. His clothes had all been burned, and at this moment he was completely naked. He wasn't the one that was sensitive to this state. Instead, Guolinger had long turned her body around. The devilish brat put on another set of clothes in a calm and unhurried manner. He shamelessly said, "Are we even now? You've peeped at me as well. You've never seen such a wonderful nude body before, right?" Guolinger resisted the urge to run around and beat the crap out of him. With clenched teeth, she said, "You are too shameful. I know that you are still discontent. For the sake of completely settling this, I'll allow you to come over here and passionately embrace me. What do you think?" The devilish brat's skin was extremely thick. He walked forward as he put on his clothes. "Absolutely disgraceful person," Guolinger cursed. Her pure white face was full of dissatisfaction. She looked all over for a powerful magical artifact to suppress him with. "You really don't know how to show appreciation. After you succeeded, I even passionately celebrated. In the end, after I succeeded, you didn't express anything," said the devilish brat. "How can your skin be this thick?" Guolinger shouted. She did not want to continue bickering over this with him, or else she would only be driven mad from humiliation and resentment. "What do you mean my skin is thick? My heart is pure, and I looked at this world with a calm eye without any fanciful thoughts. What kind of bad thoughts were running through your head just now? How about this? I'll sacrifice myself for your sake. Mercy be on my spirit. I'll satisfy your unhealthy thoughts and save you from your sea of bitterness. Go die, world's thickest-skinned and most shameful person." Guolinger gave him a new nickname. The vast main hall was incomparably majestic and imposing. One couldn't even see the end of this place because it was just too big. This really was an enormous palace that could be considered a world of its own. Mist curled about and scarlet multicolored light flickered. They continued forward, casting their gazes over the enormous pillars that towered within the great palace. It was as if they were supporting the heavens. The great palace was spacious and empty. The two of them walked forward without another living creature in sight. Suddenly, the vague sound of sutras being chanted could be heard. It moved a person to their soul, startling them. It was rather abrupt. The further they walked forward, the louder it became. It eventually reached a deafening level. "What is this?" Xianxia asked softly. He only heard blurry sounds and could not capture the true meaning. Hualinger also knit her brows. Then, she suddenly cried out in shock. "This is the Fire Tao's supreme precious scripture." The ringing of the natural Tao traveled into the distance, as if they stretched past the 9 heavens. The further they walked forward, the greater the rumbling became. Eventually, they reached a point where they felt as if an enormous scarlet bell was rumbling. Additionally, the mysteries of the heavens were swirling about as countless symbols flickered. A strange event like this in such a vast hall naturally produced a rather intimidating effect. Xianxia and Hualinger proceeded forward. The enormous scarlet bell could vaguely be seen, and the chanting of sutras became clearer, as if they were sounding right next to their ears. Eventually, they reached a place with a lofty Tao platform constructed out of red stones. An ancient scripture rested on its surface, releasing the aura of a great ancient Tao. What? Even Xianxia was alarmed. How could it be so easy? A scripture scroll appeared as soon as they arrived. He had a feeling that the road ahead was definitely full of dangers. Only by undergoing many difficulties would one usually receive rewards, not something direct like this where the scripture was presented in front of them on a Tao platform. The large scarlet bell rumbled. Symbols flickered, surrounding the Tao platform and enveloping the ancient scripture. A melodious sound began to ring through this area. This palace was incomparably vast. After seeing a Tao platform display an ancient scripture like this and a great bell protecting it, the two naturally found it difficult to calm down. Is this the ancient holy imperial scripture? Hualinger was stirred up. Her beautiful and flawless face was full of expectations. Crimson symbols moved about the Tao platform and all types of ancient symbols were swirling about the scripture atop it. The aura of the great Tao filled this area. They could clearly see that this was not an ordinary object. Xianxia felt an enormous wave of force as soon as they tried to get closer. He was forcefully repelled, making him unable to approach the platform. "I've heard that this scripture is extremely special and can't be obtained through force. One can only sit here and listen respectfully. How much one can comprehend would depend on their own luck," Hualinger said. Xianxia sighed. This was clearly one of the Fire Nation's holy objects. He would most likely not receive any type of benefits from it. Hualinger walked forward but was similarly stopped by a wave of indescribable force. However, she quickly sat down to dive into the scripture chants. Her spotlessly white skin began to shine, resonating with the scripture, and Tao sounds passed down through her clan. Scarlet symbols appeared one after another on her body, and soon after, a mysterious energy began to diffuse outwards. "It is quite effective. You should also give it a try." Hualinger looked backwards and hinted for him to follow her. When Xianxia heard what she said, he sat down while facing the scarlet Tao platform. After closing his eyes, he tried to sense the scripture and listen to the true meanings of the Tao like the Fire clan's bloodline. Unfortunately, he could only hear the extremely loud scripture sounds without distinguishing what it was. It was as if all of it was buried under the rumbling of the great bell. Xianxia wasn't able to benefit in the slightest even after sitting there for half an hour. However, he noticed that Hualinger had long submerged herself. She had a solemn appearance, as if she was a goddess, holy and peaceful. She was surrounded by resplendent light. He stood up and began to circle the Tao platform while carefully observing the ancient scripture. Was there a requirement of having to be a descendant of the Fire clan in order to comprehend it? This would truly leave him in a helpless situation. These were all previously prepared for the Fire clansmen who possessed the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. An outsider like him simply wouldn't be able to benefit from any of this. Xianxia could only sigh. Only after 3 days did Hualinger open her eyes. She was in high spirits and scarlet symbols appeared all over her body. They were all received from listening to the ancient scripture. It really was as father said. What every person hears about the true meaning is different. This is a world-shocking ancient scripture that the ancient holy emperor wrote himself. She was full of joy. Back then, her father had also comprehended the Tao here. His body underwent an evolution that allowed him to soar into the skies and establish the most stable foundation. Did you not receive any benefits? Huolinger asked. Shihao shook his head and laughed. Can you impart onto me some of your Fire Clan symbols? It doesn't have to be anything deep or profound, just enough to use in this world. Your skin really is thick. Huolinger naturally knew that this fellow also wanted to study the Tao here, but the true profound mysteries of the Fire Clan couldn't be leaked regardless of how good their relationship was. After thinking about it, she still passed down a simple mnemonic chant. It was the most fundamental of the Fire Clan's symbols that couldn't be considered to be much of secret. It was passed around even in the outside world. Much thanks. Shihao became extremely happy and immediately sat down to begin his chanting. He then went to sense the scripture on top of the Tao platform. In regards to cultivation, his natural talent was truly ridiculous. Even when a brand new path of enlightenment entered his hands, he immediately began to utilize it freely and effortlessly. He immediately began to operate it. In that instant, his entire body surged with flames. Scarlet symbols swirled around him. Soon afterwards, Shihao's body trembled because he heard a great voice. It was an ancient Tao, yet concealed within was a tyrannical force as well as the grandeur of an emperor. It was as if a supreme holy emperor was sitting on top of the Tao platform and giving a lecture on the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Shihao obtained a few methods, but these were not the things he wanted. What he needed were divine abilities like the vermilion bird's precious technique, not the inheritance of the holy emperor. In that instant, Huolinger's small mouth widened. Are you kidding? This fellow is too ridiculous. He could start studying here immediately after obtaining the Fire Clan symbols. Shihao continued to comprehend the Tao here. What he heard now was completely different, and it gradually became more and more profound. The most important thing was that he was able to witness a few unusual sights. A vague supreme figure appeared right in front of him. He was surrounded by the enormous scarlet bell, and beside him were some vague symbols. When he looked closely, he could decipher a few of them. Shihao was astonished. After carefully identifying them, he realized these were all suggestions. For example, magical diagrams, symbols, vermilion birds, true flame, and others. It seemed like it was waiting for him to choose one. Every single one was incomparably enticing. Shihao carefully looked through them. When he saw the two words precious technique, he chose it without the slightest hesitation. Hong! Fiery light surged, and a scarlet divine bird appeared on the Tao platform. It was a creature that could look down on everything under the heavens, and at this moment, it swept its gaze over. Shihao knew that things were turning bad. The vicious bird swooped down to engage in a vicious battle, making him break out in cold sweat. It was difficult for him to move while in this seated posture, so he definitely couldn't get up in time. Hold on. When entering any state of mind, one needs to be fully engaged. I should be able to see through all of this. Shihao spoke to himself. Then, the space between his brows lit up, and a sphere of blazing light was released. Immediately after, he broke free from the restriction and could move again. He rushed upwards to engage that scarlet vicious bird. What are you doing? In the distance, Huolinga cried out in shock. Dang! Meanwhile, a great sound was released as if the sound of a great golden bell was ringing. Shihao was awoken. He noticed that he didn't collide with the scarlet divine bird, but rather struck his palm on that large scarlet bell. With a hong sound, a wave crashed outwards and pushed him back. He was sent flying by the energy of an incomparably powerful Tao. It was just too overwhelming. Fortunately, Shihao had released his power immediately. He used the Kuan-Peng precious technique's lunar force to dissolve most of the force, thus preventing any injuries to his body. What is going on? Shihao said to himself. Huolinger walked over. After carefully inquiring about the situation, she frowned. My father had said before that it is not impossible for those from outside our clan to obtain opportunities here. They could issue challenges, and if they succeed, then they could receive benefits. She surmised that just now, Shihao had entered that sort of state. He was trying to challenge one of the difficult obstacles left behind by the Holy Emperor's ancient scripture. At this moment, they felt as if this enormous palace became a bit different. There was an ineffable type of aura. The Tao platform hid itself, and the ancient scripture disappeared. However, there was a light flickering in front of them. The two were somewhat suspicious, but they continued forward. There was a praying mat that flickered with symbols. Thunderous sounds could be heard as if a senior was going to teach his junior. It's this place. After obtaining the inheritance, one needs to cultivate here to consolidate what they learned. Hualinger understood quite a bit, so she directly walked forward. However, before she even got close to it, the praying mat sucked her in with a schwa sound, seating her on top. Tao sounds immediately began to sound. The scarlet symbols appeared, surrounding Hualinger. Moreover, bizarre events began to take place. The ancient scripture from before reappeared and suspended itself above her head. Walala sound rang out as its pages turned on their own. The area between Hualingo's brows lit up. The small scarlet vermilion bird flickered together with that brilliant scripture. Hualinger was shocked and incredibly happy. She looked at How in the distance and said, "I might enter a deep hibernation. You need to be careful and not act recklessly." She had obtained an extraordinary chance. The symbols that her father had carved within previously were truly effective. It led to the resuscitation of the Holy Imperial Scripture and allowed its contents to merge with her. Of course, according to her father, the Emperor, the most important thing was that her bloodline's power had to be extremely powerful. Even though she wasn't a vermilion bird, she still had the true blood. After all these years, the reason the Fire Emperor held onto the true blood was for the day she could enter the Holy Emperor's palace. Momentarily, the fiery light flickered, and the true flames submerged Hualinger. The ancient scripture created Walala sounds and continuously turned about. Strand after strand of symbols flowed out into her body. How was stupefied. This really was prepared for the Fire Clan's people. He could only stare blankly here. Something's not right. He turned around and saw that a black arena had appeared at another location. The massive arena was formed from enormous pitch-black rocks. There was a stone tablet beside it with a few characters carved on it. It was definitely something that had just emerged. How walked up and carefully looked about. The stone tablet clearly explained everything, stating that this was a place for those not from the Fire Clan. If one reigned victorious here, then they would receive great benefits. Archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage. How was shaken. He never expected the reward to be so heaven-defying. It was written on the tablet that the Fire Clan's Holy Imperial Scripture could not be passed to outsiders, but there were a few that could be left to chosen individuals. Moreover, it clearly indicated that they were similarly matchless. What was the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage? There were a few annotations below, and after How stopped reading, he couldn't help but be shocked. Deities had emerged from Little Red's ancestors, and its mother even lit her divine flame, becoming Fire Nation's guardian spirit. They all possessed illustrious reputations that shook the ancient era. They were all extremely powerful. They were able to continuously undergo rebirth to recreate the vermilion bird's true blood, making them an incredibly terrifying race. However, they did not obtain any of their ancestors' inheritances. All of the divine abilities they used, despite also being world-shocking and able to force back the great divine mountains, they were still far from the archaic vermilion bird's world-changing precious technique. The archaic vermilion bird was truly an unrivaled existence that could sweep through the lands under the heavens. It was a heavenly ranked ancient bird that possessed unmatched divine might. The other archaic vicious beasts and divine birds could only bow down in servitude under its might. Unfortunately, its inheritance was not in the wasteland region. There were several ancestors of Little Red that had hoped to reconstruct the archaic vermilion bird's precious technique, but in the end, they all failed. The Fire Clan's Holy Emperor was also in existence that had achieved divinity. He possessed the true blood of the vermilion bird within him, so he had also researched some of this knowledge. He had also wanted to recreate the unrivaled divine ability. However, it was truly regretful that both Little Red's ancestors and the Holy Emperor failed to succeed. However, they didn't completely fail. The archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage was created from the insights gained from several generations of deities. This was something that they recorded and left behind. It was rumored that once it reached the archaic vermilion bird's tenfold barrage, then it would recreate the unrivaled precious technique that burned down gods and devils alike. The fourfold technique was considered abandoned, but it wasn't absolutely useless. It could similarly be used, only that its requirements were too severe. It required a physique equal to the archaic vermilion bird. Otherwise, the user's body would crack apart as soon as it was utilized. Before injuring anyone else, the user's own body would be destroyed. Once Xianxia understood all of this, he became momentarily speechless. This technique was too tyrannical. No wonder it was considered an abandoned record. Just how many people could succeed in this? Creatures with that kind of physique were definitely unordinary and would have their own inheritances. Without much hesitation, he entered the black arena to carry out a challenge. Just because others couldn't use it didn't mean he couldn't either. He might even be able to make this abandoned record shine brilliantly. Hong, a fiery red bird, flew over and swooped down. The massive divine bird was constructed from crimson symbols. Xianxia made his move, and a great battle unfolded. This area became chaotic. All types of oppressive symbols appeared, and this world itself seemed like it was going to split apart. It was incomparably terrifying. It was clear that the one who left behind this technique understood what they were doing. Only those that were powerful enough would step onto the stage. As for those who weren't powerful enough, how were they even going to use the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage? As a result, this test was extremely terrifying. The vermilion bird, constructed out of scarlet multicolored light, was ridiculously powerful and could easily slaughter regular youths. Even a pure-blooded creature wouldn't stand much of a chance. Xianxia did not conceal anything because he wanted to quickly end this battle. In the end, he even displayed the power of the Kuanpong and released his 10 heavenly passages. This place seemed like it was on the verge of breaking apart. The entire black arena shook violently. Then it began to crack apart, and ultimately it was blasted to pieces. The scarlet divine bird was killed, and everything here vanished. Xianxia breathed deeply in and out, causing his chest to rise and fall. This battle had left him completely exhausted. Even though not much time had passed, it was still a difficult battle. Just now, he had displayed everything he had studied up to this point and pushed his body to its limit. Otherwise, the battle would have persisted for at least half a day. Since even Xianxia treated it seriously, it was clear just how difficult that test had been. Only by risking it all against the true flame could he win. This was quite a rare sight. After he made his first public appearance, the number of times he had to fight so seriously could be counted on one hand. It was easy to talk about, but this battle was truly not easy for him to win. The black arena had completely vanished, and the only thing that could be heard within the vast palace hall was his heavy breathing. Only after a long time did he calm down. "Truly worthy of being known as an ancient deity's challenge," he said. Regardless of whether it was Little Red's ancestors or the Fire Nation's holy emperor, they were all deities. After he thought about it for a bit, he realized that an arena left behind by ancient deities should be this difficult. If it was any normal person, they would not have any hopes of passing. Even pure-blooded creatures would fail, for thick pillars lit up. The entirely vermilion pillars towered within the ruined arena, seeming as if they could prop up the heavens. An extremely shocking fluctuation was released from them. Xianxia walked forward. This was the archaic vermilion bird's fourfold barrage. There was a record carved on each pillar. They were tyrannical imprints, and the divine might they exuded could be felt from far away. The pressure was so great that it was almost suffocating. Xianxia stopped before the first fiery pillar. It was wrapped in flames, and fiery light surged all about. A vermilion bird was moving about, displaying the stance of breaking into the 9 heavens. It was not an immobile figure. Its wings continuously moved about, taking it up into the skies and down into the underworld. Xianxia calmed his mind and began to carefully research it. His natural talents in cultivation were extremely high, and no matter what he learned, his speed would be extremely fast. He could use ordinary symbol precious techniques with just a glance. However, he did not move for a long time and carefully studied it. He was scared of missing anything, and so he wholeheartedly devoted his attention. Just like that, Xianxia stood there pondering for an entire day and night. Afterwards, his limbs slowly extended. His arms were like a pair of wings, and his legs stepped on the air itself. His entire body erupted with a domineering aura. He soared into the air and continuously evolved. He displayed the tyrannical archaic vermilion bird's attributes to great detail, and a domineering wave of yang power erupted. The archaic vermilion bird's control over the essence of fire could burn down gods and demons. It was extremely ferocious and tyrannical. The fourfold barrage was not a fire-Dao divine ability. Instead, it fully displayed the vermilion bird's domineering might by pushing one's flesh and symbols to an unimaginable level. Even someone like him whose powerful body did not fear even the golden body of heaven-mending sect. His bones were continuously making sounds. Pi-pa sounds rang out continuously like that of beans being stir-fried. His entire body trembled. Any normal person would have already split apart into small pieces. They would have been destroyed before this tyrannical technique was even utilized. Following that, Xianxia walked towards the second large pillar. After studying there for a while, the sound of chanting rang out through the entire area, startling him quite a bit. When he looked up, he saw faint golden light flickering about. Divine manner. He was shocked. The Holy Emperor's palace actually had this kind of effect. Even after cultivating here for a few months, only a few days would have passed in the outside world. After thinking about it, he felt that this should be the case. Even the ordinary divine palaces had miraculous effects, let alone this even more extraordinary place. As a result, Xianxia relaxed. He no longer had to worry about missing the great decisive battle. The 4 enormous scarlet pillars revealed the archaic vermilion bird's technique. Xianxia's thoughts submerged himself completely into an intense state of mind. Sometimes he would stand for several days and nights on end, and other times he would suddenly leap into the air and continuously unfold his body. What emerged was a forceful and oppressive technique that gave off the grandeur of a heaven-shattering Tao. It was just 4 strikes, yet they embodied and contained a tremendous amount of symbols. These were things left behind by a few deities, and even if someone was able to reach where he was now, they would still find it difficult to understand everything. This did not leave Xianxia discouraged, but instead made him even more excited. It seemed like this technique was sizing him up in order to activate it. The necessary body strength to support the technique wasn't an issue for him at all. He brought out a few magical artifacts and tossed them into the air. He then soared up and spread his limbs to move as nimbly as a vermilion bird. It was as if he could strike down the stars from the 9 heavens. Bo! The sound of shattering rang out in midair. It was just too bold and powerful. The archaic vermilion bird's 4-fold barrage was ferocious and tyrannical. His entire body was wrapped in scarlet flames and crimson light. When he rushed out like that, several precious artifacts cracked apart and exploded into pieces. They were turned into ashes in midair. Just the initial test already produced frightening power. After analyzing it for several more months, the 4-fold strikes were advanced to their peak. He had already thoroughly comprehended the complicated mysteries within. The requirements for those that used it were extremely high. Xianxia had met all of the requirements. His body did not break, and his physique was firm and powerful, so he was not injured in the slightest when using the archaic vermilion bird's 4-fold barrage. An overbearing technique like this was extremely suitable for decisive battles. It was fierce and oppressive. When used, it had enough power to shake the stars in the sky. Needless to say, the archaic vermilion bird from back then could look down on the 9 heavens and earth. It could pluck stars from the sky and overpower the sun without any problems. For stone steels appeared before him without a sound. They were pitch black and flowing with a dark and cold luster. There were a few characters on top that explained that they could be used to test whether the cultivation succeeded. Xianxia's eyes were clear and bright. When he raised his hand, his palm and fingers were bright red. A symbol appeared at the center of his palm as he forcefully pressed his arm down. Honk! The first stone tablet was shattered, the second one exploded, the third split into pieces, and the fourth one cracked apart before ultimately collapsing. These were fragments of stars that were refined into steels through a technique. They were solid and nearly indestructible like the archaic divine mountains. Yet in the end, they were completely shattered with a single palm. According to what was inscribed, this was prepared for a true vermilion bird to test their results. Needless to say, he had just passed it perfectly. Everything disappeared and even the 4 stone structures were flattened. The marks on top faded before completely vanishing. Several days later, Hualinga woke up. Her entire being seemed extraordinary. The holy imperial scripture above her head weakened before flying away. Soon after, it vanished into a drizzle of light. Many natural laws appeared within Hua Linger's mind. She was clearly much different now. Even her lively eyes seemed much deeper now, and only after a while did they return to normal. The Great Hall is quite big, so we should continue forward. There should still be some more good things. Based on what she heard from the Fire Emperor, even though each person's opportunities were different, it definitely was not only this much. Alright, let's proceed forward. I'm hoping to get a vermilion bird's true bone from this, Xianxia said. When Hualinger heard what he said, she shot him a look. Their clan possessed the blood of the vermilion bird within them, so there was a deep connection between them and the ancient bird. Her graceful body shifted into various postures, and her beautiful hair flew about. Her tall and alluring body did not possess the slightest blemish, and after experiencing the Tao comprehension, her entire being became more refined and otherworldly. A holy radiance was emanating from her pure white skin. Mist covered the main hall densely. Streaks of scarlet multicolored lights would dance about as the two sped along. The areas they passed through were all extremely quiet, and only after a long time did a bright and resplendent region appear. They could see a brilliant light even from far away. The main hall was no longer hazy, and instead was bright and blazing with radiance. Sounds of water could be heard from up ahead. What is this? Xianxia was startled. Up ahead, the mist had dispersed, but the dazzling light was difficult to overcome. It came from two ponds, as if divine treasures were appearing in this world. Hualingo also cried out in surprise, as if she was looking at the most shocking sight in the world. She clenched her small fists, and on her face, extreme joy and excitement could be seen. She was jumping and hopping about while squealing continuously, completely losing her earnest and dignified appearance. I didn't think that we would be able to find this place. This is the Pond of Rebirth, and it isn't something that everyone who enters will have the luck of encountering. This is the foundation of the Holy Emperor's palace's greatness. Her eyes were burning with passion, as if she had discovered a heavenly treasury. Xianxia discovered a monument, and on top were the words, Pond of Rebirth. They hurried forward. There were two ponds in front of them, arranged side by side. They were both incomparably bright, with gold and crimson lights erupting forth together. Magma filled the interior, and there was even vegetation growing. Just the words Pond of Rebirth on the monument alone was enough to stir Xianxia's heart greatly. After drawing closer and examining it a bit more, he became extremely shocked. Each pond was 1 zhang in length and full of scarlet magma. There were golden lotuses growing within that surged with vitality. These plants grow within the magma? There were 10 or so inside, filling up the magma pond. They were not that large, but they were extremely brilliant. The petals were golden in color and emitted a sweet fragrance. Furthermore, the most unique part of this place was that every once in a while, a drop of golden liquid would descend into the scarlet liquid, bringing with it a faint golden luster. Divine substance. Xianxia was moved. He realized that the most unique part of the Pond of Rebirth was the liquid dropping from above. The golden liquid was a bit familiar. The golden divine substance refined from the yang fish also possessed this aura, but it was far from being this powerful. In addition, the scarlet lava together with the faint golden drop that descended from midair produced a sweet scent. This was something far purer than the divine substance he acquired so far. Of course, within these two packed ponds, other than these objects, it was just magma. The liquid that dropped from above was diluted. Rebirth liquid. Hualinga's breathing became hurried as she declared what this was. She then spoke about its origins. The archaic vermilion bird had appeared within the wasteland region in the past and created a temporary palace here. It had undergone rebirth here and thus came into being Fire Nation's holy land. This was also where the divine substance originated from. Everything was created from the essence left behind by the archaic vermilion bird when it underwent rebirth, and this essence was known as rebirth liquid. The successive generations of the Fire clan were only able to soar to greatness after entering due to the flame pool. They underwent rebirth here, allowing their bodies to undergo an unfathomable transformation. As soon as they emerged and cultivated again, they would advance by leaps and bounds. Hualinger obtained the holy imperial scripture already, and now, she even saw the rebirth liquid, so her mind was shaking. If nothing unexpected happened, Then she would travel on an incomparably glorious path in the future. This was a path that several generations of fire emperors treaded on. Xiao's heart was also quite restless, with great waves rising and falling. This time his gains were truly enormous. He had no idea what kind of transformation would take place after this. This rebirth liquid is the most sacred and must not be contaminated. Only after one's body is without any impurities could one enter. In addition, one must follow an ancient ceremony of sacrifice to the archaic vermilion bird, or else there won't be any changes, Wulinga warned. Without impurities, don't we need to take a bath then? Afterwards, we will each undergo a separate baptism. Xiao asked. What is that suspicious look in your eyes? How about I help you gouge them out? Wulinga spoke fiercely. She once again thought about what happened before. The sound of water splashing about could be heard as if it was playing a melodious tune. The pleasant sounds resounded through the palace. The hazy mist dispersed, and a spring could be seen. Based on what Wulinga said, in order to enter the pond of rebirth, one's body needed to be free of impurities, and the ancient sacrificial ceremony was required. Otherwise, it was the same as disrespecting the archaic vermilion bird, and they might bring about trouble. These were extremely rare, untainted waters that a deity once bathed within. It could eliminate the filth of the mortal and eliminate any impurities. The waters did not possess any divine power and could only be used to clean oneself both internally and externally. This was a precious fluid that could wash the physical body and even treat illnesses. If one were to call it a truly world-shocking treasure, then that would be a bit excessive, as it is far inferior to divine liquids. However, this was the best type of spiritual spring for the two at the moment, since it was something both Wulinga and Xiao needed. Go over there. Wulinga shooed him away, not allowing him to come over. Soon after, Walala sounds could be heard from the spring. Wulinga stood inside, allowing the splashing liquid to fall onto her pure white and shining body. Her hair was completely drenched as it stuck to her breasts and her back. Water droplets ran down her face past her bright eyes, giving her an appearance that was exceedingly beautiful. Hey fatty, are you done yet? Don't waste too much time. Are you stuck? Do you need me to help? Xiao's lazy voice sounded from the distance. You should stay where it is cool. Wulinga grinded her teeth in anger. Her sparkling pure white face was full of unwillingness. Last time, she suffered greatly and had been groped all over, yet she had no way of getting back at him. Do you really want me to go where it is cold? Xiao was astonished. You don't come here. Veins appeared on Wulinga's forehead. She almost forgot how weird this fellow was, how he would always take advantage of others' faulty wording. This clear spring really was a relatively cooler place. Soon after, she completed her bath. She jumped into the air and landed inside the pond of rebirth with a putong sound, causing magma to splash high into the air. If it was a normal person that entered, their bodies would have definitely turned into ashes without even any bones remaining. However, after the Fire Clan members were awakened, that would no longer be the case. There was the true blood of the vermilion bird within her, allowing her to bathe within the flames and be reborn. Her pure white nude body was now submerged within the pool's scarlet magma. The red and white colors produced an unspeakable amount of temptation. The unique scene made her appear extremely beautiful. The strands of multicolored light flowed through her body at a visible speed, as if they were small and fast-moving streams. Xiao entered the spiritual spring to rinse his body. The water was truly quite special, leaving him feeling refreshed and energetic. It was almost as if it could cleanse his spirit, allowing his entire body to relax. His tall, slender yet fit body shone with a sparkling luster. His entire head of long hair scattered about and flowed with a dark light. His eyes seemed to have become clearer. In the end, he got up and said, "Don't peek at me, we are already long even." Far away, Wulinga, who was within the magma liquid, was feeling so much hatred that the roots of her teeth were becoming numb. What kind of words were those? It was almost as if she was the pervert. He truly lacked a good beating. Xiao walked in midair, and with a putong sound, he landed into the other pond of rebirth. A huge amount of lava splashed out, and a part of it dropped onto Wulinga's body. This produced a shrieking sound. When he splashed out the liquid, she once again recalled the passionate embrace when the lava landed on her body, making her feel as if caterpillars were crawling through her. Hurry up and carry out the ancient ceremony. Conduct the sacrifice already, said Shihao. It was impossible for them to offer anything, but from Huiling's explanation, the true sacrifice was the prayer they made towards the archaic vermilion bird. The effects were truly quite unusual. The two ponds immediately began to sparkle with light. An astonishing life force emerged from the scarlet lava, and the fragrance became even stronger. Meanwhile, the golden lotuses that filled the ponds seemed to have all bloomed, with even a few flower buds appearing. Drops of golden liquid flowed outwards, producing an almost irresistibly intoxicating fragrance. Shihao felt as if all the pores on his body were relaxing and expanding. He couldn't help but release a groan. This was just too comfortable. On the other side, Huilinger was experiencing the same thing. A delicate moan sounded, producing a truly unique enticement. "Hey, are you trying to seduce me?" Shihao asked. "Shut up." Huilinger was a beautiful and alluring princess from the Fire Nation, so she paid the most attention to her bearing. However, at this moment, she couldn't help but utter these words, because she was truly angered badly. Suddenly, a third voice sounded. It was not one that naturally belonged this place, and in this vast and spacious palace, it was extremely unusual. "Wow, you two are like a married couple. It makes even immortals jealous." This voice was just too abrupt. Shihao was a bit better off, but Huilinger immediately submerged herself into the pond. She was completely ashamed and resentful. If she was seen by others, how great of a scandal would this be? Moreover, that manner of speaking was too unpleasant. She looked everywhere to see exactly who spoke those words. So much precious liquid, mine, all mine. Finally, Huilinger discovered the source of the voice. Just from the manner of speaking, she could surmise that it was something related to the devilish child. "Stupid stone, you dare scare me." The angry Huilinger felt humiliated. "Did you get caught doing something? Why are you so embarrassed? It's not even that big of a deal. You two should continue. I didn't see anything. Just pretend like I don't exist." A faint golden small stone was speaking smugly from Shihao's hair. It was precisely the divine striking stone. Several years ago, it ate too many things, such as the divine silt from the immortal spring and primal earth from the Kuanpeng nest. These were all rare divine treasures. After eating those things, it didn't digest them. Only after the Battle of the Northern Sea ended did it begin digesting those treasures, and as a result, it submerged into a state of slumber. And today, it had suddenly woken up in great spirits. The strange stone was much larger than before. It was now more miraculous, and could truly be considered a wondrous treasure. If the saints from the ancient era saw it, all of their eyes would turn red from greed. As Huilinger listened to its words, she felt ashamed and angry. This truly was an example of different environments providing different influences. While at the savage brat's side, even that stone deserved a good spanking. "Hey, there's no need to be embarrassed. Aren't you two just missing the courage to cross that last step? I'll be watching from the side." Truly wasn't clear whether it was speaking towards Shihao or Huilinger. "If you speak any more nonsense, I'm going to let you have a taste of the Holy Emperor's formation," Huilinger threatened. Following that, she found it difficult to say any more, because a wave of powerful aura filled the air. The pool of rebirth boiled, and the magma with faint golden streaks surrounded her. It continuously coagulated until a huge cocoon formed. Soon afterwards, not only was her pure white naked body surrounded, but even her head and beautiful hair were. It was almost as if she was completely isolated from the rest of the world. Golden lotuses blossomed one after another. Soon after, they withered and turned into specks of divine radiance, entering the cocoon. "Aya, my magma liquid!" The divine striking stone cried out miserably. It felt as if the essence of the pond was disappearing and being absorbed by the large cocoon. Without a doubt, Huilinger was undergoing a great change. She was undergoing another rebirth. Shihao's eyes became fiery as he watched, but he calmed down soon after he understood the mysterious power of the magma. It contained the undying essence left behind after the vermilion bird's rebirth, which was deeply permeated inside the magma. In what seemed like a split second, strange events took place where he was as well. The scarlet liquid surged and quickly surrounded him. Streaks of scarlet multicolored light curled up around him as if scarlet dragons were dancing about. Aya! My divine liquid! The divine striking stone cried out miserably. It no longer dared to stay idle and leapt down from Sure-Hao's hair into the pond to drink the lava. Suddenly, the absorption force of Sure-Hao's body seemed to become even greater. He was like a bottomless pit as all of the precious liquid swarmed towards him. Monster! How are you stealing more than me? The divine striking stone shrieked. Sure-Hao's flesh was not damaged. As if he was sturdy like a golden steel, they resonated together, as if he became one entity with the pool of rebirth. The endless essence all entered his body, and it was clear that a large cocoon was about to form. Suddenly, something strange happened. His chest lit up and erupted with a world-shaking energy. The divine striking stone was so startled that it began to scream. It directly fled, shooting out of the pool of rebirth. At the same time, the scarlet multicolored light that formed the cocoon shattered. Light flowed out like streams into his chest unendingly. At this moment, the golden lotuses within the pool began to continuously blossom and wither, forming small golden streams. They flowed into his chest and dissolved into specks of light to nourish his body. Holy shit, it's like a divine god descending into this world. The divine striking stone was experiencing post-traumatic stress. It had followed Sure-Hao for many years, so it naturally knew what it was. At this moment, there were still lingering fears within his mind, because even the stone was almost sucked in. The entire pond was boiling, and all of types of nirvana magma surged. Everything was sucked into Sure-Hao's chest, forming a small sun. Sure-Hao's mind was constantly fluctuating. He almost lost self-control and roared towards the sky. He had been hoping all these years for the supreme being bone to regrow, and now, there was actually hope for it to reemerge. This time, it was most likely not just recovering a bit. His chest felt rather itchy, as if something was trying to wriggle into existence. He had encountered trouble and misfortune again and again ever since his birth, and it was all because of the supreme being bone. It was gouged out and stolen by another, leading all who were close to him to scatter. He had been left with only blood and tears. At this moment, his chest was completely sparkling. A small blazing sun appeared in that location, and blood essence was swirling within. A bone was gradually forming. It wasn't like the past few times where only the outline was formed and not the actual thing. This time it was completely different. This was a place of rebirth with magma left behind from when the archaic vermilion bird underwent rebirth. This substance had miraculously been preserved until this very day without any of its essence fading with the passage of time. At this moment his body was frantically devouring it all. Everything concentrated towards his chest, entering that small golden sun as nourishment. An intense pain began to spread over his body. It felt like his heart and lungs were being torn apart, and the pain seeped into his bones. Sure-Hao's body felt weak. At the same time, pi-pa sounds rang through his body and dazzling radiance shone all over his body. Soon after, honk sounds rang out. It was as if he was burning with flames. His flesh, inner organs, and bones all gave off multicolored light. All of the divinity within them were pulled out and sent towards the bone in his chest. The pond of rebirth trembled. The scarlet multicolored light poured toward his body like a tide, continuously replenishing him. This was a type of robbery as well as a berserk transformation. Within Sure-Hao's body, the extremely powerful and rich supreme being blood was revived, and it continued to reconstruct his bone. A small sun appeared, and as it continuously condensed, a sparkling white bone piece appeared. The bone wasn't that large, since it hadn't completely matured yet. It was only the size of a finger segment, yet it gave off a power that felt like it could overwhelm everything. It was sparkling and translucent. Terrifying rays of light were shooting out from it, and around its vicinity, a divine golden disk emerged, forming a blazing sun. The scariest part was that there were symbols flickering on its surface. Then, a small blazing individual appeared that sat on top of the supreme being bone. Sure-Hao examined the inside of his body, and what he saw startled him. He deduced the origin of that little figure. It was evolved from the symbols on the supreme being bone that had managed to take on a human shape. The transformation was remarkable enough to make any other creature sigh in admiration. It was worthy of being known as the human race's supreme being bone. Once revived, it possessed an astonishing power. A human form would appear and resonate with the great Tao. It was completely different from other divine abilities. Typically, other precious techniques would always form vicious birds and savage beasts when they materialized, but never materialize human form. Throughout the long history of cultivation, the human race had always been weak. After undergoing endless years of struggles and imitations, humans gradually evolved and established their own power. It all came down to the fact that the humans did not have symbols of their own. Every human cultivator had to acquire symbols from somewhere else before they could create their own. However, there were exceptions. There were a few individuals who bitterly cultivated and advanced one step at a time until they made great achievements and became unrivaled in this world. They were able to construct their own symbols, and those were unique, precious techniques exclusive to themselves. Even harder to come by were cultivators like Shi Hao, who had been endowed with supreme symbols at birth. They would enable him to have the world at his command and let him roam freely anywhere in the world. The agglomeration of symbols to form a human shape was the embodiment of the human race's deepest mysteries. Along the endless cultivation journey and precious techniques, such phenomenons were indeed very rare. It went without saying that such precious techniques bore unfathomably profound meanings. Each time they made an appearance in this world, they would be accompanied by frightful disturbances. The power they possessed was considered both unprecedented and earth-shaking. The only problem, though, was that the current situation looked rather bizarre. No one had ever heard of a blazing little figure sitting cross-legged on a Tao bone while reciting scriptures. Had the word got out, the whole world would be shocked. By now, Shi Hao had been drained of his spiritual essence. Even someone as sturdy as he was, with a nearly indestructible physical body, could not stop shivering. Divine light could be seen rising from inside his flesh and blood, rushing towards his chest. As time went by, the fluid in the pond of rebirth gradually decreased until the pond was almost dried up. The mightiness of the bone was almost unimaginable. It devoured everything, as if it would wipe the world clean if it was allowed to do so. After 2 days had passed, Shi Hao became almost unrecognizable. His skin and muscle were rumpled and shriveled. His internal organs had lost their translucency, and even his bones appeared lusterless. His current appearance seemed dispirited and listless. The change was so frightening that it was making the divine striking stone shudder and flee backwards. Had the stone gotten any closer, it might have been sucked dry. The bone was like a bottomless pit. However, Shi Hao was feeling more lively than ever. His physical body might have lost its vitality, but he was full of spirit and energy on the inside. The fact that the supreme bone was reviving in front of his eyes filled his heart with joy. However, this bone was way too frightening. The energy it would consume to maintain its growth would be unfathomable. The pond contained essence left behind by the rebirth of the archaic vermilion bird. Such substance would trigger a sensation if brought to the outside world, and even supreme experts would fight tooth and nail for it. The impact would be catastrophic. Although the pond of rebirth was mainly filled with magma, not all of it was composed of divine substances. However, there was still an astonishing amount, for it had been accumulated for over a decade. The small supreme bone alone had drained the pond of its fluid. However, Shi Hao could see with his naked eyes that the bone did not become any larger and only became glossier than before. More importantly, profound and complex symbols were flickering on the bone, and stored within were the heavens' profound mysteries. The discovery was making Shi Hao a little fretful. He had been observing this bone all this time. The snowy white and translucent bone piece was not that big. The symbols on it were so mysterious that he could not even figure them out. The first reason was that the symbols had been showing up in a fleeting manner and were never distinct enough. Moreover, the pattern they formed was way too complicated. They almost resembled a sky covered with stars, as if they formed another heavenly domain. Another few days passed, and now, the pond of rebirth was finally dried up completely. The bone inside Shi Hao, however, was still of the same size. A little figure surrounded by swirling multicolored light was sitting on top with its legs crossed, chanting sutras the entire time. In the end, the divine essence created by the rebirth of the archaic vermilion bird had become so thin that it could no longer nourish the bone. It was only until then that everything started to quiet down and stop. The bone had gone silent. The blazing little figure disappeared, turning into a symbol and concealing itself inside the bone. Xianxia sat cross-legged without making a sound. There was nothing left in the pond of rebirth apart from some rocks. He frowned and activated the supreme bone, trying to reveal the profound meanings within. However, he sensed a tightness in his chest accompanied by a sharp pain. Despite its small size, the intimidating aura the bone possessed was almost powerful enough to split open the skies. His current action of activating it by force almost tore apart his own body. The bone was difficult to control. This was a huge problem. The main reason for that, Xianxia realized, was that the supreme bone was incomplete and had not been revived to its full extent. As a result, when he tried to activate it, there were many aspects where it did not match with him. However, Xianxia was a tough and fearless person. He continued to persevere and test out this bone. Finally, an excruciating pain hit him, and it felt as if his soul was being split apart. His spirit immediately declined, and cracks appeared on his chest. Something terrifying had happened. This was a result of Xianxia forcing the bone to revive. A violent fluctuation was released that inflicted great pain on Xianxia. Xianxia persisted on and did not give up. In the end, he felt as if all the bones in his body were shattering, and he was on the verge of blacking out. Blood oozed out from his chest and cracks covered his forehead, leaving him with serious injuries. Honk! A streak of frightening light erupted from his chest, puncturing the wall of the Grand Palace. The ground trembled and magma surged violently. What happened? Is the Holy Emperor's palace in trouble? Within the volcanoes above the surface, the little red bird was perching on an ancient tree and was puzzled by the noise. Xianxia had no idea how long it took before his spirit and soul found their way back to his body. What happened just then was too dangerous. That symbol light was not something he could comprehend. It transcended everything, shaking him so greatly that his soul left his body. The streak of light that had shot through the ceiling was unbelievably frightening. The shocking power damaged the Holy Emperor's palace. Xianxia found it hard to measure the exact magnitude of that eruption since his spirit and soul had been blasted away from his physical body, leaving him completely overwhelmed. The only thing he could tell for sure was that it was incredibly formidable. Nevertheless, such mighty power was both hard to control and not easy to utilize. His action of activating it by force had resulted in terrible repercussions that almost ended his own life. Even a physical body as tough as mine was injured? Xianxia felt rather unsettled. After snapping back to reality, he was overwhelmed by the excruciating pain all over his body. His chest looked like a rag, mangled beyond recognition. The blast also left him with quite a few broken bones. It was just too horrifying. He was speechless. What happened was truly dangerous, and it had almost taken his life. Xianxia quietly assessed his physical condition. Activating the bone would result in a lot of trouble. What if he only used it for defense? That shouldn't be as difficult, right? The bone has not fully developed yet and will not yield to my control, leading to this result. However, Xianxia did not remain low-spirited for long. He stirred himself up, and his gaze became fiery. The Supreme Being bone was so powerful when it hadn't fully grown yet, so once it completely formed, just how terrifying would it become then? He had a feeling that this was the precious technique that would suit him the best. This innate ability was completely unique and far surpassed anything he obtained previously. Even the bone that Xianxia had seized from him was different, for the one he had now had withered, laid in silence for many years, and then revived. It had turned into something completely different. I'm looking forward to its rebirth and maturation, Xianxia said to himself. However, he began to grimace in pain soon afterwards. The pain was not caused solely by the injuries created from recklessly activating the supreme bone, but because his body was already not in its best condition. When he tried to revive the bone, his entire body was devoured by flames. His spiritual essence was drawn out almost to the point of sucking him dry. With his shriveled body, lusterless internal organs, and bones that were no longer translucent, he looked incredibly miserable, as if he was someone who had been thrown back into the mortal world. Had any other individual seen his current appearance, They would never be able to imagine the havoc this place must have gone through to dishevel this young man, whose body was as tough as an unbreakable Vajra body, to become so tattered. It really was a bit scary. Fortunately, his foundation remained unharmed and the damage was limited to the superficial level. With some recuperation, he would recover in no time. Xianxia took out the little devil wine and poured it down his throat. He gulped down more than a gene of the liquor with gudong-gudong sounds. His body started to illuminate and color returned to his skin. He did not look as ashen and pale as before. Where did the divine striking stone go? After thinking for a moment, he immediately realized why and raised his head. The fellow was suspended in midair, and like a thief, it quietly drank the divine liquid through its mouth. The fluid created by the rebirth of the archaic vermilion bird was hidden within the fiery domain. Every so often, a drop of the fluid would permeate the fire imperial palace and show up in midair. The two ponds of rebirth were formed this way after countless years of accumulation. At this moment, the divine striking stone was hiding at the mouth of the spring in midair. During these past few days, it was able to drink a few drops. It's neither stone nor earth. What are you drinking it for? Xianxia asked. Nonsense. The fluid is mixed into the magma, so it can be considered a type of rock as well. Of course, I can refine it. The divine striking stone was extremely alert, reminding one of a fierce dog guarding its food. There is a chaos stone over there. Xianxia revealed a surprised look. Where? The divine striking stone turned to look, but cried out immediately, You bastard! You lied to me! In that split of a second, Xianxia switched position with it, making it right on time to catch that drop of liquid. It was bright red with a dab of pale gold. He then landed on the ground. The divine striking stone was infuriated. It had waited for a day and a night, yet the drop almost came down. When it finally did, it ended up being taken away by someone else. My body is injured. I need it for recovery. With that, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and did not say another word. The rebirth fluid was indeed astonishing. Xianxia had several broken bones from the blast. But after taking in that drop of liquid, crackling sounds rang out from inside of him as his bones reconnected and his vital essence was nourished. For someone with a physique comparable to the unbreakable golden body like him, to have a broken bone meant something major must have taken place. Normally, who was powerful enough to hurt him? It was definitely a serious injury. Yet now, those bones were set in place again almost instantaneously. In the next couple of days, Xianxia fought with the divine striking stone over the rebirth fluid several times and completely mended his physical body. Moreover, he even replenished the spiritual essence that had been used up before. He had returned to his peak state, becoming extremely powerful again. Now he no longer fought over the fluid with the divine striking stone, so his ears were able to catch a break. Hualinga remained in her cocoon. It was fiery red with a light golden glow. She was in a deep state of dormancy, experiencing the most important transformation of her life. Xianxia marched forward and stopped a few hundred zhang away. In front of him was a magnificent wall. Ancient stone gates were set at intervals along it. What is this? He was puzzled. Every stone gate was extremely large. On top of them were diagrams of vicious beasts and divine birds. They appeared extremely ferocious, as if they really were creatures pouncing out from the primitive wastelands. He stood in front of a stone gate and touched the image of Apiccio with his hands. Immediately he could hear a roar that greatly shook this place. He was taken by surprise and released his hands involuntarily. He was not in a hurry to open the gate. He walked to another gate where a golden-winged pang was carved on top. The image was almost lifelike in appearance. Its domineering and bloodthirsty manner was so terrifying and unsettling that he felt as if it was coming down from the wall. What is inside? He was surprised and bewildered. Edited by Alufbi, Nikyu. Sovereign Zane. The wall before him was extremely tall and grand. If he didn't know that he was in the Holy Emperor's palace, Xianxia definitely would have thought that he was facing a mountain cliff. The entire structure was grayish without much color. Only an ancient feeling of great change was left behind. The engravings on the stone gate were extremely lifelike, as if they possessed a soul. Xianxia pondered for a long time. He didn't know what was behind the stone gate. He could almost hear the roars of beasts, giving him a rather unsettling feeling. He leapt into the air to see just how tall this wall was. In the end, he saw a line of large text, "Wall of Gods and Devils." This startled him quite a bit. To have a name like this definitely meant that it wasn't ordinary. Exactly what kind of place is this? Xianxia descended. He then began to observe the stone gates one after another, counting a total of 108 gates. Some of them were a bit special, such as those with engravings of the true dragon and vermilion bird. The gates were sealed shut and these images were carved out. He could not open the gates. These creatures are too powerful. It seems like there isn't a true door, so the way is blocked. Xianxia walked back and forth a few times around this area. He did not actually take action because he had a vague feeling that this place was rather dangerous. He returned to the pool of rebirth and looked around. Hualinga had yet to emerge from the cocoon. As for the divine striking stone, it stared at him as if it was guarding against a thief. It guarded the mouth of the spring in fear of Xianxia fighting over it again. Xianxia adjusted his body's condition before once again returning to the wall of gods and devils. He fiercely pushed open a stone gate. As soon as he did so, the feeling of the great wasteland immediately rushed out as if he had returned to the ancient era. He took large steps forward. The stone gate behind him suddenly closed with a guang-dang sound. Xianxia was momentarily shocked. There was an enormous battle stadium. It was entirely black, as if its current appearance was brought about by dried blood. It was precisely this battle stadium that gave off the terrifying feeling. It was as if this world had returned to the ancient era, and he was facing the fierce beasts of the great wastelands before a great battle. By now, Xianxia could also be considered a rather knowledgeable and skillful individual. He had never believed that the Fire Clan's holy emperor would only leave behind things that could be used by his clansmen. As for the battle arena, he noticed an enormous boulder with a few words on top. The things recorded on it were rather frightening. "Wall of Gods and Devils, perished during the archaic era." These words were like stabbing knives. It gave him an ice-cold feeling. What did this mean? There were a few words on the bottom, but they were completely unrelated to those words. They didn't explain anything and only made this battle stadium seem extremely terrifying. This was a place to undertake a challenge. It warned the later generations not to enter recklessly, for this was a place prepared for geniuses with rarely seen talents. Only by making it through 108 challenges and succeeding could one earn the qualifications to tread on that path. This sentence was hiding a mysterious meaning. Xianxia was rather confused. What kind of path was this? He had a feeling that it was unrelated to the Holy Emperor's palace and was something extra. This wall was inserted by mysterious means. Could this wall be something that Little Red's ancestors or the Fire Clan's Holy Emperor brought in purposely to prevent too many people from participating? This place was rather strange, and he had many doubts. He felt as if this entire place was shrouded in thick fog. There was definitely a great secret hidden within this place, and he wasn't sure if he should delve any further into it. He laughed helplessly. He had already entered, so the decision had been made a long time ago. What was the point in hesitating now? Xianxia walked forward, entering the black battle stadium. As soon as he stepped in, he immediately heard the roar of desolate, ferocious beasts. It was as if he was standing in the great wastelands. Of course, this was a wasteland much more terrifying than any he had been to before. The black battle stadium was particularly large, and deep within, one pair of eyes after another lit up. Oho! A ferocious beast rushed out. It was entirely crimson, and flames burned fiercely around its body. It revealed its snow-white fangs as it viciously pounced over. Xianxia did not hold back and threw out a fist with enormous strength. Even the air around him began to vibrate. This vicious beast resembled a ravenous wolf, only more ferocious. While surrounded in flaming symbols, the beast truly seemed formidable. It shifted its body and narrowly avoided the attack. Xianxia's ferocious strength was infused within that fist, and the wind it carried was incredibly powerful. It was so powerful that the battle stadium began to rumble and continuously shake. Interesting, he said to himself. He was surprised because 1, the vicious beast had avoided his attack, and 2, because the black battle stadium was incredibly sturdy, could actually bear his strength. It was worth noting that even if there was a stone mountain laid out before him, he would still crush it with a single fist. There was no chance of failure. Oh! In the distance, roars of beasts sounded one after another in succession. Pairs of eyes opened and burned with radiance. They rushed out from the darkness towards Shihao. This was an entire beast pack that did not only include ravenous wolves. There were also feathered tigers, flame rhinoceros, horned dragons, and other creatures. They were extremely different from normal. Even Shihao was startled, as the number of vicious beasts here was definitely not lower than 100. For him, even if an individual had a cultivation realm a level higher than his, it still wouldn't be a problem for him to kill at all. However, before him was not one or two beasts but rather a group. There were more than 100, and all of them were surrounded by terrifying symbols. When a group like this all rushed out murderously, it was truly scary. In addition, there was order to this beast pack. There was a rhythm to their movements, and they formed a battle formation to become one body. When they grouped up together like this, it was definitely terrifying. However, the more dangerous it was, the calmer he remained. So what if there were more than 100 fierce beasts? Back then, he killed even more in the Northern Sea. Hong. Shihao did not hold back at all. He used the true primordial record symbols in a simple and direct manner. When his fist slammed out, it was as if tens of thousands of beasts cried out at the same time. A countless number of ancient beasts emerged one after another, and a divine radiance lit up this place. Pai-pa sounds rang out as all of it entered the battle formation. It was like cutting across a vast ocean. This strike's power was extremely great, directly cutting off the road path of those 100 or so beasts. After disrupting their rhythm, he soared into the air to slaughter his way through them. Ping A foot stomped down and the air started to tremble. The ravenous wolf-shaped creature wrapped in scarlet flames bore the brunt of the force. It was extremely powerful and was even at the late stage of the engravement realm, but it still similarly couldn't stop Shihao. This time, it could not avoid Shihao's attack because there were beasts everywhere. There was no way out. With a pa sound, the two collided. It released a howl before being blasted apart in midair. With both unwillingness and despair, it turned into a rain of light. Created from Tao symbols. Shihao was extremely shocked. In the original location, a golden sheet of paper was set aflame, burning into ashes. What kind of technique was this? It was truly astonishing. It wasn't even just a normal symbol beast, but rather one that really was quite powerful. If it was released into the outside world, then it would also be considered an engravement realm expert. There was actually someone who could create something with so much power just through symbol paper. This was definitely extraordinary. Shihao slaughtered his way into the formation. He continuously released heavy attacks, slaughtering them one after another. Pu sounds continuously sounded, as if he was within a battlefield in the ancient era. He did not hold back in the slightest. This place was extremely unusual, so he had to give it his all to quickly end this battle. Who knew what would happen after this? He felt as if he had walked into a strange situation, so he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, it was rather frightening. Every single vicious beast was made of a sheet of yellow paper. After they were killed, they would combust in midair into ashes. Just how terrifying of a skill was this? You have to understand that every single vicious beast was at the engravement realm, yet they came from a sheet of symbol paper that was preserved from the ancient times until now. One or two was still okay, but there were over 100 sheets. It was evident just how heaven-defying the creator was. This truly gave others a feeling of amazement. Shihao was unstoppable. It was as if he had returned to the Kuan Peng nest in the Northern Sea. He unleashed a great slaughter and fought against enemies from all sides alone. Finally, the vicious beasts numbering over 100 were all killed. There were ashes all over the ground. All types of precious techniques had been defeated, none of which were able to harm him. However, he didn't celebrate his victory because he was only battling against symbol paper. Ow! Suddenly, an overcast roar sounded from the depths of the battle stadium. A pair of terrifying pupils filled with wildness and killing intent appeared, its aura pouring out like a tide. Pure-blooded creature. Shihao immediately became vigilant. He then waited for it in a serious manner. Even though he was currently quite powerful, he still did not dare to treat this kind of creature carelessly. He needed to face it seriously. Who dared to claim that a creature who also broke through the limits did not appear here? It was an extremely ferocious, violent ape with a white head and bare feet. It was like a small mountain as it towered over 10 zhang in height. It walked over one step at a time. The battle stadium trembled and continuously released booming sounds. An enormous wave of killing intent covered heaven and earth as it poured over Zuyen. It was precisely an archaic Zuyen. It was incredibly savage and was a master of killing. It was an extremely rare creature, and he never expected to encounter one here. This creature was different from Harry Ball. He now confirmed that Harry Ball's bloodline was unique, because it even had a dragon horn on its head, despite the fact that it hadn't completely matured yet. Its head was also white and its body was entirely golden. Ayo! The Zhuan roared and rushed over quickly in a ferocious and overbearing manner. It raised its fist murderously, bringing with it a wave of berserk aura. Symbols covered the sky, engulfing everything. This was just too ferocious. It was simply impossible to block. Not even normal pure-blooded creatures would dare meet it head-on. Sure Hao shivered inwardly. This was worthy of being an archaic Zhuyan, known as one of the most vicious creatures. His physique was incredibly terrifying. It was an unrivaled existence even during the archaic years. Hong Sure Hao leapt up and raised his fist to meet it. He did not avoid this attack and directly faced it head-on. As a result, it was as if a great earthquake occurred in this black battle stadium. An enormous explosion sounded, making the sky shake and the ground quake. One large and one small, the two figures clashed in midair. An attack as overwhelming as this was truly stunning. Between the two fists, lightning erupted. It was as if tens of thousands of golden snakes were swimming about as they rushed in all directions. All types of symbols flickered and flew in different directions. Sure Hao dropped down and the Zhuyan also descended. However, the latter retreated 3 steps with dang-dang-dang sounds. Every step made the battle stadium sway greatly. Even though Sure Hao held the advantage, he was still shaken. This Zhuyan was too powerful. It did not split apart under his full strength. It was worth noting that even pure-blooded creatures could not block a strike from him at full power and would inevitably be seriously wounded. What a freak! You can actually use force to face a Zhuyan. Right at that time, the divine striking stone appeared. It wobbled about as if flew over. You are familiar with it? Sure Hao did not turn around. Back then, the Zhuyan clashed with the Western sect, triggering major waves. This brought out the legendary sect master that had lived for seemingly forever, and only then was it subdued, said the divine striking stone. Sure Hao revealed a strange expression. This stone seemed stupid, but now from its words, it seemed like it actually knew quite a bit. Other than the 72 transformations the Zhuan can undergo, its body refinement is also absolutely world-shattering. During the archaic years, it tore apart gods and devils and treated all the heavenly experts as food, the divine striking stone said. From its point of view, for sure how to match the Zhuan in terms of physical strength, he really was a freak among freaks. Not even the Western sect's unbreakable Vajra body would be able to easily take on the Zhuyan. What kind of place is this exactly? Do you know? For some reason, I feel like this place isn't deeply related to the Holy Emperor's palace. Sure Hao asked the divine striking stone. The divine striking stone hesitated, and then said, "This you might have encountered a pleasant surprise. Normally, a wall like this won't appear in this world. Defeat this Zhuyan first, then I'll be able to confirm my suspicions." The archaic divine ape charged forward again with its claws clenched into fists. A tremendous amount of golden light erupted. It was as if a pillar slammed down, giving off a sense of unyielding aggressiveness. Sure Hao welcomed the attack without even taking half a step backwards. He similarly brandished his fist, bringing forth ferocious winds. The entire black battle stadium began to shake as he prepared this fierce attack. The two individuals' bodies contrasted too greatly in size, yet when they collided, it was as if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. They were evenly matched. One side did not hold a great advantage over the other. With a honk sound, the two fists met. All types of divine radiance erupted, as if they were streaks of chaotic lightning brought about from rainy clouds. The light seemed to tear apart the space itself as it surrounded the black battle stadium. This was an incredibly crazy confrontation. Both sides were ferocious to the extreme as they displayed shocking levels of destructive force. If they weren't within this special arena, mountains and valleys would have collapsed in disaster. Lightning flashed about and thunder rolled as sounds of explosions fell incessantly. The two sides' clash was like a great battle between heavenly deities. Dark clouds swirled about, and divine radiance shot out in all directions. The two ferocious parties opposed each other sharply, with neither giving an inch. They weaved about as they fought, creating a scene that left those watching shaken. Xianxia still held the advantage. Each time, the Zhuyan would be forced to take more steps backwards while trembling. This was absolutely shocking. The creature whose body refinement technique was renowned throughout the archaic years was actually weaker than a human. Following some Hu sounds, the stadium's scene changed. The archaic divine ape disappeared, and another Xianxia appeared. His bearing and actions seemed exactly the same. The two engaged each other, turning into two streaks of light as another great battle unfolded. The divine striking stone immediately became stupefied. This is bad, it's real. It's not going to remove and replace you, right? Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. This copy was just too similar. It actually changed into him, and even its way of doing things were similar. It seemed like not only was its outside appearance the same, even its expression and spirit were alike. Stupid monkey, you actually dare to imitate me. There are some things that I refuse to believe you can copy completely, Xiaoxiao shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out endless lightning formed from symbols. In addition, he used his hands to form seals before suppressing forwards. A swan and I roared, and its cry tore through the skies. It was not just a single one, but rather 10 that appeared simultaneously. Their bodies were purple with golden streaks running through them. Every single one was like a small mountain as they surrounded the Zhuyan. Within these swan NIS were symbols that came from Xianxia. The lightning covered a wide area, as if a sea of electricity was descending. All of it poured over to suppress the violent ape. Oh! The Xianxia copy Zhuyan roared. Instead of imitating the swan and I, it directly formed a sea of lightning. It became like a god of thunder itself, causing lightning to erupt with the beating of a large drum. This creature really isn't easy to deal with, the divine striking stone muttered. Xianxia didn't expect this divine ape to be so troublesome either. He shifted his body and reached out to grab the divine striking stone. Immediately, a miserable shriek rang out. Ah! Brat! What are you trying to do? It was tossed out. After flying through the sea of lightning, it struck the monkey perfectly on the forehead and immediately created a loud dang sound. It was as if it struck metal, and even sparks flew everywhere. The miserable shriek and violent cry sounded simultaneously. The divine striking stone rolled back, and the divine ape also roared with fury. The divine striking stone had been asleep until now, and during that time it had refined itself to a shocking level. After all, it even ate chaotic earth and many other shocking items, so it was now extremely hard and powerful. Even though the violent ape's forehead did not crack open, its body still swayed a few times, and it was it suffered from a daze momentarily. Xianxia rushed forward and slapped down with his palm. It was shaken until it roared furiously. Its hands and feet both moved about randomly in defense. With a schwa sound, Xianxia shifted sideways. The electricity completely vanished. He swung his right leg and used the Kuanpeng's power. His entire leg erupted with tens of thousands streaks of light that flourished brilliantly. Light flashed through the Zhuyan's eyes. It knew that this attack was powerful, so it did not face it directly. Below its feet, a golden cloud emerged and quickly carried him into the sky. When Xianxia saw this, he soared up as well. He raised his hand and smashed his fist into the skies ferociously. The golden cloud was extremely special and wasn't scattered. The Zhuyan was even more ferocious. It raised its leg and directly smashed its heel down on Xiaoxiao's head. So savage. Light erupted from Xiaoxiao's eyes. The center of his palm illuminated, and ancient symbols flickered about. A black fish that was surrounded by dark light and swirling lunar force rushed out. With a pung sound, he caught the mountain-shattering divine ape leg. He then swung it around and smashed it down towards the battle stadium. Hong! The black earth shook. The divine ape was swung around and thrown down, and when it landed, a crater was smashed open and rubble flew everywhere. Even the battle stadium was damaged. It was simply too shocking. It hadn't been defeated from the start of the battle until now, so it could be seen just how sturdy it was. However, it now suffered greatly, proving how powerful that last attack was. Vicious light erupted from the Zhuyan's eyes. This time, it was injured. It immediately rushed out to grab Xianxia and fight him to the death. Its strength was extraordinary and enough to break apart mountain peaks and trample apart enormous lakes. The center of Xianxiao's palm once again lit up. A golden pung flew about before merging with his palm and fingers. He then directly smashed it downwards. With a hong sound, the two fiercely collided again. It was as if the heavens fell and the earth cracked apart. This was an extremely powerful clash. When the Kuan Pong spread its wings, it would feel as if the entire world was being destroyed. Now that this kind of force interweaved, the power it produced was absolutely horrifying. The Zhuyan released a low roar. Its palms and fingers became crooked, and blood covered its entire body. It had suffered a serious injury. It turned into an expanse of golden light, but soon after, its body dimmed. It then turned into a Kuan Pong before swooping down towards Shi Hao. Without a doubt, this was the 72 transformations precious technique it was known for. Its terrifying nature was now being displayed, producing the opposing party's profound insights. Even though it couldn't take it for itself, it could still temporarily use its power to attack. The collision this time shook the Black Battle Stadium so greatly that it began to crack and then split apart. Silt flew everywhere and rocks tumbled about. Dark clouds loomed about in the skies. Shi Hao snorted and boldly pressed forward to fight again. After being struck again, the Zhuyan could no longer maintain the Kuan Peng's technique and was blasted flying. Only its shape was left. It could only use other divine abilities now. Damn! No wonder the Zhuyan was rumored to tear apart gods and devils and consume them as food.
This is just too ridiculous. The divine striking stone cried out. It was fully aware how powerful Shi Hao was, yet this divine ape had surprisingly managed to hold on until now. In the end, the Zhuyan was still killed by Shi Hao, dying within the Black Battle Stadium.
It turned into a sheet of Tao symbols. Golden light flickered and scarlet multicolored light danced about. It was clearly much more powerful than the Tao paper from before. With a pu sound, it ignited and burned into ashes. Worthy of being a Zhuyan, one of the archaic era's most tyrannical creatures. This was only a sheet of symbol paper, so it definitely could not display all of its divine abilities. Yet it was already so powerful. Shi Hao said to himself. You're exactly right. If the one from the Western sect came here, then victory or defeat wouldn't be so easily determined. Rumor has it that it was golden and not white, so it was definitely extraordinary, said the divine striking stone. When Shi Hao heard what was said, his heart was immediately stirred. Harry Ball was golden. Moreover, it had a horn, so it definitely wasn't normal. Zhuyan race's 72 transformations and body refinement technique were exceedingly shocking. They were known as world-changing divine abilities.
This left Shi Hao with a feeling of desire, but it seemed like it was rather difficult for him to obtain it. The Zhuyan's body technique is somewhat flawed.
However, it is rumored that as long as it is completed, it could match an archaic Vicious Ten's precious technique. The divine striking stone said. Moreover, it mentioned that the ape that disturbed the Western sect possessed a body technique that was near perfection. Slaughtering gods and devils for food. This kind of power is truly amazing, Shi Hao said. Then, he looked towards the divine striking stone and said, Now can you explain the origins of this place? Let's look around to see what there is here first. The divine striking stone said.
It only heard a few rumors and had not truly seen one before. The battle stadium was extremely large, as if it was a spacious small world. At the very end, a wall blocked the way out. Many images were carved on top, all of them identical to creatures that Shi Hao had just killed. It really is rather intimidating. Shi Hao sighed when he recalled how this place was arranged by someone. That individual could actually refine this type of symbol paper. This kind of technique was truly heaven-defying. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying this matter seemed. He became completely silent. This was an archaic Zhuyan, yet there was someone who could replicate its divine might with just a sheet of symbol paper and make it appear in the real world. I believe that it was most likely left behind by an ancestor of the Zhuyan bloodline. Otherwise, no one else would be able to create a sheet of symbol paper that could produce such astonishing divine might. The divine striking stone said some interesting words. After thinking about it for a bit, Shi Hao believed that they were most likely true. Apart from this, they did not notice much else. This was purely a battle stadium and did not have much else. Wall of gods and devils. I've heard of it before. It is a path that is ridiculously rigorous. Not many people have passed through it since the ancient times, the divine striking stone said softly. It did not know what it represented and also did not know what it ultimately signified. The entire wasteland region has a total of 2 of these wall of gods and devils. Each time it would only appear in a hurry. Currently, no one knows where it resides, and rumor has it that it exists in other regions as well. It exists in other regions as well? Xianxia was shocked after learning this. After thinking about it for a bit, he felt that this matter was rather strange. Those that do not possess world-shaking talents cannot see it, and unless one can look down on your region, not even a single step can be taken inside. These are rumors, but no one knows where this road leads to, said the divine striking stone. Based on Xianxia's suspicions, this wall must have been something that Little Red's ancestors or the Fire Clan's holy emperor moved inside. It seemed like they weren't willing to have it exist in the outside world. There has to be some kind of crazy mystery hidden within this wall, Xianxia said to himself. They walked out of the battle stadium, leaving the stone door. Look, there are some gates with only images on top without any way of actually opening them. It is just like the legends. The divine striking stone cried out in shock. Those had true dragons, vermilion birds, and other creatures carved on top of the gates. However, they didn't truly connect anywhere. According to what the divine striking stone said, the wasteland should originally have a single wall of gods and devils. However, because the first one ran into some problems, it was left incomplete. That was why there was a second perfect one. The divine striking stone continued, why don't you give it a try, run around a bit. If you pass all the tests, you might be able to walk onto that path. This isn't even a complete wall of gods and devils. Even if I conquer all of the 108 battle stadiums, it still wouldn't matter. Xianxia shook his head. His large eyes were clear and bright as he carefully looked around this place. This gate is a bit special. Xianxia was shocked. Previously, he didn't look too carefully. But now, after studying each of them meticulously, he noticed that this particular gate was sparkling. The image on top of it was that of a human, but it had not been completely carved out. The small half of the body was extremely beautiful, as if it didn't possess the slightest blemish. Meanwhile, that hand was as pure white as jade, as if it was real. After the great battle against the Zhuyan, he could already guess that what was carved on top of the gate was precisely the strongest creature that he would encounter inside. I'm going to take a look. At worst, I'll just have to fight another round, said Xianxia. He wanted to see exactly what the human-shaped creature was like. He brought the divine striking stone with him and pushed open the stone doors. A wave of ancient world-changing feeling poured down on him. The interior was extremely peaceful. Their arrival seemed to have disturbed the tranquility of this ancient world. Inside was similarly a battle stadium. Its black color seemed like it was dyed in blood, but there were no fierce beasts that pounced out. It was incomparably peaceful. There is something inside. The divine striking stone's mind began to tremble. Xianxia was also alarmed. He quickly moved backwards, but then he saw a familiar object. He had seen it before in the Northern Sea, and at this moment it drifted down. It was a palm-sized black paper boat. Black paper boat. Encountering this object again made Xianxia's body go rigid and his mind fluctuate intensely. How many years has it been since this item was left behind? Why did it appear in this place? It was simply inconceivable. However, before he could think too much, the palm-sized black paper boat lit up. The rivers of starlight poured down like a waterfall. What kind of stuff is this? The divine striking stone cried out in shock. Xianxia shivered inwardly, and all of his fine hairs stood on end. He felt a great danger and decided to spare no cost in defending himself. The rivers of stars cascading down were blazing symbols. They crashed down in large amounts continuously. It was as if it was a brand new world had emerged, and from within, roars of gods and devils rang out incessantly. It wasn't clear just how many precious techniques were contained within that small paper boat. They poured down in torrents endlessly, turning this area into a place of disaster. This was a rather abnormal battle. A small paper boat was floating about in midair, scattering down a radiance that filled the sky. Every single streak was terrifying to the extreme. Xianxia had never fought against something like this. In such a crazy battle, he had to use all of his power. The boundless divine ability did not seem like one that a single person could use, but rather the joint attack of hundreds or even thousands of experts.
Large amounts of symbols appeared and formed an endless river of stars.
The paper boat floated along the river of stars and continuously poured out its precious technique, forcing the young man below to do everything he could to defend himself. Finally, the river of stars disappeared. The paper boat gradually faded as if it was disappearing into the netherworld.
It did not ignite into flames, but rather became more and more indistinct within the hazy starlight. What was going on?
This was completely different from what he experienced in the Zhuyan Stadium.
Sure, Hao could not clear his confusion no matter how much he thought. His heart was full of suspicion. When he looked at the disappearing black paper boat, he thought back to the Northern Sea disaster. It was as if he once again saw those beautiful bloody words. I am the only one left.
His mind riddled with doubts, Hao walked towards the depths of the battle stadium. He looked at one of the walls and saw that the images on top were similar to the ones he previously saw on the stone gate, only that there were a few extra things.
A sparkling white palm could be seen, graceful and without imperfections as it folded a black paper fan. The paper boat was being placed onto a stellar river, and on top of it was a single word, hope. What kind of profound meaning was contained within this wall?
Hao stared in a daze and did not move for a long time. The divine striking stone was also confused. It stared at it for a long time as if it was staring at something indescribable. Multicolored lights flickered. The wall became distorted and a path appeared. It seemed like the long river from endless years ago, as if it led back to the archaic age. There was only a single word at the side of the road, return. What do you think? Hao asked the stone in his hair.
I can't understand it, but I am guessing that the owner of the paper boat is also one of the leaders in creating the Wall of Devils and Gods. She is definitely different from everyone else. When Hao heard what it said, he nodded his head to express his agreement.
Regardless, these things all originated from endless years ago. He had a feeling that the so-called road was merely something people believed in. After the passage of so many years, those creatures had all disappeared. What could still be left behind?
When he revealed these thoughts, the divine striking stone did not agree. In a rare, serious tone, it softly sighed and said, "These things are rather strange, and they have appeared even before the ancient years.
After a period of time, it would always reappear. As for what exactly the Wall of Gods and Devils was, it wasn't clear. It seemed like it would select the most powerful creatures of a region and require them to do something. I still think that it is better to not mess with these things if we can help it. I've heard that those who provoked this place all disappeared, never to be seen again," said the divine striking stone.
Hao's mind was a mess. He thought about that gate of light at the Kuan Peng's nest, where even elder wood that connected the heaven and earth laid. What was inside?
Where did it connect to?
Provoking is exactly what I want to do, but there just aren't enough gates here. It's impossible for me to enter all 108 gates. He muttered in self-ridicule. Then he left this area. He did not depart from this place completely, and instead pushed open another stone gate. In the end, he fought an incredibly intense battle against a Taowu. The battle was incredibly difficult. After his victory, Hao rested for a short duration before leaving to open the next stone gate. He continuously fought 6 great battles just like that.
Both his body and spirit were drained, for the creatures he encountered were utterly terrifying. They were all pure-blooded creatures with fighting prowess that left those from their generation in despair. He did not see a special battle stadium like the black paper boat again.
The others were similar to that of the Zhuyan. The creatures that were carved on the gates were precisely the creatures that came out to fight. In addition, they were all at the engravement realm, as if they were specially prepared for him. This is precisely the scariest part of the Wall of Gods and Devils. It will automatically adjust the strength of creatures within, as if it possesses a spirit, said the divine striking stone. Hao returned to the pool of rebirth.
Seeing that Hualinga still had not awakened and was still sealed within the cocoon, he carved out a few words before returning to the Wall of Gods and Devils. Are you truly not scared of death? Or are you addicted to fighting now? The divine striking stone was suspicious. This place was definitely dangerous to the extreme. Behind every stone gate was an insanely powerful ancient creature. The slightest carelessness would result in death.
This is the best type of training. Hao only replied with this sentence. What he said was not false. From his perspective, this place was like a treasury. There were so many powerful enemies waiting for him to learn from.
Previously, finding opponents of a similar caliber was somewhat difficult. Unless they were pure-blooded creatures, no matter how many came, it still wouldn't be enough. He needed this type of fighting and wished for a powerful whetstone like this to sharpen himself.
Only by doing as such would he become more powerful and reach new heights. In other words, he was currently in a type of predicament. It was hard for him to find any strong individuals to spar against unless he searched for those old monsters. Otherwise, it was truly difficult for him to find opponents at his age. As a result, Hao continued his training and fought in one battlefield after another. This was a place where he did not have to hold back in the slightest. His 10 heavenly passages and the Kuan Peng's technique were fully displayed, for he did not have to fear others discovering these methods. He revealed every single precious technique he had. After undergoing this ridiculously difficult sharpening, he began to approach closer and closer to perfection. During this period of time, he had also lost blood and suffered serious injuries. However, Hao was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was happy, for only like this could he exploit the benefits of fighting great battles like this. Hao continued to slaughter everything for an entire month. He entered an exceedingly terrifying state as he fought against creatures from all races, killing them until the skies became muddled and the earth grew dim. Freak! Madman! The divine striking stone couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing him bathed in blood with wounds everywhere, yet tirelessly enjoying every second of it, it quickly fled and returned to the pool of rebirth. For an entire month, Hao was continuously injured, yet his gaze became increasingly bright. He would fight fiercely day after day, and after each victory, he would always sit within the black battle stadium to carefully self-reflect. He studied his own laws and Tao to continuously improve himself. He had a feeling that his comprehension of precious techniques and symbols deepened by a large amount. He actually had an urge to carve out his own technique. Even if his body was weary, Hao's mind was still full of vigor. This kind of sharpening was difficult to find elsewhere. It was difficult for him to find these types of opponents, so it could be said that this place was like an extremely precious treasury to him. Above the palace hall, a hazy mist curled about. Faint golden radiance flickered about. Even though a month had passed in this place, only a day passed in the outside world. Hao concluded his training. He sat within the black battle stadium and thought about the past few days. After recovering his injured body, he slowly stood up. His temperament was no longer the same.
He was like a heavenly sword that had previously been covered in dirt, but after undergoing this refinement, his inexperience had been stripped away and he became sharper than ever. Whenever he fought, a wave of extraordinary aura would emerge. This was the result of fighting so ferociously against dozens of pure-blooded creatures this past month. There were many creatures whose cultivation realms were higher than his. He fought these ridiculously terrifying creatures with sweat and blood. Hao returned to the pool of rebirth and once again waited several days. The cocoon finally released a sound, and an array of scarlet streaks appeared. Quickly began to crack under caca sounds. Hong, the cocoon split apart. Flames rose and submerged this entire area. The startled divine striking stone shrieked in fear and quickly took shelter. Hao stood in the same spot without moving, enduring the raging flames without any fear of being burned. His body sparkled brilliantly. He seemed more and more powerful and unordinary. A Tao sound was transmitted from where the cocoon previously laid. Beautiful hair scattered down on a spotlessly white jade-like body. A pair of eyes that were like clear autumn waters could be seen, and gorgeous curves undulated throughout her body. Her skin was white like ivory and without the slightest blemish. Quilinger had been reborn. She had undergone an incredible transformation. It was as if she had been granted a new life and truly shed her mortal body for a new one. Her beauty was extremely moving. The jade snow-white body shone, and within the raging flames it gave off almost an irresistible temptation. Apart from this, behind her was a pair of scarlet wings of light. As they gently swayed, waves of crimson multicolored light were released as if a sprite was dancing about. Vermilion bird wings. This was an indication of the full revival of a bloodline. Hualinga's transformation was extremely successful. The extraordinary potential within her body was awakened, and from here on out she would definitely soar to greatness. With a schwa sound, the wings of light disappeared. With a wave of her hand, a set of clothes covered her body. Her body was incomparably wonderful and alluring. If you feel like you are on the losing end, then I can let you take a look too. Sure, How made the preemptive strike. Hang. Hualinger bit her lips, but for once, she didn't bicker back. It was because she knew that the more she argued, the worse of a situation she would place herself in. Could it be that you think that running around all over the place naked is the best way of punishing and looking down on me? In that case, why don't you show more disdain and punish me more? Sure How laughed and said, I'm going to ignore you. Hualinger licked her bright red lips as she gently walked past. However, her teeth were grinding together, and she really wanted to beat the crap out of him. Let's go and continue to look around. If there are no paths left, then we should leave. Sure How suggested. Time was limited, so they couldn't tarry here any longer. Several days later, they arrived at the end of the enormous palace. They discovered a fiery cave where fire blazed about. A bright red and dazzling feather stood there like a divine sword, blocking the cave entrance. Sure How came precisely for this feather. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed over. Unfortunately, the symbols here were extremely dense, and so he was immediately blasted flying. This was a formation laid out by the ancient Holy Emperor. This is the Vermilion Bird's Cave. How could it be that easy to enter? Only those that resonate with this place can enter. Watch. Hualinger spoke. She sat in front of the cave. Her bearing made her seem extremely sacred. Multicolored light swirled about her body as if she was an indescribably beautiful goddess. The ancient cavern rumbled, and the chanting of scriptures sounded. Finally, Hualinger got up, and while wrapped in raging flames, she walked into the cave. She began a new type of cultivation. Schwa soon after, she raised her luminous wrist. She plucked out the feather and swung it out. This true primordial feather appeared to be less than a meter in length and as light as a feather, but when it was just moved slightly, sword radiance would flood the skies, covering it in a sea of flames. What a great treasure! Sure How sighed in admiration. 3 days later, Hualinger left the Vermilion Bird Cavern. The imprint between her brows shrunk until it was just a small speck. It sparkled brilliantly, making her seem more and more holy and otherworldly. Soon after, they entered an altar that was covered in the engravings of heavenly stars. With a flash of radiance, the two left the Holy Emperor's palace and re-emerged outside.